Chapter 1 Where is this? In the early morning, warm and soft sunlight poured in through the large and bright windows of the hotel like golden sand, gently sprinkling on Yi Yu's quietly sleeping face. Yi Yu slowly woke up from his sweet dream. He first stretched himself, and then slowly sat up from the comfortable big bed. He rubbed his still dizzy head gently with his hands while mumbling softly. Where is this? Yi Yu tried hard to open his sore eyes and looked around at the unfamiliar environment in confusion. Before he could sort out his thoughts and understand the current situation, he suddenly heard a slight noise coming from beside him. Yi Yu was startled and quickly raised his eyes to look towards the source of the voice, only to see a graceful woman lying next to him. This sudden scene really frightened the unprepared Yi Yu. He subconsciously moved his body quickly towards the bed, trying to keep as much distance from the mysterious woman as possible. However, strong curiosity still drove Yi Yu to take a closer look again. But because the woman had just turned over, part of her face was blocked, making Yi Yu unable to see the whole picture. So, Yi Yu couldn't help but move a little closer. At this moment, the woman who was originally sleeping soundly seemed to have noticed something. She suddenly opened her beautiful big eyes and sat up. Yi Yu had not anticipated this situation at all and had no time to dodge, and thus had a close contact with the opponent's head. Ouch! Two screams rang out at the same time. Yi Yu and the woman were in so much pain that they quickly reached out to cover the places where they had just been hit, and kept rubbing them gently. Yi Yu's gaze slowly shifted to the woman in front of him. I saw her long black hair falling like a waterfall, softly draped over her shoulders, gently swaying like willow branches in the breeze. Her skin is as white as snow, as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade, exuding a faint luster, which makes people fall in love with her. That exquisite face seemed to be carefully carved, with picturesque eyebrows, a straight nose, slightly upturned lips, and a faint smile. The whole person looks as beautiful as a fairy, charming and attractive. What are you looking at? Turn around. I need to get dressed. The woman suddenly noticed Yi Yu's direct gaze, a blush appeared on her face, and she shouted coquettishly. Her bright big eyes were wide open, revealing a little dissatisfaction and shyness. Hearing the woman's words, Yi Yu woke up as if from a dream, and suddenly came to his senses, secretly regretting his own loss of composure. He quickly turned his head away, not daring to look at the woman again, for fear of angering her again. Time passed by minute, and after about a few minutes, a pleasant voice came from behind Yi Yu. Okay, you can turn around now. The sound is like the sound of a yellow oriole singing in a valley, clear and melodious, making people feel relaxed and happy. Yi Yu turned around quickly upon hearing the voice and his eyes fell on the woman again. At this time, she was already dressed neatly, wearing a white shirt on her upper body and a light blue tie at her collar, looking simple and generous. She wore a slim-fitting black suit on the outside, which was well-tailored and perfectly outlined her graceful figure. She was wearing a black hip-hugging miniskirt that tightly wrapped around her round and perky buttocks, making her look even more sexy and charming. She was wearing a pair of black high heels with slender heels that made crisp sounds when she walked, adding a bit of elegance and confidence. The whole person exudes a mature, stable, shrewd, and capable temperament that cannot be ignored. Yi Yu stared at the woman, his mouth slightly opened, as if he wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, the woman said, "Put on your clothes first. I'll wait for you outside the room." Before she finished her words, the woman turned and walked towards the door of the room, leaving behind only a graceful figure and a faint fragrance. Looking at the woman's back, Yi Yu was stunned. He just stared straight in that direction, as if time had stopped. After a long time, he came back to his senses as if waking from a dream, with a trace of confusion and helplessness still on his face. Immediately afterwards, Yi Yu turned over and got out of bed without hesitation. His movements were quick and neat. He bent down, picked up the clothes that were thrown casually beside the bed and scattered on the floor, and put them on himself one by one. In such a hurry, he didn't even have time to tidy up his clothes and just put them on carelessly. After just a few minutes, Yi Yu was basically dressed. Suddenly, his eyes inadvertently swept across the large double bed in the room. Just then, a small red dot on the bed caught his attention. He took a closer look and couldn't help but feel confused. Is this her first time? Yi Yu couldn't help but whisper softly, his voice was so low that only he could hear it. However, the thought only flashed through his mind for a moment, and Yi Yu did not continue to think about it deeply. At this moment, he was tidying up his clothes and walked out of the room. Chapter 2 Forget It All. At this moment, the woman who was sitting quietly on the sofa outside raised her head immediately when she saw Yi Yu walking out of the room, and her eyes quickly swept over him. Then the woman said to Yi Yu, "Please sit down first, let's talk." As she spoke, she pointed a hand at the sofa opposite, motioning Yi Yu to sit over there. Yi Yu nodded slightly to show that he understood, and then walked towards the sofa that the woman pointed to. When Yi Yu walked to the sofa, he slowly sat down. As soon as he sat down, Yi Yu involuntarily raised his eyes and looked at the woman opposite him. At this moment, he felt his heartbeat suddenly accelerate, and his throat seemed to be blocked by something. He wanted to say something, but found that his mind was blank and he had no idea what to say. At this time, the woman in front of him asked, "What's your name?" When Yi Yu heard the question from the person in front of him, he quickly answered, "My name is Yi Yu." "You should be an adult." Shu Yunshu looked at the little boy in front of him and said uncertainly, "I'm an adult now. I'm a senior at Cloud City University, and I'm about to graduate." "Oh, that's good." Shu Yunshu nodded. Suddenly the air became quiet. Seeing that the woman didn't say anything, Yi Yu suddenly became nervous and felt uneasy. The woman obviously noticed Yi Yu's nervousness, her face remained calm as water and her tone was as cold as ice. "You forget everything that happened last night, okay?" This sentence was like an order, reaching Yi Yu's ears without any doubt. "Ah, what?" Yi Yu blurted out in astonishment, his bright eyes widened as he looked at the woman in front of him in disbelief. The woman stared quietly at the surprised little boy in front of her. There was no emotion on her beautiful and delicate face, as if all this had nothing to do with her. Then, she opened her red lips and said calmly, "I just told you to forget what happened last night, as if nothing happened, and not to tell anyone about it." Yi Yu lowered his head slightly, fiddling with the corners of his clothes with his hands unconsciously, and replied in a soft voice with some uneasiness, "But, I can be responsible." Although his voice was as soft as a mosquito, the woman standing not far away still keenly caught his words. She frowned slightly and answered without hesitation, "You don't need to be responsible, just forget it." "I really..." Yi Yu wanted to say something else, but was interrupted hastily by the woman before he could finish his words. "Okay, that's it. I have other important things to take care of, so I'll be leaving now." Having said that, the woman didn't give Yi Yu any chance to speak anymore. She turned around and prepared to leave. "All right." Yi Yu nodded helplessly, his tone full of loss and frustration. Seeing that the woman was about to reach the door, he suddenly jumped up from the sofa as if he remembered something important and quickly chased after her. He shouted at the woman's graceful, slender, and charming back, "Can I know your name?" After hearing Yi Yu's question, the woman slowly stopped her light steps. Her long hair, like a waterfall, fluttered gently as she turned around. Then, she turned her head slightly, looked at Yi Yu with a cold gaze, and said with her red lips slightly, "I don't think you need to know, we may never meet again in the future." Yi Yu opened his mouth and wanted to continue asking, but swallowed the words back. However, at this moment, the woman seemed to see through his thoughts and spoke coldly, "Shu Yunshu." These three simple words, spoken from her mouth, seemed to carry a barely perceptible chill. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman did not stay and quickly left the room with her long legs. Only Yi Yu was left standing there blankly, repeating the three words Shu Yunshu over and over again. "Her name is really nice." Yi Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking secretly in his heart. Just as he was immersed in the memories of this mysterious woman, an abrupt ringing of the bell suddenly broke the silence. Yi Yu came back to his senses and hurriedly took out his cell phone from his pocket. The caller's name flashed on the screen, Brother Hammer. He quickly stretched out his finger and accurately and decisively pressed the answer button that was flashing green light. Then, he carefully put the phone close to his ear, afraid of missing even the slightest sound from the other end of the phone. Suddenly, a quick and loud shout came from the other end of the phone, "Yi Z, where have you been?" Yi Yu heard Brother Chui's anxiety and quickly responded, "Brother Chui, I'm outside right now." "What happened?" As he spoke, his brows furrowed slightly, and he wondered in his heart what had happened. However, before Yi Yu had time to think about it, Lu Tiechui raised his voice again and said to Yi Yu, "Oh my god. Why are you still staying outside? Today is the day for us to take graduation photos. Could it be that you have completely forgotten something so important?" After hearing what Brother Chui had just said, Yi Yu came back to his senses as if he had just woken up from a dream. He patted his forehead gently with his hand and said to the person on the other end of the phone with a guilty look on his face, "Oh my god, Hammer, I actually completely forgot about this." There was a sense of self-blame in his words that was difficult to conceal. Fortunately, Lu Tiechui did not blame him too much. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly urged, forget it. Since you have remembered, hurry up and come here. The photo shoot hasn't started yet, but there's not much time left, so hurry up."
After receiving Lu Tietue's instructions, Yi Yu nodded hurriedly and said, "Oh, okay, I got it. I'll rush back right away."
Before he finished speaking, he hung up the phone without hesitation, and then walked hurriedly out the door. A few minutes later, when Yi Yu stepped out of the door, he was stunned by the scene before him. It turned out that he had slept soundly for a whole night in the most luxurious and high-end hotel in this Yun city.
What was even more exaggerated was that the room he stayed in was the legendary luxurious presidential suite. "Wow, it's a good thing that woman paid the money just now, otherwise I wouldn't be able to afford it even if she bought me," Yi Yu said, suppressing his nervousness. "Never mind, the most important thing is to go back to school." Then Yi Yu walked to the side of the road, hailed a taxi and headed towards Yunqing University. Chapter 3: Taking Graduation Photos.
On this side, Zhu Yunshu hurriedly walked out of the hotel gate. A black luxury car slowly drove up to her and stopped.
The driver hurriedly got out of the car, opened the door, and bowed slightly and asked, "Boss Chu, where are we going now?"
Zhu Yunshu got into the car expressionlessly and replied in a cold voice, "Let's go to the company." The driver did not dare to neglect and immediately responded, "Okay, Mr. Chu." He then quickly returned to the driver's seat, started the car skillfully, and drove away from the hotel smoothly. The car was completely silent, with only the slight sound of the engine and the sound of air from the air conditioner interweaving together. Zhu Yunshu sat in the spacious and comfortable back seat, reached into her exquisite handbag, took out her cell phone, and dialed assistantly without hesitation. The call was quickly connected, and Assistant Li's respectful voice came from the other end.
"Boss, what's wrong?" Zhu Yunshu went straight to the point and ordered Assistant Li, "Go check for a student named Ji Yu at Yunqing University right away. I need all his detailed information. Give it to me as soon as possible." Assistant Li was obviously stunned for a moment, but he immediately responded, "Okay, President, I'll check it out right away."
After Zhu Yunshu finished speaking, he hung up the phone neatly, then put the phone aside casually and looked up at the street scene that was receding outside the car window. There was a barely perceptible hint of thought in her beautiful eyes. On the other side, Li Ming was holding the phone that had just been hung up, full of doubts. He really couldn't understand why the president, who was always focused on work and didn't pay much attention to other things, would suddenly ask him to investigate an ordinary college student. But he knew very well that as a qualified assistant, he should not speculate too much about his boss's intentions. So he shook his head, stopped thinking about it, quickly stood up from his chair, and began to look for relevant information about Yi Yu. An hour later, the sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves onto the grass on the campus, forming patches of mottled light and shadows. Yi Yu stood in front of the camera, smiling. The moment the photographer pressed the shutter, his college life seemed to be frozen in this graduation photo. After taking the photo, Yu, the roommate standing next to Yi Yu, patted him on the shoulder and asked Yi Yu, "Yi Zi, where did you go last night? Didn't you go to the bathroom? Why didn't you come back later?" When Yi Yu heard Yu's question, he remembered what the woman had just said and quickly made an excuse to explain. "Oh, I had an emergency at home, so I rushed back. The situation was quite urgent at the time, and I forgot to tell you." "I'm so sorry." Hearing this, Lu Tietue on the side quickly grabbed Yi Yu's shoulder and said, "Oh, luckily you're okay. We were so worried that we didn't sleep well the whole night." A warm feeling welled up in Yi Yu's heart, and he then asked, "So after I left, did you go back to school directly?" At this time, another roommate, Qian Feng, took over the conversation and replied, "Well, about the same. The main reason was that everyone was drunk and had a great time. Plus, it was getting late, so we all took a taxi back." Yi Yu nodded slightly to show his understanding, and then asked with concern, "So did you have a smooth journey back to school? Did you encounter any troubles?" Lu Tietue smiled nonchalantly, patted his chest and said, Of course it's okay. Otherwise, how could we stand here and chat peacefully now?" Yi Yu also laughed after hearing this, and said with a sigh of relief, "That's right." At this moment, Yu yawned, stretched, and reminded, Okay, stop chatting. I'm a little sleepy now. I really want to go back to the dormitory and catch up on some sleep." "Yeah, let's go back to the dormitory and get some rest. I'm so sleepy that I can't even open my eyes." Qian Feng agreed with a smile, his voice clear and loud. Several people nodded and walked slowly towards the dormitory. Along the way, we talked about the interesting things that happened when we just took graduation photos. After about 10 minutes, the four people finally arrived at the dormitory door. They pushed the door open and walked in, and a familiar smell hit them. As soon as he entered the dormitory, Yu couldn't wait to say to the other three people, "Brothers, I'm really too sleepy. I have to go to bed first." After saying that, he yawned loudly.
"Yeah, okay, you should go to bed." Yu responded with a smile and a nod.
Yu quickly took off his shoes, got onto the bed swiftly, and then pulled the quilt over himself. After a while, a slight snoring sound was heard. Qianfeng and Lu Tietue also quickly went to bed to rest. Yu sat quietly in the chair, his eyes a little dazed, and his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the scenes that happened in the morning. Those scenes kept playing in his mind like a movie, making him feel like it was a dream and not quite real. But thinking of what the woman said, Yu's mood became depressed again.
"Oh, forget it. Maybe I'll never see you again," Yu muttered softly.
10 minutes later, Yu recovered from his depression, opened his laptop and started writing his graduation thesis.
The beginning of the story.
"Brothers, we're going to go our separate ways soon.
How about we go out for a drink today and have a good time together?" Qianfeng looked at the other three people excitedly and suggested with anticipation in his eyes. Hearing this, Lu Tietue nodded without hesitation.
"Okay, since we have nothing to do anyway, we might as well take this opportunity to have a good drink." Seeing this, Qianfeng turned his gaze to Yu and Yu, who were silent on the side, and asked, "Brother Yu and Yi, what do you two think?
Do you want to go together?"
At this time, Yu slowly answered, "I don't have any problem, it's okay to celebrate." Then he turned to look at Yu beside him, as if he wanted to hear his thoughts. Yu scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and said shyly, "I can't drink much.
If I get drunk by accident, I'll have to trouble you to take care of me."
After saying that, an apologetic smile appeared on his face. After hearing this, Qianfeng hurried to comfort Yu.
"Don't worry, Yi. We won't order those strong liquors. We can just choose some with a slightly lower alcohol content. This way you can have fun without getting drunk easily, right?"
Yu lowered his head in thought for a moment, and finally nodded, indicating that he agreed with Qianfeng's suggestion. Seeing that no one had any objections, Qianfeng slapped his thigh and said with a smile, "Well, since there are no problems, I will find the bar. You don't have to worry about anything, just follow me."
Yu nodded slightly and replied, "Okay, but there is one thing you have to pay attention to. Find a proper bar, not those messy places." "Oh, I know what's going on. Just put your mind at ease."
Qianfeng patted his chest confidently and assured him. Yu looked at Qianfeng's confident look, just smiled meaningfully, and didn't say anything more. At 6:30 in the afternoon, Qianfeng pushed open the dormitory door and walked in.
"Brothers, let's go to the bar. Have you found a good location?" Yu asked. "Of course, the arrangements are clear and I guarantee you will be satisfied."
6.
"Okay, let's go." The three of them nodded, then followed Qianfeng out of the dormitory. In the car on the way to the bar, Yu asked, "Which bar are you looking for?"
"I'll check if it's reliable." "Brother, you don't trust me so much."
Yu nodded affirmatively. "The feelings have faded," Qianfeng said disappointedly. "So which bar is it?"
"Oops, the Victory Bar." When Yu heard the name, he didn't plan to check it out, but was stopped by Qianfeng.
"What?"
"No need to check, I'm familiar with this bar."
Yu was very confused when he heard this, and asked aloud, "What do you mean?"
"Oh, to tell you the truth, this is a bar opened by my uncle."
Hearing Qianfeng's words, the three were shocked. "Okay, don't worry, nothing will happen,"
Qianfeng said confidently. 10 minutes later, the four arrived at the door of the bar.
"Let's go in. I have booked a private room,"
Qianfeng said to the three people behind him. The three were surprised by the luxurious bar and did not hear Qianfeng's words. Qianfeng realized that there was no reply to him, so he quickly turned around and looked at the three people.
"What's wrong with you? Let's go."
The three of them recovered from their surprise.
"Old Qian, is this really opened by your uncle?" Yu asked uncertainly.
"Of course, let's go." As he spoke, Qianfeng pulled the three of them into the bar. As soon as they walked in, they heard the sound of music and people talking inside. "Brothers, go upstairs.
We have a private room on the 3rd floor." Then Qianfeng walked in front of the three people.
2 minutes later, 4 people pushed open the door of the box and walked in.
Then the three of them saw a table full of wine. "Old Qian, there is so much wine," Yu said in surprise. "Oh, it's okay. They are all given by my uncle. Just drink them,
Xianfeng said with a smile.
Then the four of them sat down. Yi Zi, you drink those cocktails and fruit drinks, those have a lower alcohol content. Okay. Brother Du, Brother Chui, let's just drink whatever we want, okay? Lu Tiechui nodded and said, I have no problem. Okay. Du Yu nodded. Then let's get started.
After more than an hour, the entire box was filled with the smell of alcohol.
Brothers, I'm going to the bathroom. You guys continue drinking,
Yi Yu said to the other three people as he slowly stood up.
Oh, Yi Zi, be careful,
Xianfeng said in a daze.
Understood. I'll go first then.
Then Yi Yu stumbled out of the box and headed towards the toilet. Then Yi Yu slowly walked towards the toilet, holding onto the wall.
10 minutes later, Yi Yu came out of the toilet.
Suddenly I saw someone sitting at the door of the toilet. Yi Yu walked over carefully and found that it was a woman.
Yi Yu helped the woman up from the ground out of kindness.
As soon as the woman stood firm, she hugged Yi Yu, and then her soft lips pressed against Yi Yu's lips, kissing him passionately. Yi Yu was stunned at first, and then he was slowly drawn into the situation by the woman in front of him. Everyone knows the rest of the story, so I won't say much.
Chapter 4 I'm Pregnant.
3 months later, Yi Yu, who had just graduated, after careful consideration, resolutely chose to set up a stall on the bustling snack street near the university he was familiar with. It is crowded with people, filled with the aroma of various delicacies, and full of the flavor of life. This morning, the sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains into the small rental house. At this time, Yi Yu was immersed in a sweet dream and had no idea what was about to happen. Suddenly, a rapid and loud knock on the door broke the silence. The sleepy Yi Yu was awakened by the sudden sound and muttered to himself. Who is it? It's so early in the morning, can't I sleep well? Although he was very reluctant, he still forced himself to get up from the bed, cursing, and staggered towards the door. Then Yi Yu quickly opened the door. When he saw clearly the person standing outside the door, he seemed to be cast under a spell of immobilization in an instant. Suddenly he froze in place, an expression of disbelief on his face. Xu Yunshu, who was standing at the door, stared quietly at Yi Yu's disheveled appearance as he just woke up. His brows unconsciously frowned slightly. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. The two stood face to face, looking into each other's eyes, but no one spoke. Time passed minute by minute, and after several minutes, Xu Yunshu finally broke the silence. She opened her red lips slightly and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Aren't you going to invite me in to sit down?" Hearing this, Yi Yu came back to his senses as if waking up from a dream, and quickly responded awkwardly, "Oh, sorry, I forgot for a moment. Please come in, please come in." As he spoke, he quickly turned sideways to make room at the door and motioned for Xu Yunshu to come in. Xu Yunshu walked into the room, and Yi Yu followed carefully behind him. They both walked to the slightly worn sofa and slowly sat down. When the two of them sat on the sofa, Xu Yunshu said to Yi Yu, I'm pregnant. These few short words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Yi Yu's ears, leaving him stunned for a moment. Time seemed to freeze. Yi Yu widened his eyes and looked at Xu Yunshu in front of him in disbelief, his lips trembling slightly. What did you just say? His voice was filled with uncertainty and consternation. Xu Yunshu took a deep breath and said firmly again, I said I'm pregnant, it's yours. Her eyes were fixed on Yi Yu, trying to catch a hint of reaction from his expression. You're pregnant, you're pregnant. Yi Yu kept repeating this sentence like a robot. At first, his face was full of tension and anxiety. After all, this sudden news was so shocking that he was a little overwhelmed for a moment. However, as time went on, this emotion was gradually replaced by joy. Thinking about the coming of a new life, Yi Yu couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of happiness in his heart. After finally calming down his excitement, Yi Yu tried to keep himself calm and asked in a calm tone, So what do you think? Although he appeared calm on the surface, his clenched hands betrayed the turmoil in his heart. Xu Yunshu bit her lower lip lightly and said slowly, I plan to give birth to the child. Because when I went to the hospital for a checkup just now, the doctor told me that due to my special physical condition, if I give up this child this time, I may never have the chance to have my own baby again. After saying that, she looked up and stared at Yi Yu, with a hint of anticipation and uneasiness in her eyes. Yi Yu nodded seriously, indicating that he understood Xu Yunshu's decision. Xu Yunshu was silent for a moment, then mustered up the courage to speak. Do you want me to have this baby? When she asked this question, she actually had a little selfish motive. She was eager to know Yi Yu's true attitude towards the unborn child in order to judge whether he was qualified to be the child's father. If Yi Yu showed the slightest reluctance or hesitation, perhaps she would re-evaluate him and her future life plans. Xu Yunshu was still very nervous when he asked this question.
Of course I thought about it. Yi Yu nodded. When Xu Yunshu heard Yi Yu's answer, his nervous mood instantly relaxed. Well, that's good. Suddenly, there was an inopportune noise in the room. The sound was like ripples on a calm lake, breaking the tranquility.
Although the sound was not loud, it was particularly clear in this quiet space. Yi Yu, who was sitting on the sofa and talking with Xu Yunshu, keenly noticed that this was the sound made by Xu Yunshu because he was hungry. He was slightly startled, and then a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
You are hungry. You didn't have breakfast.
Yi Yu asked, his voice so soft as if he was afraid of disturbing something. Xu Yunshu shook his head slightly, with a hint of shyness on his face. I came to your place right after I finished my checkup this morning.
I haven't eaten yet.
Yi Yu looked at the clock on the wall and found that the hour hand was almost pointing to noon.
Oh, I think it's getting late now. I'll go make dinner and eat it with lunch later.
His tone was firm yet caring, as if cooking was a natural thing to do. Xu Yunshu nodded gently, with a grateful look on his face.
Then I'll trouble you.
Her voice was like the breeze blowing through flowers, soft and sweet.
Don't say such things. I am also responsible for your current situation.
Yi Yu spoke quickly, a hint of guilt in his eyes. He felt that he was responsible for Xu Yunshu's condition and wanted to make up for it by cooking.
Well, all right then.
Xu Yunshu responded softly, his eyes full of understanding.
Then sit here and rest for a while. I'll be there soon.
Xu Yunshu nodded obediently, sat quietly on the sofa, and watched Yi Yu get up and walk towards the small kitchen next to him. Although the small kitchen was not big, it was tidy and tidy, with all kinds of kitchen utensils neatly arranged. Yi Yu walked into the kitchen, tied an apron skillfully, and started to busy herself in the kitchen. He first took out the fresh ingredients from the refrigerator and washed them carefully. Then he picked up the kitchen knife and cut the vegetables and meat into small, even pieces. His knife skills were skillful, and each cut was precise and powerful. Then, he turned on the stove and poured in an appropriate amount of oil. When the oil was hot, he put the cut ingredients into the pot. Suddenly, a sizzling sound came from the pot and oil smoke rose up.
Yi Yu stir-fried the ingredients skillfully with smooth movements, as if he was performing a wonderful show. Half an hour later, the entire rental house was filled with fragrance. The fragrance was like an invisible hand, gently teasing Xu Yunshu's taste buds.
It smells so good. Xu Yunshu couldn't help but stand up from the sofa, walked over slowly, and stood behind Yi Yu, with anticipation flashing in his eyes.
Are you very hungry?
Yi Yu turned his head, looked at Xu Yunshu, and asked with a smile.
His smile is like the sunshine in spring, warm and bright. Xu Yunshu blushed and nodded, yes, I'm very hungry. Then wait a minute, it will be ready soon.
Xu Yunshu nodded, then stood by and watched Yi Yu cook.
Chapter 5 Consider Getting Married. In just a few minutes, Yi Yu was busy in the kitchen, moving quickly and skillfully.
He was stir-frying the dishes in the pot with great concentration, controlling the heat to just the right degree and handling each step very delicately. Finally, the last dish came out of the pot, and he looked at the delicious meal with satisfaction. He turned to Xu Yunshu, who was sitting quietly beside him, and said gently, "The meal is ready, wash your hands and eat."
Xu Yunshu responded softly, "Yeah."
She walked slowly to the faucet beside her and turned it on. Clear water flowed down, splashing small water droplets. She put her hands under the water, feeling the coolness, and rubbed her fingers delicately. While Xu Yunshu was washing his hands, Yi Yu was not idle. He first carefully picked up the steaming soup, walked steadily to the dining table, and placed the soup in the center of the table. Then he brought the other dishes to the table one by one, and carefully adjusted the position of each dish to make the entire table look more beautiful. After seeing Xu Yunshu wash her hands, Yi Yu quickly greeted her with a smile on his face. "Come, sit here." He quickly pulled out his chair, his eyes full of anticipation. "Try these dishes and see if they suit your taste." Yi Yu said this and quickly handed the chopsticks to Xu Yunshu. Xu Yunshu took the chopsticks, gently picked up a piece of green broccoli and put it into his mouth. She chewed slowly, her eyes slightly narrowed, a look of enjoyment on her face.
"How about it?"
Yi Yu asked curiously, his eyes fixed on Xu Yunshu's expression, feeling a little nervous, wondering whether the meal he had carefully prepared would suit her taste.
Shu Yunshu nodded vigorously, his cheeks slightly puffed up from chewing, and said vaguely, "Well, it's delicious." The broccoli was cooked to perfection, crisp and tender, and tasted great. "Really? If it's delicious, eat more. These are all made specially for you," Yi Yu said with a smile, his eyes full of pampering, and picked up a large piece of broccoli and put it in Shu Yunshu's bowl. Shu Yunshu nodded and started eating without even raising his head. She ate the food in big mouthfuls, and every bite was so satisfying, as if the food had infinite magic. Seeing how much she enjoyed eating, Yi Yu was so happy that his eyes narrowed into slits and the smile on his face was as bright as a blooming flower. Then Yi Yu asked about the details of her examination this morning. Half an hour passed by unknowingly. They both finished their meal and placed their bowls on the table. "Yunshu, are you done eating?" Yi Yu's clear voice broke the moment of silence. Shu Yunshu was immersed in the comfortable and somewhat trance-like state after dinner when he heard Yi Yu calling him Yunshu. The gentle tone seemed to carry an invisible magic that instantly made her heart beat like a frightened deer. A blush quickly appeared on her cheeks, like the gorgeous sunset in the sky, spreading from her cheeks to her ears. She lowered her head slightly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, trying to hide her inner panic. "Yunshu, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever?" Yi Yu noticed something strange about Shu Yunshu, and his eyes were full of concern. As he said that, he stretched out his hand and wanted to touch Shu Yunshu's forehead to see if she was really sick. However, Shu Yunshu reacted extremely quickly, like a frightened little rabbit, and suddenly turned his body to the side, quickly dodging Yi Yu's hand. Her eyes were a little flustered, and she quickly explained, "I don't have a fever, I'm just a little hot." Her voice trembled slightly, as if she was trying hard to hide something. "Oh, then I'll get you a fan." Yi Yu didn't think much about it and simply thought that Shu Yunshu really felt hot. He had a warm smile on his face and turned to get the fan. Shu Yunshu nodded quickly. She didn't dare to speak, for fear that once she opened her mouth, her panic would be exposed more obviously. She lowered her head, twisting the corners of her clothes nervously with her hands, and her heartbeat was still as rapid as a drum. When Yi Yu saw her nod in agreement, he quickly stood up and walked briskly into his room. The room was a little messy, but he didn't bother to tidy it up. He quickly scanned the room and finally found the fan in the corner. He walked over quickly, picked up the fan, and then hurried back to the living room. "Bathroom, the fan is for you." Yi Yu handed the fan to Shu Yunshu with a brilliant smile on his face. That smile was like the sunshine in spring, warm and bright. Shu Yunshu quickly took it, and her fingers accidentally touched Yi Yu's hand. At that moment, a current-like feeling spread throughout her body. Her face turned even redder, she lowered her head, not daring to look into Yi Yu's eyes, and said softly, "Thank you. Yunshu, take a rest first. I'll clean up the table." As Yi Yu spoke, he began to clear the dishes on the dining table. He moved skillfully and neatly, stacking the dishes and chopsticks one by one, then picked up the plates and prepared to take them to the kitchen to wash. When Shu Yunshu saw Yi Yu cleaning up alone, he felt touched and guilty. She felt that she shouldn't sit so leisurely, so she asked quickly, "Do you want me to help you?" Her voice was filled with hesitation and concern. Yi Yu shook her head, still with a gentle smile on her face, and said seriously, "You are pregnant, just take a good rest, I will take care of these things." His eyes were full of determination and concern, as if telling Shu Yunshu that she just needed to rest and take care of the baby and leave everything else to him. After hearing Yi Yu's words, Shu Yunshu felt warm in his heart and tears of emotion flashed in his eyes. She nodded gently, and sat there quietly, watching Yi Yu's busy figure. A feeling of happiness quietly spread in her heart. Then Yi Yu walked into the kitchen and started washing the dishes. At this moment, a pleasant cell phone ringtone suddenly rang, breaking the silence in the room. Shu Yunshu heard the phone ringing, picked up the phone and saw the words assistantly on the screen. She quickly pressed the answer button, and the voice of Li Ti's assistant came from the other end of the phone. "Boss Chu, are you going to the company this afternoon? Do you need me to arrange a car to pick you up?" Shu Yunshu thought for a moment and replied, "Well, it can be arranged. I have to go to the company in the afternoon." "Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll arrange it for you right away." Special Assistant Li responded respectfully. "Okay." Then Shu Yunshu hung up the phone. A few minutes later, Yi Yu finished washing the dishes, dried his hands with a towel, took off his apron, slowly walked out of the kitchen and returned to the living room. He walked over to Shu Yunshu and asked with concern, "Yunshu, how do you feel? Are you still hot?" Shu Yunshu smiled and shook his head, saying gently, "Much better, thank you for your concern." Seeing this, Yi Yu nodded with relief and said, "That's good.
If you still feel uncomfortable, be sure to tell me. Xu Yunshu smiled and agreed, then suddenly said to Yi Yu in a serious tone, Yi Yu, sit down first, I have something to tell you. When Yi Yu heard Xu Yunshu's words, he nodded quickly. Then he sat down on the sofa beside her, looking at her curiously, waiting for what she would say next. That's right, in order to give the baby a complete family, I want you to marry me. Yi Yu widened his eyes, his face full of astonishment. He had never expected Xu Yunshu to suddenly make such a request. His lips trembled slightly, and he stammered, What, are you going to get married? Xu Yunshu nodded firmly and replied, Yes, it means getting married. Her tone was calm and decisive, as if this decision had been brewing in her mind for a long time. However, before Yi Yu could recover from his shock, Xu Yunshu's cell phone suddenly rang at an inopportune time. She glanced at the caller ID, and then said to Yi Yu, You can think about it carefully first. This is my number. If you have thought it over, call me. Then, she smiled and added, I have something to do with the company, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Xu Yunshu stood up, took out a business card from his bag and handed it to Yi Yu. Yi Yu took the business card woodenly and watched Xu Yunshu turn around and walk towards the door. Seeing that Xu Yunshu was about to leave the room, Yi Yu suddenly came to his senses. He quickly stood up and shouted at Xu Yunshu's back. Yunshu, you are pregnant now, you need to be careful and don't get too tired. When Xu Yunshu heard Yi Yu's caring words, she paused slightly. She turned around, nodded at Yi Yu, and a gentle smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Then, she continued to walk towards the door, and her figure gradually disappeared behind the door. Chapter 6 Mother Calls. In the afternoon, the sunlight gradually became softer. Yi Yu hurriedly packed up his belongings, then got on the slightly old electric bike and sped towards the snack street. About 10 minutes later, Yi Yu finally arrived at his destination, and then he parked the car on the side of the road. In the next few minutes, Yi Yu carefully took out the tiramisu cake he had carefully made from the electric car and gently placed it on the car. These cakes exude an enticing aroma, as if telling people how delicious they are. After completing all this, Yi Yu did not stop, but began to carefully tidy up the car. He laid out the tools he would need, making sure everything was in perfect order. Time passed quietly. Before 6 o'clock, a long line had formed in front of Yi Yu's car. People couldn't wait to taste his tiramisu cake. With a smile on her face, Yi Yu greeted every customer warmly and packed the cakes for them quickly and accurately. Surprisingly, in less than an hour, all the tiramisu cakes that Yi Yu brought today were sold out. Looking at the empty car, Yi Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. However, he did not forget those guests who failed to buy cakes. He quickly said, I'm sorry, everyone. All the cakes I brought today have been sold out. If you still want to eat, remember to come earlier next time. Before he finished speaking, Yi Yu started to clean up the garbage around the car. He picked up used wrapping paper, plastic bags, and other debris and put them into the garbage bag. Just when he had just cleaned up the garbage around him, Yi Yu's cell phone suddenly rang. Yi Yu's heart tightened and he quickly put down the things in his hand. Then Yi Yu quickly took out his mobile phone from his bag and lightly tapped the screen with his finger. The screen instantly lit up and displayed the word mother. Yi Yu pressed the answer button without hesitation, and the gentle voice of his mother Lilan came from the other end of the phone. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Yi Yu quickly replied, Oh, I'm outside, and I'm getting ready to go home. Mother Lilan said with concern, Well, then drive slowly on the road. Yi Yu responded, Okay, I know, Mom. By the way, what's the matter with you calling me? Mother Lilan seemed a little hesitant, and after a pause she said, Oh, nothing, I just called to ask how you've been doing. Yi Yu felt warm in his heart and quickly said, I'm doing fine. Don't worry about me and Dad. Take care of yourself. Mother Lilan smiled and replied, Yes, I understand. However, at this moment, Yi Yu suddenly remembered that Xu Yunshu was pregnant. A complex emotion suddenly surged in his heart, and he didn't know whether he should tell his parents the news. After a fierce inner struggle, Yi Yu finally made up his mind. He took a deep breath, as if to swallow all the tension and anxiety, and then pretended to be relaxed and joked to his mother on the other end of the phone, Mom, I have something to ask you. Lilan, the mother on the other end of the phone, didn't seem to notice Yi Yu's abnormality, and just responded casually, What's wrong? Tell me. Yi Yu hesitated for a moment, but continued, I said if, just if. Well, what if? Lilan's tone remained calm, but Yi Yu could feel that her attention was completely focused on him. Yi Yu gritted his teeth and finally mustered up the courage to say, If I'm with a girl, and she gets pregnant, what will you do? As soon as he said this, Yi Yu felt as if all his strength had been drained away, and he collapsed into the chair. He anxiously waited for his mother Li Lan's reaction, his heart pounding like a rabbit. After a long while, Li Lan's serious voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiaoyu, if you really did this, you will be responsible for that girl, otherwise your father and I will break your legs. When Yi Yu heard this, he was so frightened that his soul flew away. He quickly explained, "Oh, Mom, I was just joking with you, don't be so serious." In order to prevent his mother from asking more questions, Yi Yu quickly said, "Okay, Mom, I'm going home. I'll hang up first." After saying that, Yi Yu hung up the phone with a sense of relief, and then breathed a long sigh of relief. At this time, Li Lan was sitting on the sofa in a house in a small mountain village on the edge of Yuncheng. Li Lan looked at the hung-up phone, her heart full of doubts. She couldn't help but recall the conversation she had with her son Yi Yu today. The more she thought about it, the more confusing her son's words became. So, Li Lan hurriedly walked to her husband Yi Feng and repeated to him every word that Yi Yu had just said to her. "Old man, tell me, why did Xiaoyu suddenly ask such a question?" Li Lan frowned and asked suspiciously. After Yi Feng pondered for a moment, he slowly said, "I think, could it be that Xiaoyu really got a girl pregnant, and he was just testing your attitude?" When Li Lan heard Yi Feng's guess, she was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. "Ah? What should I do then?" she said anxiously. Yi Feng quickly comforted him, "Don't worry, this is just my guess, it may not be the truth." Li Lan calmed down a little, but still said with some worry, "How about I go see him tomorrow and find out the situation?" Yi Feng hesitated for a while and then said, "It might not be a good idea for you to go there suddenly like this." The two fell into silence, each thinking about this question. After a few minutes, Li Lan seemed to have made up her mind and suddenly said, "Oh, forget it. I'd better go there tomorrow to feel more at ease." Seeing this, Yi Feng had no choice but to nod in agreement. "This is the only way." "Okay, then let's go to bed early. I'll get up early tomorrow," Li Lan said. Then the two went back to their room and went to sleep. As for Yi Yu, he first took down the things on the cart one by one, and then placed them carefully on his electric car. Although these things are not very valuable, they are very important to Yi Yu. After packing up, Yi Yu got on the electric scooter, turned the key, the electric scooter made a buzzing sound, and then slowly drove forward. Along the way, Yi Yu felt a little complicated. He was thinking about what happened today while looking at the scenery along the road. More than 10 minutes later, Yi Yu finally returned to his rental house. He parked the electric scooter and walked into the rental house. Yi Yu walked to the sofa and sat down, feeling that all the fatigue in his body was released. He raised his head and saw Chu Yunshu's business card on the coffee table. This business card was given to him by Chu Yunshu at noon, and he has kept it on the coffee table. But now, when he saw the business card again, he suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. Yi Yu remembered what his mother had just said, and quickly picked up the business card, carefully read the information on it, and then found Chu Yunshu's mobile phone number. Yi Yu pressed a number and quickly dialed Chu Yunshu's number. Chapter 7 System Appearance. Yi Yu gently picked up the dialed phone, put it close to his ear, and waited quietly for Chu Yunshu to answer the call. Time passed by minute, but there was no sound of Chu Yunshu answering the phone. Yi Yu stared at the phone screen, thinking silently, she should be busy now, maybe it's not convenient for her to answer the phone. So Yi Yu decided to take a shower first and then continue calling her. So Yi Yu slowly put down his phone and walked towards the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Yi Yu walked out of the bathroom while drying his hair and headed towards the bedroom. Just as Yi Yu walked into the room, he heard the phone ringing. Then Yi Yu quickly walked back to the bed and picked up his cell phone. "Hello?" There was a hint of anticipation in Yi Yu's voice. "Hello, who is this?" Chu Yunshu's voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding a little tired. "Yunshu, I'm Yi Yu." Yi Yu replied quickly. Hearing Yi Yu's voice, Chu Yunshu's tense nerves instantly relaxed, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a smile. "What's wrong? Did you make up your mind before calling me?" There was a hint of nervousness in Chu Yunshu's tone. Yi Yu took a deep breath, then said firmly, "Well, I've thought about it." Chu Yunshu's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and she asked nervously, "Then what is your decision?" Yi Yu was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "I am willing to marry you and give the baby a complete family." "Have you thought about it?" Chu Yunshu asked again. "Well, I've thought about it." "I do." "Okay, then you prepare your things and we'll go get the marriage certificate tomorrow morning." "Ah, so fast?" Yi Yu said in surprise.
Well, what's wrong? Is it not possible? Shu Yunshu asked puzzledly. Sure. That's fine. Remember to get up early and get ready tomorrow morning. I'll drive to pick you up. Shu Yunshu reminded. Okay, got it. Well, if there's nothing else to call, that's it for now. Then Shu Yunshu hung up the phone and put it on the table. Shu Yunshu picked up the office phone on the desk and called assistantly. Assistantly, I will be coming to the company later tomorrow morning. Please postpone the meeting tomorrow morning. Okay, Mr. Chu. Then Shu Yunshu hung up the phone. Shu Yunshu nodded, looked at Yi Yu's phone number, and noted him as brother. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly with not a single cloud in the sky. Yi Yu got up and stood in front of the window to look at the weather outside. What a nice weather today. Then Yi Yu walked into the bathroom and started washing. After washing up, Yi Yu walked into the kitchen and made himself a simple breakfast. Just when Yi Yu was having breakfast, Shu Yunshu called. Yi Yu, are you up? Get up, we're eating now. Yi Yu said quickly. Oh, that's good. I'll walk towards you now and we'll be there in 10 minutes. Shu Yunshu said to Yi Yu quickly. Well, I'll go downstairs now and wait for you. Okay, I'll hang up first. I need to drive. Then Yi Yu hung up the phone and quickened his eating pace. In just a few minutes, Yi Yu quickly finished his breakfast. Then Yi Yu returned to the bedroom and started changing clothes. Downstairs, Yi Yu saw the Porsche coming from a distance. As the car got closer, Yi Yu's heartbeat quickened. Finally, the car slowly stopped in front of him, the window rolled down, revealing Shu Yunshu's exquisite face. Yi Yu, get in the car. Shu Yunshu's voice was clear and gentle, like the first breeze in spring. Yi Yu nodded quickly, walked quickly to the passenger seat, opened the door quickly and sat in. Are you seated? I'm going to drive. Shu Yunshu's pleasant voice sounded in the car again. Okay, let's go. Yi Yu took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound calmer. When Shu Yunshu heard Yi Yu's answer, he immediately started the car. The tires made a slight sound as they rubbed against the ground, and the car drove smoothly out of the community. Along the way, the car was unusually quiet, with only the roar of the engine echoing in my ears. Yi Yu secretly glanced at Shu Yunshu and found that she was driving the car attentively, with her brows slightly furrowed, as if she was thinking about something. Yi Yu felt that this silence was a bit suffocating, and he decided to take the initiative to break the awkward atmosphere. Just as he was about to speak, Shu Yunshu suddenly asked, Have you brought all your documents? You will need them to get your certificate later. Oh, I've got them all. Yi Yu was startled by Shu Yunshu's sudden question and answered quickly. Okay, we'll be there soon, so hurry up and get ready. Yi Yu nodded silently. A few minutes later, Shu Yunshu found a parking space and parked the car. We're at the Civil Affairs Bureau, get off the car. Yi Yu quickly opened the passenger door and got out of the car. Then the two of them walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau side by side. Half an hour later, the two walked out with their red marriage certificate. Just as Yi Yu walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, a very large screen appeared in front of him. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the happiness system. System analysis. This system exists to allow the host to live a happy life. Main functions of the system. The host can receive fixed happiness points by signing in every day. In certain cases, the system will issue tasks to the host, and happiness points can be obtained by completing the tasks. The host can use the points to unlock items in the mall. System hidden function. The system will record the host's happy moments and reward the host with special rewards. When Yi Yu saw this, he was a little confused. Could this be a system that only appears in novels? At this moment, Shu Yunshu, who was standing in front of Yi Yu, suddenly noticed that something was wrong with Yi Yu. She stared at Yi Yu and found that his eyes were a little vague, as if he was not listening to her at all. Yi Yu, what's wrong with you? Shu Yunshu couldn't help but ask, with a hint of worry in his voice. Yi Yu was awakened by Shu Yunshu's shouting. He suddenly came to his senses and looked at Shu Yunshu with some embarrassment. Ah! Yi Yu's tone was a little flustered, and he obviously hadn't fully recovered from his previous thoughts. What were you doing just now? Why did you suddenly become dazed? Shu Yunshu frowned slightly and continued to ask. Yi Yu quickly covered up and said, Oh, it's okay, I just can't believe that I'm already married. Seeing this, Shu Yunshu smiled and comforted him. It's okay, you will get used to it slowly in the future. Yi Yu nodded in understanding.
However, before Yi Yu could figure out how to respond, Shu Yunshu's next words surprised him. "You should give up the rental house you're living in now and move in with me." "Ah? Are we going to live together so soon?" Yi Yu cried out in surprise. He had never expected Shu Yunshu to make this request so quickly. "Well, we're married, so of course we have to live together. And I'm pregnant now, so you have to come and take care of me." Shu Yunshu looked at Yi Yu's face seriously. A complex emotion suddenly surged in Yi Yu's heart. He was a little hesitant, but he also felt that what Shu Yunshu said made sense. After all, they are married, so it is natural for them to live together. Just when Yi Yu was still hesitating, the system screen appeared in front of him again. Task release, live together with Shu Yunshu, reward 200 happiness points, please choose whether to complete it. Seeing this, Yi Yu quickly clicked OK. Then Yi Yu turned to Shu Yunshu and said, "Well, okay, I'll go back and pack my luggage and then give up the rental house." Seeing Yi Yu agree to move in so readily, Shu Yunshu couldn't help but smile and nodded with satisfaction. The specific address of the house is Building 6, 5th floor, Tianshui Lakeside. Here is the key to the house. You must keep it safe and don't lose it, or you won't be able to get in. Shu Yunshu said as he handed an exquisite key to Yi Yu. Seeing this, Yi Yu hurriedly stretched out his hands to take the key, and carefully put it into his pocket, as if it was an invaluable treasure. "Okay, then you should go back and pack your things. I have to go to work too." Shu Yunshu looked at the time and spoke to Yi Yu. Yi Yu responded obediently, and then said to Shu Yunshu with concern, "Okay, then pay attention to safety when you drive slowly, and be careful on the road." Shu Yunshu's smile became even brighter when she heard that. She smiled and nodded at Yi Yu, then turned around, got into the car, started the engine, and slowly drove away from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Yi Yu stood where he was, watching Shu Yunshu's car go farther and farther away until it completely disappeared from his sight. Then he stopped a taxi, opened the door, got in, and told the driver to go to his rental house. Chapter 8 Mother Arrives 1. The taxi slowly stopped at the entrance of the community. The driver turned around and said to Yi Yu, "We have arrived at our destination." After paying the fare, Yi Yu opened the car door and walked into the community. He walked through the garden of the community and went straight towards the building where he lived. Yi Yu walked into the elevator and pressed the button for his floor. The elevator rose slowly and arrived soon. He walked out of the elevator and saw a person standing at the door of his rental house. Yi Yu was shocked and looked carefully, and found that the person standing at the door was his mother. He walked over quickly and shouted, "Mom." Li Lan heard the voice behind her and turned around quickly. There was a hint of surprise on her face, and then she said, "Xiaoyu, why aren't you at home?" "Oh, I just had something to do and went out for a while," Yi Yu quickly explained to his mother. After saying that, Yi Yu walked quickly to the door, took out the key from his pocket, and opened the door. He stepped aside to let his mother go in first, and then he followed her into the room. "Mom, please sit on the sofa for a while. I'll go get you a glass of water," Yi Yu said as he walked towards the kitchen. A few minutes later, Yi Yu came out with a glass of water and carefully placed it on the coffee table in front of his mother. "Mom, drink some water," Yi Yu said softly. Li Lan smiled and nodded, then said to Yi Yu, "Xiaoyu, you should sit down and have a rest for a while." Yi Yu nodded, walked to his mother's side and slowly sat down. "Mom, didn't you just call yesterday? Why are you here again today?" Yi Yu looked at his mother with curiosity, and couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Li Lan didn't hesitate at all and said directly, "Xiaoyu, are you hiding something from me?" Her eyes were sharp, as if she could see through Yi Yu's heart. Yi Yu was startled by his mother's sudden questioning and stammered, How is it possible?" However, his voice was clearly lacking in confidence. Li Lan naturally noticed something was wrong with her son. She frowned slightly and her tone became more serious. "Are you in any trouble?" Yi Yu's heartbeat became faster and faster, and sweat began to appear on his forehead. He took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, then quickly waved his hands to deny it. "No, really not." Li Lan did not easily believe her son's words. She stared at Yi Yu closely, as if trying to find some clues from his expression. Yi Yu felt a little uncomfortable with his mother's gaze, and finally couldn't help but sigh. "Well, there is something I have been hiding from you, but I only found out about it recently." Yi Yu's voice was so low that only he could hear it. Li Lan's nerves immediately tensed up, and she asked anxiously, "What's the matter?" Yi Yu raised his head, met his mother's gaze, and then said slowly, "You still remember what we said yesterday?" Li Lan nodded, her mind quickly recalling the conversation from last night.
Suddenly, her face turned pale, and she said uncertainly, "It can't be true?" When Yi Yu saw his mother's reaction, he felt more and more uneasy.
He hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded slightly to indicate his agreement.
You. Li Lan's face was full of anger and her lips were trembling. She was obviously very angry and couldn't even utter a complete sentence.
Seeing this, Yi Yu hurriedly comforted her, "Mom, don't be angry.
It's not good for your health if you get angry."
Li Lan took a few deep breaths and calmed down a little.
After a while, she asked, "What's going on? Tell me everything."
Seeing that his mother's mood had eased, Yi Yu nodded obediently and then told her the whole story. Time passed minute by minute, and after more than 10 minutes, Yi Yu finally finished telling the whole story. At this time, Li Lan was also lost in thought. Her brows were furrowed, as if she was thinking about something. Yi Yu looked at his mother without saying a word, and his heart began to get nervous again. He didn't know what his mother's attitude was towards this matter.
After a long while, Mother Li Lan suddenly broke the silence and asked, "So, when you said you had something to do, you went out to get a marriage certificate?" Yi Yu nodded quickly and responded, "Yes." "Why didn't that girl come over?" Li Lan asked.
"Oh, something happened at her company, so she went back to work."
Yi Yu explained quickly. "All right."
Li Lan responded indifferently, and then the two fell into silence again.
Yi Yu became increasingly uneasy, and finally could not help asking again, "Mom, so what is your attitude? What kind of attitude can I have? You have your marriage certificate and a child now. As long as you live a good life, that's all. But Xiaoyu, since she gave birth to your child, you have to treat her well and not let her down, understand?" Yi Yu nodded seriously and said, "Of course, I will definitely treat her well."
Li Lan looked at her son's serious expression and smiled with relief.
However, when I thought about the gap between the two families, I couldn't help but worry. "Xiaoyu, I want to meet that girl," Li Lan said to Yi Yu. "Ah, I wonder if she has time."
"I'll send her a message later."
"Okay." Li Lan nodded. "Then Mom, you take a rest for a while. I'll go to my room to pack my things."
After saying that, Yi Yu walked towards his room. As soon as Yi Yu walked into the room, he took out his mobile phone and opened the chat box with Chu Yunshu.
"Yi Yunshu, my mother is here and she knows about our affairs. What should I do?"
At this time, Chu Yunshu was sitting in the main seat in the conference room, listening attentively to the work reports of the heads of various departments. Suddenly, an abrupt message receiving ring sounded in the quiet conference room, as if a stone was thrown into the calm lake, causing ripples. The sudden ringing of the bell startled the people who were originally concentrating on their work reports, and the atmosphere in the entire conference room instantly became awkward and solemn. The heads of various departments sitting below looked at each other and exchanged puzzled glances, obviously wondering who had not turned their phone to silent mode.
Assistant Li, who was standing next to Chu Yunshu, keenly noticed this situation.
He quickly scanned the conference room and his eyes finally fell on Chu Yunshu's phone.
Chu Yunshu's phone screen was flashing, showing 2 unread messages. Assistant Li quickly leaned over to Chu Yunshu and said softly, "Boss Chu, your phone is ringing." Chu Yunshu's heart tightened when he heard this.
He quickly picked up his phone to check and saw 2 unread messages.
At the same time, several supervisors below also noticed this scene.
When they found out that it was the president's cell phone ringing, a big stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Chu Yunshu coughed lightly, and then said to the supervisor who was reporting to the side, "You continue." The supervisor named by Chu Yunshu felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly adjusted his state and continued to report on his work. Chu Yunshu also took his phone under the table and started checking messages.
Chapter 9 Mother arrives too.
When Chu Yunshu saw the message sent by Yi Yu, he suddenly became nervous. She quickly calmed herself down and then sent a message to Yi Yu.
"Yunshu, Yi Yu, where is Auntie now?"
"Yi, she is in my rental house now. I just finished talking to her and she is packing her things in the room now."
"Yunshu, oh. Yi, sister, my mother just said she wants to see you. When are you free?"
When Chu Yunshu saw the message sent by Yi Yu, his emotions, which had originally calmed down, became nervous again.
"Yunshu, take Auntie to my house. I'll be back at noon." "Yi, okay."
"Yunshu, then pack your things quickly."
"Yi, yeah."
Then Yi Yu put down his phone and started packing. Chu Yunshu also put down his phone and continued to push the reports from the supervisors. More than half an hour later, Yi Yu finally tidied up everything in the room. He looked around and made sure nothing was left out, then began to pack his luggage. Yi Yu first took out a few pieces of clothing from the closet and stacked them neatly in the suitcase. Then he packed some daily necessities and frequently used books into the handbag. After everything was ready, Yi Yu moved the suitcase and handbag out of the room and placed them outside. "Xiaoyu, are you done packing?" Mother Lilan, who was sitting on the sofa outside, asked. "Okay, Mom." Yi Yu nodded, then sat down on the sofa and took a short rest. "Mom, I just sent a message to Yunshu, asking you to go with me. She said she would be back at noon." Yi Yu said to his mother while massaging his sore arms. "Ah. Will this delay her work?" Li Lan asked nervously. "It shouldn't happen, Mom. Don't worry. Since she said so, there shouldn't be any delay." Yi Yu quickly spoke to his mother. "Well, okay then." Li Lan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. "Then let's go now and get there early." Yi Yu stood up, picked up his luggage and said to his mother. Li Lan also stood up, and the two walked out of the rental house together. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the gate of the community where Chu Yunshu lived. Mother Li Lan looked at the high-end residential complex in front of her and couldn't help showing a surprised expression. The community is shaded by green trees, the roads are wide and clean, and the architectural style is stylish and elegant. "Xiaoyu, this community is so beautiful," Li Lan exclaimed. "Yeah, it's really good." Yi Yu also nodded in agreement. Afterwards, the two of them walked along the road in the community towards the building where Chu Yunshu lived. Yi Yu took out the key and opened the door. "Mom, come in quickly." Then Mother Li Lan stepped in. Yi Yu also followed his mother and walked in. The two walked slowly to the living room and gently sat down on the soft sofa. "Xiaoyu, the neighborhood you live in is really nice. The environment is so good, it should be quite expensive. It seems that Yunshu is quite rich." Li Lan smiled and spoke softly to Yi Yu. After hearing this, Yi Yu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and replied with a smile, "Well, I'm not sure about this either." "This is Yunshu's house." Li Lan nodded, seeming to be thinking about something. Then Li Lan took out her cell phone to check the time, and quickly said to Yi Yu, "Xiaoyu, why don't I go cook now, and we can eat directly when Yunshu comes back?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yu smiled and said, "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Mom. I'll help you." As he said this, he also stood up and prepared to go to the kitchen with his mother. Li Lan smiled and nodded, then turned and walked towards the kitchen. After entering the kitchen, Li Lan looked around. The brand new kitchenware and clean countertops made her sigh, this kitchen looks so new. I feel like it hasn't been used for a long time." Then, Li Lan walked to the refrigerator and gently opened the door. However, when she saw the empty refrigerator, she couldn't help but said in surprise, "Xiaoyu, there are almost no vegetables in this refrigerator. It seems that we have to go out and buy some vegetables." "Oh, let's go now. It's a good opportunity for me to get familiar with the area." Yi Yu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and spoke softly, with a hint of expectation in his voice. After saying that, he and his mother Li Lan walked towards the nearby supermarket. On the way to the supermarket, Yi Yu took out his mobile phone, skillfully opened the chat software, and sent a message to Chu Yunshu. "Sister, can we use the kitchen at home?" Yi Yu quickly typed the text and clicked send. At this moment, Chu Yunshu, who had just walked out of the meeting room, suddenly felt his cell phone vibrate. She quickly took out her cell phone from her pocket, and when she saw that it was a message from Yi Yu, a smile appeared on her lips. She quickly clicked to check and replied, "Kitchen? Of course." Then, Chu Yunshu sent another message, "By the way, why do you need to use the kitchen? I haven't used it for a long time." Yi Yu replied almost immediately, "My mother heard that you were coming back at noon, so she wanted to make you lunch." Seeing this message, Chu Yunshu felt a warm feeling in his heart. She imagined Yi Yu's mother busy in the kitchen, and her heart was filled with happiness. "Really? Then I'll try to come back as soon as possible." Chu Yunshu replied, the smile on his face growing brighter. Seeing this, Yi Yu immediately replied, "It's okay, sister, we are not in a hurry, we will wait until you are done." While the two were messaging each other, Yi Yu and his mother had unknowingly walked to the entrance of the supermarket. Then Yi Yu quickly sent a message to Chu Yunshu. "Yi Zi, sister, please continue working. I won't disturb you." Then Yi Yu put away his phone and followed his mother into the supermarket. "Mom, what should we buy?" As soon as he entered the supermarket, Yi couldn't wait to ask, with curiosity flashing in his bright big eyes.
Mother Lilan smiled and replied gently, "Oh, go buy some ribs and make a soup for Yunshu. She needs to nourish her body, and then." "Oh."
Yi nodded, then suddenly thought of something and said to his mother, "Mom, then you go buy some groceries. I want to buy some toiletries so I can bring them back later."
"Well, okay, go ahead, I can do it on my own."
Mother Lilan agreed readily. After getting his mother's consent, Yi felt relieved and walked happily towards the daily necessities area of the supermarket. As Yi walked, he was thinking about which toiletries to buy, and before he knew it, he had arrived in front of the shelf.
Chapter 10: Going Home for Dinner.
More than half an hour later, Yi and his mother finally returned home carrying a lot of things. As soon as she entered the door, her mother said to Yi, "Xiaoyu, put the other dishes in the refrigerator.
I will go to prepare dinner."
Yi nodded quickly, and then began to put the purchased vegetables into the refrigerator one by one. He worked quickly and put all the dishes in place in no time. After cleaning up, Yi walked to the sink and saw his mother washing vegetables, so he took the initiative to say, "Mom, let me help you wash these vegetables." The mother looked up at him, smiled and said, "Well, then you wash it." After getting his mother's permission, Yi immediately started washing the vegetables. He first washed the leeks thoroughly, and then rinsed the other vegetables carefully. After washing the vegetables, the mother called out again, "Xiaoyu, peel the shrimps again." Hearing the sound, Yi hurried to the table and began to peel the shrimps quickly. He was very skilled and finished processing all the shrimps in no time. Seeing Yi so diligent, his mother was very pleased and said to him, "Xiaoyu, when I cook, you can watch and learn how to cook. When I get back, it will be your turn to cook for Yunshu." After hearing what his mother said, Yi nodded and said, "Yes, I know, Mom." At this moment, Yi suddenly seemed to remember something important, and he hurriedly opened the system. Then Yi began to look for something in the system mall. A few minutes later, after Yi's persistent searching and screening in the system, he finally found what he had always dreamed of: super cooking skills. This made Yi very excited. He couldn't wait to click on the detailed introduction page of the super cooking skills and take a closer look. However, when he saw the happiness points required for redemption, his heart sank. It actually required a full 220 happiness points. Yi stared at the eye-catching numbers on the system screen, frowned, and fell into deep thought. He began to think about how to quickly obtain enough happiness points to redeem this super cooking skill. Just as Yi was thinking hard, suddenly, a crisp reminder sound rang in his ears. "Ding, please confirm your sign-in to receive 100 happiness points." This voice was like the sound of nature, and Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. He clicked the button to confirm his check-in without hesitation. As soon as I received the happiness points, the system quickly popped up a confirmation box. "Confirm to redeem super cooking skills." Yi took a deep breath, then decisively clicked the confirm button again. In an instant, a huge stream of information flooded into Yi's mind like a tide. This information included various cooking techniques, food combinations, seasoning methods, etc., which made Yi overwhelmed. While Yi was trying hard to digest this new knowledge, he happened to finish the task of peeling shrimps. "Mom, I'm done." Yi raised his head with joy and spoke softly to his mother Lilan with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Lilan turned to look at Yi and responded with a smile. Okay, I'll start cooking after I make the soup." Seeing this, Yi's heart moved, and he took the initiative to ask, "Mom, how about I try cooking?" Lilan looked at Yi in surprise and asked uncertainly, "Can you?" Yi quickly explained, "I also cooked for myself when I lived alone, so it should be fine." After listening to Yi's words, Lilan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and said, "Well, then you try it." After getting his mother's consent, Yi excitedly walked to the stove and began to show off his skills. While thinking about the cooking skills he had just learned from the system, he carefully stir-fried the vegetables in the pot. Lilan stood quietly by, watching Yi's every move and occasionally giving some advice. After a while, the kitchen was filled with fragrance. "Wow, it smells so good." Lilan couldn't help but exclaimed, "That's great, Xiaoyu, your cooking skills have improved." Yi felt very happy after hearing his mother's praise, and the smile on his face became even brighter. He smiled happily and put the freshly cooked dishes onto the plate. In this way, with Yi's efforts, delicious dishes came out one after another. Half an hour later, Yi finally finished preparing the last dish. At this moment, Yi's cell phone that was placed aside suddenly rang. Yi quickly put down the spatula in his hand, walked quickly to the dining table, and picked up his mobile phone to check.
Yunshu, Yiyu, I'll be home soon.
When Yiyu saw the news, his eyes suddenly lit up and a happy smile appeared on his face. He immediately put down the phone in his hand, stood up, walked quickly to his mother Lilan, and spoke in a slightly hurried voice.
Mom, Yunshu will be back soon, let's put the dishes on the table first. When Mother Lilan heard Yiyu's words, she smiled and nodded, and replied, yes, it's okay.
She then stood up and walked into the kitchen with Yiyu, took the prepared dishes out of the pot and carefully brought them to the dining table. Yiyu looked at the table full of delicious food, his heart full of anticipation. He turned to his mother and said, I'll go see if the soup is ready. After saying that, he quickly walked to the casserole, opened the lid, and a rich aroma wafted into his nose. At this moment, Mother Lilan suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. Her heart moved, and she quickly put down the plate in her hand and walked quickly towards the door. The door slowly opened and Chu Yunshu's figure appeared at the door. Her long hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, and her fair skin looked particularly delicate in the sunlight. As soon as Chu Yunshu entered the door, he saw Lilan standing in the living room.
Lilan also noticed Chu Yunshu in front of her.
She smiled kindly and said softly, You must be Yunshu.
Yiyu heard his mother's voice and walked out of the kitchen. His eyes fell on Chu Yunshu, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he quickly said, Sister, you're back. Then, he quickly walked up to Chu Yunshu and her mother and began to introduce them enthusiastically. Sister, this is my mother. Yiyu hurriedly introduced to Chu Yunshu. Mom, this is my newly married wife, Chu Yunshu. Yiyu introduced her to his mother. Auntie, hello. Chu Yunshu was the first to greet. Yunshu, you should change your address. Lilan reminded now. Chu Yunshu suddenly seemed to have thought of something and quickly said, Mom. Well, okay, come in quickly. Lilan said happily. Chu Yunshu smiled and nodded, then changed his shoes and walked in. Chapter 11 Being Together. Chu Yunshu followed the two of them in. As she walked, an enticing fragrance suddenly entered her nostrils. The smell was rich and mellow, making her salivate. It smells so good. Chu Yunshu couldn't help but let out an exclamation, and the sound echoed in the air. Then, her stomach seemed to be awakened by the fragrance and made a gurgling sound. Lilan heard the voice and quickly turned around. Her eyes fell on Chu Yunshu and she asked with concern, Yunshu, are you hungry? Chu Yunshu touched his stomach awkwardly and said softly, Well, I'm a little hungry. Then let's go eat quickly. Lilan said with a smile, a hint of urgency in her tone. Chu Yunshu nodded quickly and quickened his pace unconsciously, as if he wanted to reach the restaurant as soon as possible to enjoy a feast. The moment Chu Yunshu stepped into the restaurant, her eyes were immediately attracted by the dazzling array of dishes on the table. The table was filled with all kinds of delicious food, and every dish exuded an appetizing aroma. Wow, there are so many dishes. They smell so good. Chu Yunshu exclaimed again, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Really? I'm glad you like it. Come sit down and eat. Lilan warmly invited Chu Yunshu to sit down. Chu Yunshu responded happily, then quickly walked to the dining table and sat down with quick and decisive movements. Mom, you sit down too. Chu Yunshu turned and said to Lilan. Lilan smiled and nodded, then slowly walked to the chair opposite Chu Yunshu and sat down gracefully. I'll go get you some food. Seeing this, Yiyu stood up and walked quickly into the kitchen. 2 minutes later, Yiyu came out of the kitchen with 3 bowls of steaming rice. He placed 2 of the bowls on the table in front of his mother and Chu Yunshu respectively, and then picked up the last bowl himself. Yunshu, come and try the food I cooked and see if it suits your taste. Lilan said to Chu Yunshu. Chu Yunshu smiled and nodded, then gently picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of tender and juicy meat, and slowly put it into his mouth. As she chewed the piece of meat, a satisfied look appeared on her face and she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Mom, your cooking is so delicious. Hearing Chu Yunshu's praise, Lilan smiled a little embarrassedly and hurriedly explained. Actually, these dishes were not made by me, but by Xiaoyu. Chu Yunshu looked at Lilan in surprise, then turned to look at Yiyu and said with a smile, Oh, so that's how it is. I thought it was you who did it. Lilan also quickly agreed, I originally wanted to do it myself, but he said he wanted to come, so I gave it to him. Chu Yunshu nodded in understanding. Yiyu reminded her, Sister, please eat quickly, or the food will get cold and won't taste good. Lilan also said quickly, Yes, Yunshu, eat quickly and stop talking. Chu Yunshu smiled and nodded, then continued to pick up the food and started eating.
In this way, the three of them ate delicious food and chatted happily, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. More than half an hour later, the three of them finally finished the sumptuous dinner.
Mom, Yunshu, you two can go to the living room and rest for a while. Leave the cleaning of the table to me.
Yi spoke gently to his mother and Shu Yunshu. Upon hearing this, Shu Yunshu was about to say that he could also help clean up, but before he could say anything, he was stopped by Li Lan.
Li Lan said quickly, Yunshu, you are pregnant now, how can you do these housework? Just go to the living room and rest, let Yi do these chores.
After hearing what her mother-in-law said, Shu Yunshu felt a little guilty, but she couldn't refuse anymore. She nodded helplessly, and then obediently followed Li Lan to the living room. Yi looked at the backs of his mother and wife leaving the restaurant, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, then he turned around and began to clean up the table. In the living room, Li Lan greeted Shu Yunshu warmly with a kind smile on her face.
Yunshu, sit down quickly, don't stand. Shu Yunshu smiled and responded, okay, Mom.
She walked quickly to the sofa and sat down gently, and at the same time hurriedly said to Li Lan, Mom, please sit down too. Li Lan smiled and nodded, then slowly sat down next to Shu Yunshu.
Then, she suddenly looked at Shu Yunshu with a guilty look on her face and said, Yunshu, Mom has something to apologize to you for.
Ah?
Shu Yunshu couldn't help but be a little surprised when she heard that.
She widened her eyes and looked at her mother-in-law, very confused.
Mom, what are you talking about? What are you apologizing for?
Li Lan sighed and explained, it's my fault that I didn't educate Yi well, and you suffered.
I heard everything about what happened that day from Yi, and he was wrong.
When Shu Yunshu heard Li Lan's words, he hurried to explain. No, Mom, I was also responsible that day.
It's not all his fault.
Her tone was sincere, and it was obvious that she really didn't want Li Lan to blame herself for this matter. Li Lan smiled and then spoke to comfort him.
Okay, I know you're speaking for him. But what I want to say is that since you're already married, you should live a good life together in the future.
If he does something wrong, don't bear it yourself, call Mom and I will teach him a lesson. After saying that, Li Lan took Shu Yunshu's hand and patted it gently, as if to give her comfort and support.
Okay, I got it. I will get along well with him. Shu Yunshu nodded obediently. Well, then I feel relieved.
Li Lan nodded with satisfaction. Then the two of them had some conversation and learned about the family situation. 10 minutes later, Yi finished washing the dishes and walked towards the living room.
What are you talking about? You look so happy. Yi asked with a smile. Don't worry about it, this is a secret between us. Li Lan said. Okay.
Yi shrugged.
Mom, just stay for 2 more days. There's no rush to go back. Yi held his mother Li Lan's arm tightly and said with reluctance on his face.
Li Lan smiled and shook her head, explaining gently. No, kid, there are still many things waiting for me to deal with at home.
Yi didn't seem to want to give up easily, he continued to persuade. Isn't Dad at home? Why don't we just ask him to help? Li Lan couldn't help laughing.
She knew her husband very well.
Don't you understand your dad? He is always rash and unreliable. It's better for you to do it yourself than to let him do it. Yi also laughed.
He knew that his father was indeed like this, but he still felt a little unwilling.
Li Lan touched Yi's head and comforted her, okay, don't be childish. Mom knows you are filial. I will come again in 2 weeks.
In the end, Yi nodded helplessly.
Oh well.
Then, Yi accompanied his mother downstairs and sent her to the gate of the community. After watching his mother get into the car, Yi slowly turned around and walked home with heavy steps. While waiting for the elevator, Yi took out his cell phone out of boredom and sent a message to Shu Yunshu.
Yi, sister, Mom is back.
At this time, in the president's office of the Chu Group, Shu Yunshu had just signed an important contract. She was just about to take a break when she heard a notification sound from her cell phone. Shu Yunshu quickly picked up his phone, unlocked the screen, and saw the message from Yi at a glance.
After reading the message, Shu Yunshu reported it back to Yi. Yunshu, why did Mom go back? Didn't you ask her to stay for a few more days?
Yi, I did, but she insisted on going back.
I couldn't stop her. But she will come back in 2 weeks. Yunshu, oh, okay, I understand. Yi, then I won't disturb you from working. Yunshu, yeah.
Then Shu Yunshu put down his phone and continued to read the contract.
Yi Yu also walked out of the elevator and walked slowly back home. Chapter 12, Going Home for Dinner. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sunlight poured into the balcony through the window. Yi Yu sat on the sofa, stretched, and then took out his cell phone from his pocket. He opened WeChat, found Chu Yunshu's chat box, and quickly typed a line of words. "Sister, are you going home for dinner?" At the same time, Chu Yunshu was in her spacious and bright office, listening carefully to Assistant Lee's report on tomorrow's work arrangements. Suddenly, Chu Yunshu's cell phone made a crisp alert sound, and her attention was immediately drawn to it. She quickly picked up her phone, unlocked the screen, and saw that it was a message from Yi Yu. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing a smile. Assistant Lee, who was standing in front of Chu Yunshu, noticed the change in her expression and couldn't help feeling surprised. He had never seen such a smile on Chu Yunshu's cold face, which made him a little at a loss. "Boss, is there anything wrong with what I said?" Special Assistant Lee asked nervously, as he was worried whether Chu Yunshu would be dissatisfied with his work report. Chu Yunshu realized his own gaffe and quickly put away his smile, returning to his usual serious expression. She cleared her throat and said, "Oh, it's okay, that's all for today, you can leave work early today." When Assistant Lee heard Chu Yunshu's words, he was relieved. He smiled and said, "Great, thank you, President." Then he turned and walked out of the President's office, closing the door gently. Chu Yunshu refocused her attention on her phone and looked at the message sent by Yi Yu. She thought for a moment and then replied quickly. "Yunshu, I'm going home. I don't have anything to do today. I should be home soon." Yi Yu saw Chu Yunshu's message and quickly typed a reply. "Yi Zi, oh, then I'll start cooking now, and you can eat when you come back later." "Yunshu, well, thank you for your hard work." "Yi Zi, sister, drive slowly." "Yunshu, I know." Then Chu Yunshu put away her phone, picked up her bag, left the office, and took the elevator to the underground parking lot. At home, Yi Yu quickly put away his phone, walked to the kitchen, and started cooking for Chu Yunshu. More than 20 minutes later, Chu Yunshu finally drove back to his home. She took out the key from her bag and gently inserted it into the keyhole. With a click, the door opened. Chu Yunshu walked into the entrance and bent down habitually to change his shoes. The moment she raised her head, an alluring fragrance hit her nose. This fragrance seemed to have magical power, going straight into her nostrils, causing her to let out a satisfied sigh. It smells so good." Chu Yunshu followed the direction of the fragrance and found that it was coming from the kitchen. She walked to the kitchen door curiously, and through the crack in the door, she saw Yi Yu busy stir-frying the dishes in the pot in front of the stove. The ingredients in the pot make crackling sounds under the high temperature, and the tempting aroma becomes more and more intense. "Sister, you're back. I'll be done soon. Go sit in the living room for a while. There's a lot of smoke in the kitchen." Yi Yu seemed to notice Chu Yunshu's arrival. She turned around and said to Chu Yunshu with a smile. Chu Yunshu smiled and nodded, responding, "Well, okay." Then she turned and left the kitchen and walked towards the living room. The sofa in the living room was soft and comfortable. Chu Yunshu sat down on it and sank into it. However, just as Chu Yunshu had just sat down, her cell phone suddenly rang. She quickly took out her cell phone from her bag, and the screen showed an incoming call from her good friend Luo Qingxue. Chu Yunshu quickly slid the screen and answered the call. "Qingxue, what's wrong?" Luo Qingxue's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Su, how are you? Did you go to find that man?" "Yes, I found it." Chu Yunshu's voice was very soft, and he seemed a little hesitant. "Then what did he say? Did he recognize the child or not?" Chu Yunshu took a deep breath and said slowly, "Well, he recognized the child, and..." She paused for a moment, as if she was thinking about how to phrase her words. "And what?" Luo Qingxue's voice rose slightly, revealing her nervousness and anxiety. Chu Yunshu seemed to have made up his mind and said quickly, "And we have already obtained the marriage certificate. We are now a legal couple." "What?" Luo Qingxue widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. "You're getting married so soon? Have you thought it through? What if you regret it?" She spoke very quickly, and a series of questions hit Chu Yunshu like cannonballs. Chu Yunshu looked at Luo Qingxue, a hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes, but her tone was unusually calm. "Well, I've thought about it. Because he is the child's father, and I don't want the child to be born without a father in the future, unable to give him a complete family, and unable to get complete love." Luo Qingxue was silent for a while, then said softly, "That's good, as long as you think it through."
Her tone was obviously much more relaxed, as if Chu Yunshu's decision made her feel relieved. However, Luo Qingxue was still a little worried. She hesitated for a moment, but continued to ask. What about your parents? Are you still not going to tell them? I don't know. Let's take it one step at a time. There was a hint of melancholy in Chu Yunshu's tone, as if there were many uncertainties and worries in his heart. Yeah, okay. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to understand Chu Yunshu's feelings and simply responded. Just then, Yi Yu came out of the kitchen with a bright smile on his face. He walked to the sofa and said to Chu Yunshu, "Sister, it's time to eat." Chu Yunshu smiled and nodded to Yi Yu, then said to Luo Qingxue on the other end of the phone, "I'm going to eat, I'll hang up first." Before Luo Qingxue could respond, Chu Yunshu quickly hung up the phone, as if he couldn't wait to end the conversation. Chu Yunshu slowly stood up and walked towards the restaurant. As soon as she entered the restaurant, she was attracted by the dazzling array of dishes on the table. How did you make so many dishes? Chu Yunshu asked in surprise. Oh, I didn't quite know what my sister liked to eat, so I made a little bit of everything. Yi Yu scratched his head a little embarrassedly and explained with a smile. Oh. A warm feeling surged in Chu Yunshu's heart. She looked at Yi Yu, a touch of emotion flashing in her eyes. Sister, please sit down and eat. Yi Yu greeted Chu Yunshu warmly and handed the bowl of rice in his hand to her. Chu Yunshu nodded, then sat down, and Yi Yu followed suit. Then the two chatted while enjoying the food. Chapter 13 Breakfast. Sister, it's time to take folic acid. Yi Yu said softly, his voice revealing a hint of tenderness and concern. As he spoke, Yi Yu handed a few folic acid pills to Chu Yunshu. Then he quickly poured a glass of water and placed it on the coffee table next to Chu Yunshu. Chu Yunshu smiled and nodded, indicating that he understood. She gently picked up the folic acid, put it into her mouth, then took the cup of water, tilted her head back and took a small sip. Sister, just sit on the sofa and have a rest. I'll go wash the dishes. Yi Yu said with concern, and at the same time took the cup on the coffee table and turned to walk towards the kitchen. Chu Yunshu looked at Yi Yu's departing back, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. She thought with emotion, it's great to have a brother like this who cares about me. 10 minutes later, Yi Yu finished washing the dishes and returned to the living room with brisk steps. He walked to Chu Yunshu and said gently, Sister, you should go to bed. It's good for the baby. Oh well. Chu Yunshu responded obediently, then reached out for the remote control and turned off the TV program that was playing. Chu Yunshu slowly stood up from the sofa, stretched, put on his slippers, and walked towards the bedroom step by step. However, when she walked to the bedroom door, she suddenly found that Yi Yu did not follow her as she expected. She couldn't help but stop and turned her head in confusion. Her eyes fell on Yi Yu, who was standing there. What are you doing standing there? Chu Yunshu's voice revealed a hint of confusion. Didn't you say you were going to sleep? Come on. Yi Yu looked at Chu Yunshu, nodded slightly, and then slowly walked towards the second bedroom next to the master bedroom. Wait, where are you going? Chu Yunshu's voice suddenly rose. She obviously didn't expect Yi Yu to go to the second bedroom. Go back to the room. What happened? Yi Yu was startled by Chu Yunshu's voice. His voice trembled a little and he spoke stutteringly. Aren't you going to sleep in the master bedroom? Chu Yunshu frowned slightly. She didn't understand why Yi Yu wanted to go to the second bedroom. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Yi Yu's face. He lowered his head and whispered, I'll go to the master bedroom to sleep. It's not appropriate. What's inappropriate? Chu Yunshu felt that Yi Yu's idea was a bit strange. Have you forgotten that we got our marriage certificate today? We are now a legal couple. Chu Yunshu's words made Yi Yu raise his head suddenly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't realize it just now. So, now go to the second bedroom and move all your things to the master bedroom. Chu Yunshu's tone became firm, and she decided not to give Yi Yu any more chances to hesitate. Seeing Chu Yunshu's unquestionable expression, Yi Yu nodded obediently. Then he walked towards the second bedroom next door and started packing his things. Chu Yunshu turned around and continued walking towards the master bedroom. More than 10 minutes later, Yi Yu finally moved all the things to the master bedroom. Yi Yu slowly walked to the bed and sat down, as if all the strength in his body had been drained away at this moment. Then he leaned against the head of the bed, closed his eyes, and felt the fatigue in his body. Hurry up and go to bed. I'm a little sleepy and want to sleep. Chu Yunshu's voice came from behind, soft and gentle. Yi Yu turned his head and saw Chu Yunshu lying on the bed with a dazed look in his eyes. He seemed to be really sleepy. He quickly responded, "Sister, you go to sleep first. I just moved some things and I sweated a little. I want to take a shower." "Oh, then go quickly, I'll go to sleep first." After Chu Yunshu finished speaking, he closed his eyes and stopped talking. Yi Yu nodded, stood up gently, walked to the door, turned off the main lights in the room, leaving only a small table lamp to bring a faint light to the room. Then he picked up his change of clothes from the closet and went into the bathroom. 20 minutes later, Yi Yu finished his shower, dried his hair with a towel, and walked out of the bathroom quietly. He tried not to make any noise, for fear of waking up Chu Yunshu, who had fallen asleep. Yi Yu walked to the bed, climbed onto it carefully, and got into the quilt. He moved very gently, for fear of waking Chu Yunshu. Through the dim light of the table lamp, Yi Yu looked at Chu Yunshu, who was lying beside him. Her sleeping posture was very elegant, with her eyes closed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly like butterfly wings, and her lips slightly raised under her high nose bridge, as if she was having a sweet dream. Yi Yu's gaze involuntarily fell on Chu Yunshu's face. The exquisite contours and delicate skin made his heart beat faster involuntarily. He just stared at Chu Yunshu quietly, as if time had stopped at this moment. Suddenly, Chu Yunshu turned over, as if looking for something, and moved his body towards Yi Yu, buried his head in Yi Yu's chest, and quickly hugged Yi Yu's waist with his hands. Yi Yu was suddenly hugged and his whole body froze, not daring to move. Then Yi Yu maintained this posture and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, the sunlight shone through the window onto Yi Yu's face, and he slowly woke up from his sleep. Yi Yu's eyelids trembled slightly, then slowly opened, and his vision gradually became clear. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that Chu Yunshu was staring at him quietly with his eyes wide open. "Sister, you're awake," Yi Yu said softly, his voice still a little hoarse from just waking up. Chu Yunshu seemed to be startled by Yi Yu's voice. She quickly broke free from Yi Yu's arms and sat up straight. "Yeah, you're awake too." Chu Yunshu's tone was a little unnatural, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. Yi Yu felt the warmth in his arms suddenly disappear, and he quickly sat up, his eyes involuntarily falling on Chu Yunshu. Chu Yunshu noticed Yi Yu's gaze and looked away embarrassedly. "I'm going to wash up first." Chu Yunshu broke the brief silence. She hurriedly put on her slippers and walked quickly into the bathroom. Yi Yu looked at Chu Yunshu's departing back, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He also quickly got out of bed and followed Chu Yunshu into the bathroom. When Chu Yunshu finished washing up and walked out of the room, she heard a noise coming from the kitchen. "Are you making breakfast?" Chu Yunshu asked curiously. When Yi Yu heard Chu Yunshu's voice, he quickly poked his head out of the kitchen and replied with a smile, "Well, I'm making breakfast." Chu Yunshu walked towards the coffee machine and said, "No need to make my breakfast, I'll just have a cup of coffee." After hearing what Chu Yunshu said, Yi Yu quickly said, How can we not eat?" "But I never ate breakfast before," Chu Yunshu said. "But you are pregnant now, you must eat well. If you often skip breakfast, you will easily get stomach problems," Yi Yu hurriedly persuaded. When Chu Yunshu heard Yi Yu say this, he nodded and said, "Then make more, I'll try it." Yi Yu smiled and nodded, saying, "Well, go sit on the sofa. I'll call you when I'm ready." Chu Yunshu nodded and walked towards the living room. Chapter 14 Friends. "Brother, I'm going out." Chu Yunshu stood at the door and said to Yi Yu, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, "Well, sister, drive slowly and be careful." When Yi Yu heard his sister's voice, he quickly stopped what he was doing and responded, "I know." Chu Yunshu responded with a smile, then turned and walked to the shoe cabinet, ready to change into shoes for going out. Just as Chu Yunshu bent down to change his shoes, Yi Yu in the kitchen suddenly seemed to remember something important. He hurriedly ran out of the kitchen and came to Chu Yunshu. "Sister, will you come back for lunch?" Yi Yu asked curiously. Chu Yunshu, who had just changed his shoes, stood up, looked at Yi Yu, who looked anxious, and replied with a smile, "Oh, I won't come back for lunch. It's too troublesome to go back and forth." "Well, that's good too. It will save you some trouble if you eat at the company." Yi Yu nodded, seemingly not surprised by the answer. "Then let's go first." Chu Yunshu looked at Yi Yu and said gently with a smile, "Okay, bye, sister." Yi Yu smiled and waved at Chu Yunshu. After saying that, Chu Yunshu opened the door, walked out, and closed the door gently. Yi Yu stood there, looking at the closed door, stunned for a while, then turned back to the kitchen and continued to wash the dishes that had not been washed yet. A few minutes later, Yi Yu finally finished washing all the dishes. He looked at the clean and tidy kitchen with satisfaction. Suddenly, I heard a crisp ringtone from the cell phone.
Yi Yu hurried to the living room and picked up the mobile phone on the coffee table. The screen showed an incoming call from the landlord. He quickly pressed the answer button. "Hello, landlord." Yi Yu answered the landlord's call and spoke. "Well, why did you call me yesterday?" The landlord asked with some confusion.
Yi Yu hurriedly explained, "Oh, I had something to talk to you about yesterday, so I called you, but you didn't answer."
"I was too busy yesterday and didn't have time to answer the phone," the landlord explained quickly.
"It's okay, my matter is not particularly urgent,"
Yi Yu said quickly. "So, what exactly do you want to talk to me about?" the landlord asked.
Yi Yu hesitated for a moment, then said, "I was thinking of asking you to cancel the lease."
"Whom?" The landlord dragged out his voice, seeming a little surprised. "You live here well, why do you want to cancel the lease?"
Yi Yu explained, "Oh, it's like this, I have another place to live now, so I want to cancel the lease so I can save some money."
The landlord was silent for a while, then asked again, "Are you sure you don't want to rent it?" Yi Yu answered affirmatively, "Well, I won't rent it."
The landlord thought about it and said, "Okay, I'll send you next month's rent in a while."
Yi Yu quickly said, "Well, thank you, landlord. I will send the key to you this afternoon."
"Well, okay,"
said the landlord.
"Then you are busy, I will hang up first." Then Yi Yu hung up the phone, walked back to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, took out many ingredients, and started making tiramisu cake. In the afternoon, the sun shone softly on the earth. Yi Yu took the cake he had just made and rode his bike towards his former rental house.
"Landlord, are you there? I'm here to give you the key."
Yi Yu stood in front of the door, knocked gently, and shouted loudly. About 2 minutes later, there was a slight sound of footsteps in the room, and then the door was slowly opened. A middle-aged man with a kind face appeared in front of Yi Yu.
"Oh, you're here," said the landlord with a smile.
Yi Yu nodded quickly in response and handed the key in his hand to the landlord. "Thank you so much for your care over the past few months,"
Yi Yu said to the landlord with a sincere smile. The landlord also smiled, waved his hand and said, "Don't be so polite, it's all my duty." After a few simple greetings, Yi Yu said goodbye to the landlord. "Then I won't bother you for now, you go ahead and do your thing."
The landlord smiled and nodded, and responded, "Okay, take care."
Then the landlord took the key and gently closed the door.
Yi Yu turned around and went back to the electric bike parked on the side of the road, got on the seat, started the car, and drove towards the snack street. More than 10 minutes later, Yi Yu finally arrived at his stall. After he parked the car, he didn't take a rest and immediately started placing the cakes one by one on the stall. It didn't take long for Yi Yu to tidy up the stall. At this time, he noticed that several people had already started queuing in front of the stall. At the front of the line was a young boy. He looked at Yi Yu expectantly and asked, "Boss, why didn't you come yesterday?" "I waited for a long time yesterday." As soon as the boy finished speaking, several people behind him echoed him, saying that they had also waited for a long time yesterday. After hearing this, Yi Yu quickly smiled apologetically and explained, "I'm so sorry, I was delayed by something yesterday and forgot to tell everyone."
"It's okay, boss. We've waited for this long,"
the first customer said with a smile, and then continued, "Boss, give me a mango and Oreo cake."
"Okay, please wait a moment."
Yi Yu responded with a smile, and then quickly began to pack the cake for the guest. In this way, Yi Yu's business became extremely popular, and customers came one after another to buy cakes. His hands and feet were nimble and his movements were quick, even faster than before.
In just 1 hour, Yi Yu sold out all the cakes. Looking at the empty cake boxes on the stall, Yi Yu was very happy.
He was quickly packing up his stall while apologizing to the people behind him who didn't buy cakes.
"Everyone, please remember to come earlier next time. My cakes are limited in supply every day."
Yi Yu shouted loudly, hoping to let more people know the news. Those who didn't buy anything could only leave helplessly. Then Yi Yu finished packing and prepared to leave on his bike. At this moment, Yi Yu's cell phone suddenly made a crisp ringtone. He quickly reached into his trouser pocket, took out his cell phone, and saw that the caller on the screen was Chu Yunshu. He quickly swiped the screen and answered the call.
"Sister, why are you calling me at this time? Don't you have to work now?"
There was a hint of doubt and concern in Yi Yu's voice. As soon as Chu Yunshu on the other end of the phone heard Yi Yu's voice, his depressed mood all day suddenly became cheerful, as if the sun had penetrated through the clouds. "Oh,
I have something to tell you. Shu Yunshu's tone was a little excited. Yi Yu's nerves tensed up all of a sudden. He didn't know what important thing Shu Yunshu was going to say, so he quickly responded, "Okay, go ahead. I'm listening." Shu Yunshu paused for a moment, as if organizing his words, and then said, "I have a friend coming to visit me at home tonight. Do you have any objections?" A big stone in Yi Yu's heart finally fell to the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief and replied with a smile, "Of course, she is your friend, why should I have any objection?" Shu Yunshu also laughed when he heard Yi Yu's answer and said, "Well, that's good. I'll tell her later and ask her to come over." Yi Yu's mood completely relaxed, and his tone became relaxed and cheerful. "Okay, you can arrange it." As soon as he finished speaking, the system screen appeared in front of Yi Yu. Ding, system task released, make dinner to entertain Shu Yunshu as friends. Host, please confirm whether the task is completed. Task completed, reward 300 happiness points. When Yi Yu saw this, he quickly clicked confirm. Then I'll go to the supermarket to buy some vegetables and treat your friends to dinner tonight. Yi Yu continued. Yeah, sure. Then Shu Yunshu transferred a full 100 million yuan to Yi Yu without hesitation. Yi Yu also received Shu Yunshu's transfer notification very quickly. He looked at the transfer amount displayed on the mobile phone screen with some surprise, and couldn't help but wonder in his heart. "Sister, why are you transferring so much money to me?" Yi Yu asked in confusion. Shu Yunshu seemed to have expected Yi Yu to ask this question, and she hurried to explain. "This money is for your daily expenses. If there is anything you need to buy at home in the future, just go and buy it. You don't need to ask me for help." "Oh, all right then. Okay, I'll hang up first," Shu Yunshu said gently. "Well, okay, goodbye, sister," Yi Yu responded. After hanging up the phone, Yi Yu put the phone in his bag, then started the car and drove towards the supermarket. Chapter 15 Friends 2. Shu Yunshu, who was sitting on the sofa, tapped his fingers briskly on the keyboard and sent her a message. "Yunshu, Qingxue, come over in the evening." He agrees. Not long after, Luo Qingxue's reply popped up. Shu Yunshu clicked it and couldn't help laughing. Luo Qingxue also responded quickly. "Luo Shui, Yunshu, why is it so difficult for me to go to your house now? I still need the consent of your little friend." Shu Yunshu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and replied quickly. "Yunshu, of course, I'm married now, unlike you who are single, okay? If I bring someone home, of course I need his consent." However, Luo Qingxue's next message made Shu Yunshu feel a little helpless. "Luo Shui, go to hell, you only deceived the little ones, otherwise who would like a cold old woman like you?" Shu Yunshu looked at the words on the phone screen and was so angry that he almost threw the phone away. She cursed secretly in her heart, this Luo Qingxue is really becoming more and more insolent. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Then Shu Yunshu quickly sent a message to Luo Qingxue. "Yunshu, how dare you say that to me? You don't even have a boyfriend right now. You're just jealous. Look, I have a brother to take care of me, but you don't. Luo Shui, I just don't want it, okay? Otherwise, there will be a lot of handsome guys. Yunshu, I just want to listen to your bragging. Luo Shui, if you don't believe it, forget it. Yunshu, okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I have to continue working." Then Yunshu put away his phone, walked to his desk, sat down, and continued to work. More than an hour later, Yi Yu returned home with brisk steps, carrying large and small bags of food. He gently pushed the door open, walked into the living room, put the bag in his hand on the dining table, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Yu took a short rest and then began to organize the ingredients he had bought. He sorted the fresh vegetables, fruits, and meats one by one and then put them carefully into the refrigerator. Looking at the refrigerator filled with food, Yi Yu felt filled with a sense of accomplishment. After finishing all this, Yi Yu walked into the kitchen, tied on an apron, and prepared to start cooking a sumptuous dinner for Shu Yunshu's friends who would come to visit her home in the evening. He expertly turned on the stove, lit the flame, and placed the pot on it to preheat. At the same time, in the company, Shu Yunshu left work early today. She sat in her spacious office, looking at several documents in front of her. "Assistant Lee, let's stop here for today. You can go home now." Shu Yunshu spoke to Special Assistant Lee who was standing beside him. "Okay, Mr. Chu." Special Assistant Lee nodded, packed up the documents, and left the office. Shu Yunshu looked at Assistant Lee's departing back, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
She took out her cell phone and checked the time, then she picked up her bag, stood up and left the office. Xu Yunshu took the president's special elevator and slowly went down to the underground parking lot. She walked to her car, opened the door, got in the driver's seat, started the car, and drove towards home. The 10-minute drive passed in a flash. Xu Yunshu skillfully drove the car into the community and slowly drove towards the underground parking lot. After pulling into her spot, she began to grab her things and get out of the car. A few minutes later, Xu Yunshu walked briskly into the elevator and pressed the floor button. The elevator rose quickly and soon reached her floor. Xu Yunshu walked out of the elevator, came to his door, took out his key and opened the door. While changing her shoes, she looked inside the house out of habit. Just then, a noise suddenly came from the kitchen, attracting Xu Yunshu's attention. Her heart tightened and she quickly walked towards the kitchen. When Xu Yunshu walked into the kitchen, he saw Yiyu who was busy. Yiyu heard footsteps, looked up, and saw Xu Yunshu coming over. A happy smile immediately appeared on her face, and she hurriedly said, "Sister, you're back." Xu Yunshu smiled and nodded, responding, "Well, I'm back." "Sister, when will your friend come?" Yiyu asked curiously. Xu Yunshu was about to answer when the doorbell suddenly rang. She was stunned for a moment, then walked quickly towards the door, and when she arrived at the door, Xu Yunshu quickly opened the door. The moment the door opened, the smile on her face became brighter and brighter, and she said happily, "Qingxue, you are finally here." Luo Qingxue, who was standing outside the door, also laughed and said gently, "Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Come in quickly." Xu Yunshu invited warmly. After saying that, she quickly moved aside to make room for Luo Qingxue to walk into the house. Luo Qingxue also walked in without any hesitation and quickly changed into slippers. Xu Yunshu led Luo Qingxue slowly into the living room. "Where's your man?" Luo Qingxue sat down on the sofa, crossed her legs, and asked without any concealment. Xu Yunshu smiled slightly, pointed in the direction of the kitchen, and said softly, "He is cooking in there." "Oh? He can cook, too?" Luo Qingxue showed a hint of surprise, and then teased, "It seems that this little boy knows a lot." Xu Yunshu raised the corners of his mouth and responded with a smile, "Yes, his cooking skills are very good, you will know when you try it later." "Well, I'd like to taste his cooking skills." Luo Qingxue nodded, then changed the subject, "How do you feel after spending the past 2 days together?" Xu Yunshu thought for a moment, a happy smile appeared on his face, and he said, "It's good. He takes good care of me. He does a lot of things at home. I can't help him." "Really? Then you really found a treasure." Luo Qingxue couldn't help but sigh, with envy in her eyes. Xu Yunshu smiled and said, "I also feel very lucky." Then, the two chatted about other trivial matters in life, and laughter echoed in the living room. Yiyu was cooking seriously in the kitchen. From time to time, he heard laughter coming from the living room and couldn't help but smile. Half an hour passed, and time seemed to be slowly pushed forward by an invisible hand. Finally, the kitchen door was gently pushed open and Yiyu walked out with a smile on his face. Yiyu walked to the center of the living room, his eyes fell on Xu Yunshu who was sitting on the sofa, a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said softly, "Sister, it's time to eat." Xu Yunshu was originally immersed in the conversation with Luo Qingxue. When she heard Yiyu's voice, she quickly reacted and responded to Yiyu, "Yes, I know." Then, she turned her head and said to Luo Qingxue beside her, "It's time to eat. Don't sit here." After hearing what Xu Yunshu said, Luo Qingxue nodded and quickly stood up. Her movements were graceful and smooth, like a light butterfly. Yiyu watched the two of them stand up and walk towards the dining room. He quickly turned around, walked quickly back to the kitchen, and began to bring the carefully prepared dishes to the table. Xu Yunshu walked into the kitchen and saw Yiyu busy at work, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. She walked quickly to Yiyu and said with a smile, "Brother, let me help you." As she spoke, she reached out to take the 2 dishes and brought them to the dining table with Yiyu. When all the dishes were neatly laid out, the 3 of them sat around the dining table. Xu Yunshu looked at Yiyu with a hint of intimacy in her eyes. She smiled and said to Yiyu, "Brother, let me introduce you first. This is Luo Qingxue. She is my best friend who I have been playing with since childhood." Yiyu raised his head, his eyes fell on Luo Qingxue, and he smiled politely and said, "Well, hello, Sister Luo." Luo Qingxue also responded with a smile, "Hello, brother." Her voice is clear and pleasant, like a string of silver bells. When Xu Yunshu heard Yiyu calling Luo Qingxue sister, she suddenly felt very uncomfortable, but she did not show it. "Okay, let's eat."
Shu Yunshu said quickly. I heard from Yunshu that your cooking is delicious, I'll come and try it.
As she spoke, Luo Qingxue picked up the chopsticks and reached for the dish in front of her.
Chapter 16 Angry. It's delicious.
Luo Qingxue widened her eyes, her face full of amazement, and she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Seeing this, Yi Yu was delighted and quickly responded, if it tastes good, eat more. As he spoke, he quickly pushed the dishes in front of him towards Luo Qingxue, as if these dishes were specially prepared for her. However, this scene was seen by Chu Yunshu, who was sitting nearby. When she saw Yi Yu caring so much about Luo Qingxue, she couldn't help but feel a little lost and sad, and her originally cheerful mood instantly became depressed. She silently picked up the chopsticks and poked the rice in the bowl intermittently, completely losing her appetite. At this moment, Yi Yu seemed to notice something strange about Chu Yunshu. He suddenly picked up a piece of meat and gently put it into Chu Yunshu's bowl, saying softly, "Sister, you should eat too. Don't just eat rice." Yi Yu's action was like a spring breeze blowing through Chu Yunshu's heart, making her originally gloomy mood suddenly much better. She raised her head, looked at Yi Yu with a smile, then picked up the piece of meat and put it into her mouth. In this way, the three people at the table ate and chatted happily, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Laughter and joy could be heard from them from time to time, as if there were only three of them left in the world. Before we knew it, the meal was almost over. Luo Qingxue checked the time, then said to Chu Yunshu, "Qingxue, are you leaving now? Don't you want to stay here for one night?" Luo Qingxue shook her head and replied with a smile, "Forget it, it's not very convenient for me to live here, it's better to go back." Although Chu Yunshu was a little reluctant, he still nodded in understanding and quickly reminded him. "Well, then you must be careful on the road." "Yes, I know." Luo Qingxue nodded and said, then walked towards the door. After changing her shoes, she opened the door and left. Chu Yunshu sat back on the sofa and started watching TV series. A few minutes later, Yi Yu slowly walked out of the kitchen. In his hands, he still held a glass of water and a few folic acid tablets as usual. Yi Yu walked up to Chu Yunshu and handed the thing in his hand to Chu Yunshu while asking, "Sister, has your friend left yet?" Chu Yunshu responded with an expressionless Yi Yu keenly noticed the change in Chu Yunshu's mood, and he immediately asked with concern, "Sister, what's wrong with you? Is there something that makes you unhappy?" However, Chu Yunshu's answer was still cold, "I'm fine." Yi Yu did not give up. He continued to ask, "Sister, please don't be like this. If there is anything I did wrong, please tell me and I will correct it." Chu Yunshu hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. Seeing this, Yi Yu quickly said, "Sister, tell me, no matter what it is, I will listen carefully." Chu Yunshu was silent for a moment, and finally mustered up the courage to speak softly, "Why did you call her sister just now? I always thought that this title belonged only to me." Her voice became smaller and smaller, until it was almost inaudible. "If my sister doesn't like me calling her that, I won't call her that anymore and I will only say it to my sister." Yi Yu looked at Chu Yunshu nervously, afraid that she was still angry, and quickly comforted her softly. Chu Yunshu felt a little better after hearing Yi Yu's words, but still muttered with some dissatisfaction, "That's more like it." Then, Chu Yunshu seemed to remember something and suddenly asked again, "Also, why did you push the dishes in front of Luo Qingxue at the table?" There was a hint of questioning in her tone. Seeing this, Yi Yu's heart tightened, and he quickly explained, "I am just trying to build a good relationship with your friend. After all, we have already obtained the marriage certificate. There are still many things I don't know about you. I can ask her for advice when the time comes." He spoke a little quickly, and seemed anxious to explain things clearly. After listening to Yi Yu's explanation, Chu Yunshu's expression eased a little, and he said a little embarrassedly, "Oh, so that's the case, I wronged you." Her voice became smaller and smaller, finally almost inaudible, and her cheeks unconsciously flushed. Seeing this, Yi Yu quickly comforted her, "It's okay, it's my fault. I will tell you first if I have anything in the future, and I will never let you misunderstand again." His tone was sincere and gentle. After Chu Yunshu heard Yi Yu's words, the unhappiness in her heart completely disappeared. She nodded gently and said, "Yeah." Yi Yu looked at the time and found that it was already late, so he quickly said, "It's getting late, it's time to go to bed." When Chu Yunshu heard Yi Yu's words, he looked up at the time, then smiled and nodded in agreement. She slowly stood up from the sofa, stretched her stiff body, then turned and walked towards the bedroom. After entering the bedroom, Chu Yunshu walked straight to the bed, lifted the quilt, climbed onto the bed lightly, and then lay down on the left side of the bed. Seeing this, Yi Yu followed in slowly. He first placed his slippers neatly beside the bed, then carefully climbed onto the right side of the bed and lay down gently. The two of them lay side by side on the soft mattress, and Chu Yunshu slightly adjusted his posture to make himself more comfortable. She turned to look at Yi Yu and said gently, "Go to bed, good night." Yi Yu responded with a smile, "Well, good night." His voice was low and gentle. After saying that, Chu Yunshu turned off the light in the bedroom, and the whole room instantly fell into darkness and silence. Perhaps it was because Chu Yunshu had been busy working all day and was exhausted both physically and mentally. Not long after, her breathing became steady and even, and she had obviously fallen asleep. However, Yi Yu did not fall asleep as quickly as Chu Yunshu. He listened quietly to Chu Yunshu's breathing. The gentle breath was like a lullaby, making his thoughts drift away. Just as Yi Yu was immersed in his own thoughts, he suddenly felt Chu Yunshu beside him move. Then, Chu Yunshu rolled naturally into Yi Yu's arms, just like last night, as if looking for a more comfortable sleeping position. Yi Yu looked down at Chu Yunshu's beautiful face. Under the faint moonlight, her skin looked exceptionally smooth and delicate, and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly like butterfly wings. Yi Yu couldn't help but be attracted by this charming scene. Unconsciously, his eyelids began to become heavy, and finally slowly closed, and he fell into a sweet dream. Chapter 17 Meeting a Friend. Chu Yunshu was probably too tired from work yesterday, so he failed to get up early as usual this morning. When Yi Yu finished making breakfast, she was still immersed in a sweet dream. "Sister, wake up, it's time to have breakfast." Yi Yu walked quietly to the bedside and called Chu Yunshu gently. Chu Yunshu's consciousness gradually awakened in Yi Yu's call. She slowly opened her eyes, looked at Yi Yu in front of her sleepily, and asked in a daze, "What time is it now?" Yi Yu smiled and took out his phone, checked the time, and replied, "It's already 7:30." After hearing this, Chu Yunshu rubbed his eyes hurriedly, as if trying to wake himself up faster. She quickly sat up from the bed, saying, "I'm going to wash up," and hurried to the bathroom. "I've prepared breakfast, come out and eat after you finish washing up." Yi Yu shouted at Chu Yunshu's back. "Yes, I know." Chu Yunshu's voice came from the bathroom. Although it was a little unclear, her response to Yi Yu could still be heard. A few minutes later, Chu Yunshu walked out of the room. Her hair was a little messy, but she looked much more energetic. When she saw Yi Yu already sitting at the dining table, she quickened her pace and walked towards the restaurant. "Sister, please sit down." As soon as Yi Yu saw Chu Yunshu, he quickly stood up and said with a smile on his face. Then Yi Yu quickly pulled out the chair beside him and motioned Chu Yunshu to sit down. Seeing this, Chu Yunshu didn't act pretentiously. He smiled and said thank you, then quickly walked to the chair and sat down steadily. As soon as Chu Yunshu sat down, Yi Yu picked up a bowl of steaming porridge from the table as if by magic and handed it to Chu Yunshu carefully. Seeing this, Chu Yunshu quickly reached out to take it, said thank you, and began to enjoy the delicious bowl of porridge. The two sat opposite each other and ate breakfast quietly. For a while, the only sounds in the restaurant were the occasional clatter of dishes and chopsticks and the sound of light chewing. Time passed quickly, and before long, both of them had almost finished their breakfast. Chu Yunshu put down his bowl and chopsticks, wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin, then looked at the time, found that it was already late, and prepared to get up and go to the company. When Chu Yunshu had packed up and walked out, Yi Yu said to her with concern, "Sister, please be careful on the road." Chu Yunshu smiled and nodded, and responded, "I know, don't worry." Ding, mission released, give Chu Yunshu a farewell kiss. Task reward, reward plus 250 happiness points. Host, please confirm whether the task is completed. Yi Yu saw the system screen and quickly clicked to confirm. Sister, wait a minute. Yi Yu's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of urgency. When Chu Yunshu heard Yi Yu's call, his steps towards the door suddenly stopped. She turned her head with some confusion, looked at Yi Yu who was standing not far away, and asked, what's wrong? Just as Chu Yunshu finished her words, Yi Yu walked up to her like an arrow from a bow, and kissed her on the cheek without any warning. This sudden kiss made Chu Yunshu completely unable to react. Her body became stiff instantly and her brain seemed to stop working. She didn't come back to her senses for a long time. However, before Chu Yunshu recovered from her shock, Yi Yu quickly pulled away and said nervously, "Sister, it's time to go to work." When Chu Yunshu heard Yi Yu's words, he came back to his senses as if awakened from a dream. A blush appeared on her face and her eyes were a little flustered, like a frightened rabbit. She turned around in a hurry and walked out of the house quickly, without even having time to say goodbye to Yi Yu. Yi Yu looked at Chu Yunshu running away like a frightened deer and couldn't help but feel a little funny. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a playful smile.
After Chu Yinshu's figure disappeared at the door, Yi Yu slowly walked to the sofa and sat down, then stretched out his hand and pointed in the air, and a transparent system screen appeared in front of him. Yi Yu skillfully operated the system screen, entered the task interface, and collected the happiness points obtained from completing the task. He checked his points balance and found that he now had 830 happiness points. Yi Yu nodded with satisfaction, and then began to stroll around the system mall. Suddenly, Yi Yu's attention was attracted by a product. There was a Tesla car in the system, and it only required 800 happiness points to redeem it. After some thought, Yi Yu decided to exchange the car. Confirm whether to use 800 points to redeem a Tesla car. Yi Yu quickly clicked confirm to redeem. The exchange was successful. The car has been placed in the underground garage, and the key is placed on the front tire. The car was obtained through formal channels. Then Yi Yu continued to look at other things, but he could not redeem them because of insufficient points. Yi Yu had no choice but to exit the system. Then Yi Yu stood up, walked towards the kitchen and started today's work. After a few days, Yi Yu was going to set up the stall to buy cakes again. Then at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiaoyu put the finished cake into the car in the underground parking lot, and then Yi Yu drove to the snack street. More than 20 minutes later, Yi Yu drove the Tesla and slowly entered the snack street. The street is lined with various snack stalls, filled with fragrance, and bustling with people coming and going. After Yi Yu parked the car, he took out the cake he was going to sell from the car. When he walked to the stall, suddenly, his eyes were attracted by a familiar figure. Yi Yu looked carefully and found that it was indeed his good friend Qianfeng. Yi Yu hurriedly took 2 steps forward, came in front of Qianfeng, and asked in surprise, "Old Qian, why are you here?" When Qianfeng saw Yi Yu, he smiled and said, "Yi Zi, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Yi Yu nodded and asked in confusion, "Well, why are you here?" As he spoke, he put the cakes in his hands on the stall. Qianfeng's face darkened slightly, revealing a trace of pain, and he said, "Alas, I have encountered some troubles recently, and I feel uncomfortable holding them in. I want to find someone to talk to." Yi Yu looked at Qianfeng and asked with concern, "Really? Then tell me about it." Qianfeng hesitated for a moment, then said, "I'll wait for you to sell all the stuff, and then I'll call the you and brother Choi out, and we'll find a place to eat and chat together." Yi Yu originally wanted to refuse. After all, he still had to go back to cook for Chu Yinshu. But when he saw Qianfeng's sad face, he couldn't help but feel moved and finally agreed. Chapter 18. Let's get together. "Okay, then you wait for me for a while, it should be sold out soon." Yi Yu spoke to Qianfeng embarrassedly. Qianfeng waved his hand nonchalantly and responded with a smile, "It's okay, I'll help you sell it." Seeing this, Yi Yu quickly declined, "Oh, no need, I can do it alone." He was actually a little embarrassed to ask Qianfeng for help. After all, this was his own business. However, Qianfeng didn't seem to care about Yi Yu's refusal. He quickly said, it's okay. I have nothing to do now anyway. Helping you can kill some time." Seeing Qianfeng's persistence, Yi Yu couldn't help but feel touched, but he hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, okay then." So, Yi Yu started to shovel cake for the first customer, while Qianfeng helped pack up. The two of them cooperated very well, and their movements were quick and skillful. Today's sales were similar to yesterday's. It didn't take long for all the cakes to be sold out. Yi Yu breathed a sigh of relief and began to pack up the stall. He sorted out the remaining materials and tools and put them into a bag. At the same time, Qianfeng sent messages to Du Yu and Lu Tietue, inviting them to come out together in the evening. After a while, Yi Yu finished packing up the stall, walked to Qianfeng, looked at him curiously and asked, "How is it? What did they say? Are they coming?" Qianfeng raised his head, smiled at Yi Yu, and replied, "Well, they said they will come after get off work." "Okay, then where should I go now?" Yi Yu asked puzzledly. "To the bar." "Ah, going to the bar again." Yi Yu's fear of bars was like that of a frightened bird. He would shiver uncontrollably whenever he heard the word bar. However, faced with Qianfeng's request, Yi Yu really couldn't refuse. After all, they are good friends, and Qianfeng is in a bad mood at the moment and needs someone to accompany him. "I'm in a bad mood, can't you drink with me?" Qianfeng said with some dissatisfaction in his tone. Yi Yu sighed helplessly, and finally agreed reluctantly, "Well, okay then." Seeing this, Qianfeng immediately showed a happy smile on his face and said quickly, "Let's go, my car is over there." Yi Yu followed Qianfeng to a cool sports car. The car was emitting a dazzling light, as if it came out of a movie. "Old Qian, you got a new car again."
Yi Yu exclaimed, his eyes attracted by the sports car.
Well, I just bought a Bugatti Tourbillon. It looks nice, doesn't it?
Qianfeng smiled proudly, obviously very satisfied with his new car.
Yeah, it's pretty nice, better than my car.
Yi Yu also replied with a smile, and a trace of envy surged in his heart.
Okay, get in the car. Qianfeng opened the car door and invited Yi Yu to get in.
The two got into the car, Qianfeng started the engine, and the sports car made a low roar, like a beast that had been awakened. On the way to the bar, Yi Yu took out his cell phone and sent a message to Chu Yunshu.
Yi, sister, I may not be able to go home to cook for you tonight. My college classmate asked me to go out for a get-together today.
Meanwhile, Chu Yunshu was looking at documents in the office when his cell phone suddenly rang. She put down the document and picked up the phone beside her to check.
Yunshu, well, okay, then you think you should go home early and be careful on the road.
Yi, well, I understand.
Don't worry.
Then Yi Yu looked at Chu Yunshu, who was concerned about him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing a faint smile. At this time, Qianfeng, who was concentrating on driving, accidentally caught a glimpse of the smile on Yi Yu's face and couldn't help feeling curious.
So Qianfeng asked casually, Yi, what are you laughing at?
Yi Yu was startled by Qianfeng's voice. He quickly put away his smile and pretended to be calm.
He replied, No. Nothing. I just suddenly thought of a joke.
Seeing that Yi Yu seemed unwilling to say more, Qianfeng did not ask any further questions. After all, everyone has their own privacy, and he shouldn't interfere too much. 10 minutes later, the car slowly stopped in front of a bar. Yi Yu looked carefully and found that this bar was actually the Quanqing bar they visited last time.
Why is it this bar again? Yi Yu muttered in confusion.
When Qianfeng heard Yi Yu's words, he quickly explained, Why, don't you like it here?
Oh, no, I just feel a little surprised.
Yi Yu waved his hand quickly and said,
That's good, let's go in.
Qianfeng said, pushing open the car door and walking down. Seeing this, Yi Yu also got out of the car, and the two of them walked into the bar together.
After the two of them sat in the private room, Yi Yu asked, When will they come?
Seeing this, Qianfeng hurriedly explained, Oh, I just sent them a message.
They just got off work and should be here in a while.
After hearing this, Yi Yu nodded thoughtfully, indicating that he understood. Then, Qianfeng suggested, Why don't we start drinking first and wait for them? However, Yi Yu shook his head and replied, Let's wait for them to come.
There's no rush anyway.
After thinking for a while, Qianfeng felt that what Yi Yu said made sense, so he agreed with his opinion and said, That's fine. So the two of them sat quietly in the box, chatting while waiting for the other two to arrive. At the same time, Chu Yunshu was about to get off work when his cell phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone and saw that it was Luo Qingxue calling.
Chu Yunshu quickly answered the phone and asked with concern, Qingxue, what's wrong? Luo Qingxue's voice on the other end of the phone was obviously a little depressed. She said slowly, Shu, are you okay now?
Chu Yunshu keenly noticed that Luo Qingxue's mood was not right, so he quickly replied, No, what's wrong?
Luo Qingxue was silent for a while, and finally mustered up the courage to say, Then can you come and accompany me?
When Chu Yunshu heard this, he immediately realized that Luo Qingxue might be in a bad mood, so he answered without hesitation, Okay, I'll go over right away.
Sure. Well, then I'll wait for you at home. Luo Qingxue said to Chu Yunshu. Okay, I'll come over now, you wait for me.
Chu Yunshu said to Luo Qingxue as he stood up from the chair.
Well, I'll wait for you. Then Chu Yunshu hung up the phone and walked towards the special elevator. Chu Yunshu took the elevator to the underground parking lot.
Then Chu Yunshu quickly got into his car and drove towards Luo Qingxue's home.
Chapter 19 What's Wrong with You?
More than 10 minutes later, the door of the box where Yi Yu and Qianfeng were was slowly pushed open, making a slight creaking sound. As the door opened, a bright light shone into the box from outside, illuminating the originally dim space. Then, two figures appeared at the door, their figures looking a little blurry against the light. Yi Yu looked carefully and found that it was Lu Tietue and Du Yu who walked in.
Qianfeng also noticed the arrival of the two people.
He quickly stood up, a happy smile on his face, and greeted them warmly.
Oh, you two are finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time.
Lu Tietue and Du Yu responded to Qianfeng with a smile, then walked into the box and went straight to the sofa and sat down. Oh, we rushed here as soon as we got off work, but the road was too congested, so we had no choice.
Du Yu quickly explained. It's okay, I was just joking. But since you're late, you have to drink a glass of wine as punishment. Qianfeng raised the corners of his mouth and said with a smile. Okay, then I'll give you a drink as a penalty. Lu Tietue agreed readily, then picked up a glass and filled himself with wine. Seeing this, do you also picked up the glass and filled it with wine? The two men picked up their glasses and drank them all in one gulp, their movements quick and decisive. How about it, is this glass good enough? Do you put down the glass and asked Qianfeng? Sure. Of course. Our brother Du is still straightforward. Qianfeng laughed out loud and was very satisfied with Duyu's performance. Afterwards, the four of them poured themselves some wine and started chatting while drinking. After the four of them drank for a while, Yiyu slowly put down the wine glass in his hand and stared at Qianfeng, as if he wanted to see through his eyes to see the troubles in his heart. Finally, Yiyu broke the silence and asked, "Tell me, Lao Qian, what bad thing happened to you?" When Qianfeng heard Yiyu's question, he seemed to have his heart touched and sighed deeply. That sigh seemed to carry all his helplessness and troubles. What's wrong, Brother Qian? Brother Choi, who was standing by, saw this and interrupted curiously. Qianfeng shook his head, took another sip of wine, and then said slowly, "My old man told me a few days ago that I have a childhood sweetheart." His voice was a little low, and he was obviously very troubled by this sudden news. While drinking, Qianfeng slowly explained the whole story. After he finished speaking, Du asked in surprise, "Are there still people who arrange marriages for their children?" "Yeah, I can't figure out what my old man is thinking either." Qianfeng replied unhappily with a bitter smile on his face. "So have you met now? What does she look like?" Do you continue to ask questions, seeming to be full of curiosity about this mysterious child marriage? Qianfeng was silent for a while, then nodded and said, "Yes, I have seen her today. I just saw her yesterday. She is quite pretty." His voice trailed off, and he seemed to have mixed feelings towards this girl. "Then what are you worried about? She comes from a good family and looks pretty good." Yiyu looked at Qianfeng with a puzzled expression, as if he was very puzzled by his distress. Qianfeng sighed and said helplessly, "But I haven't had enough fun yet, and I don't want to get married so early." There was a hint of reluctance in his tone, as if marriage was a very distant thing for him. "What does that girl mean?" Du interrupted and asked. He was also quite concerned about this matter. Qianfeng was silent for a while, then slowly said, "She doesn't seem very willing." From his words, it can be heard that the woman doesn't seem to be very interested in this marriage. "That's easy," Du suddenly said excitedly. "You two should go and tell the elders on both sides that you are not really willing. Seeing how you are, they probably won't force you to get together." He thought it was a simple solution. However, Qianfeng shook his head and said bitterly, "We told both parents what you said after we met yesterday, but it was useless. They still wanted to promote this marriage." His words were full of helplessness and powerlessness. Hearing this, the atmosphere in the box suddenly became solemn and everyone fell silent. Qianfeng picked up the full wine glass and drank it all in one gulp, as if he wanted to use alcohol to numb his troubles. The other three looked at him, not knowing how to comfort him. After all, facing the pressure and insistence of their elders, they also feel a little helpless. "Then what are you going to do next?" Yiyu stared at Qianfeng, who had been drinking, and asked with concern. Qianfeng raised his head and replied with a wry smile, "What else can I do? Since they want to make this happen so much, I can only go along with them and try to get along with her for a while. Otherwise, my old man won't even give me pocket money every month." As he spoke, he rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. Yiyu nodded in understanding and consoled her, "Don't worry too much. Maybe after getting to know her, you will find that she has many good qualities." Qianfeng sighed and said, "I hope so. But after saying all those words just now, I do feel much better. Come on, let us continue drinking and get drunk today." He tried hard to suppress the unhappiness in his heart and showed a slightly forced smile. "Okay, let's drink." Du immediately responded, "We won't go home until we're drunk today." "Okay, drink." The other three people also echoed, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Xu Yunshu drove the car towards Luo Qingshue's home at lightning speed. The wheels rolled, as if speeding along with her anxious mood. Not long after, Xu Yunshu's car stopped steadily in front of Luo Qingshue's house. She quickly pushed open the car door, walked to the door in 2 steps, pressed the doorbell, and shouted loudly, "Qingshue, I'm here, open the door quickly." Inside the house, Luo Qingshue, who was sitting on the sofa, heard the doorbell ring. She jumped up from the sofa as if she had been electrocuted and ran quickly to the door.
She grasped the door handle with trembling hands and pulled it hard, and the door opened.
Shu Shu, you're finally here, come in.
Luo Qingxue said with joy on her face, a hint of relief in her voice. Seeing this, Shu Yunshu hurriedly stepped into the house. Luo Qingxue then closed the door, then held Shu Yunshu's arm tightly, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear, and pulled him towards the sofa in the living room. After both of them sat down on the sofa, Shu Yunshu looked at Luo Qingxue. Her face looked a little pale, with faint dark circles around her eyes. Her originally beautiful face now looked a little haggard. Shu Yunshu was startled and asked with concern, "Qingxue, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so haggard?" Chapter 20 Drunk. I didn't get enough rest these past 2 days. Luo Qingxue's voice was as gentle as a breeze, and she spoke slowly with her head lowered. Seeing this, Shu Yunshu quickly took Luo Qingxue's hand with concern and asked softly, "Qingxue, what happened?" Luo Qingxue slowly raised her head and her eyes met Shu Yunshu's. At that moment, a trace of helplessness and pain flashed in her eyes. She took a deep breath, as if mustering up a lot of courage, and finally slowly told the reason.
My father called me home 2 days ago and said he had something important to tell me. But he told me that he had arranged a marriage for me. Luo Qingxue's voice became lower and lower, until it was almost inaudible. However, Shu Yunshu heard it clearly. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her face was full of disbelief. Luo Qingxue then told Shu Yunshu everything that had happened. After Shu Yunshu heard this, he was so shocked that he couldn't express it in words. She stared at Luo Qingxue with her eyes wide open, as if she couldn't believe that all this was actually true. So your father is determined to make this marriage happen? Shu Yunshu's voice was a little dry. Luo Qingxue nodded silently, her eyes looked a little empty, as if she had lost all hope. Shu Yunshu was silent for a while, then asked in confusion, "Is there something wrong with your company that your father has to do this?" Luo Qingxue shook her head and replied, "I also asked my mother about this, and she told me no." Shu Yunshu's brows furrowed even deeper. She was obviously very puzzled by this answer, but she didn't know what to do. "Qingxue, I feel like I can't help you with this problem. I'm sorry." Shu Yunshu's tone was full of guilt. She felt that she was powerless to help Luo Qingxue when she needed help the most. "It's okay, Shu Shu, I just want you to come and talk to me, so that I can talk. Otherwise, I feel terrible." Luo Qingxue tried hard to force a smile and said to Shu Yunshu. Shu Yunshu thought for a moment and asked softly, "What are your plans next?" Luo Qingxue shook her head helplessly, smiled bitterly, and said, "Let's take it one step at a time. I really don't know how to deal with these things now." Shu Yunshu nodded to show his understanding, and then suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, "Oh, by the way, have you eaten?" Luo Qingxue shook her head and replied, "Not yet." Shu Yunshu touched his stomach and said with a smile, "Then I'll order some takeout. I'm so hungry now." Luo Qingxue looked at Shu Yunshu in surprise and asked, "What's going on? Aren't you going home to eat today?" Shu Yunshu explained, his friend asked him to go out for a gathering today, so I let him go, and he won't be back for a while. Luo Qingxue frowned and said with worry on her face, "Do you trust him so completely? What if he is outside?" However, before she could finish her words, she was ruthlessly interrupted by Shu Yunshu. "He definitely won't. I have full confidence in him." Shu Yunshu replied firmly. "It's only been a short time since you got your marriage certificate. How could you trust him so easily?" Luo Qingxue sighed helplessly. "I don't know. Anyway, I firmly believe that he would not do such a thing." There was a stubbornness in Shu Yunshu's voice. "Ah, you really leave me speechless." Luo Qingxue shook her head helplessly. "Forget it, let's just order takeout. I'm starving." After saying that, Luo Qingxue quickly took out her mobile phone from her pocket, skillfully opened the food delivery app, and prepared to order food. "What do you want to eat?" "It's my treat today," Luo Qingxue said generously to Shu Yunshu. "Wow, so generous!" Shu Yunshu exclaimed in surprise. "Of course, we are good sisters after all," Luo Qingxue replied with a smile. Afterwards, the two of them enthusiastically ordered a lot of takeout, and the variety of delicious food was so mouth-watering. Shu Yunshu looked at the screen full of delicious food and asked uncertainly, "Can you really finish all the food you ordered?" "Of course." Luo Qingxue nodded without hesitation. "I want to turn all my worries and sorrows into appetite and eat them all." "Well, okay then." Seeing Luo Qingxue was so determined, Shu Yunshu didn't say anything more. After ordering the food, the two sat contentedly on the sofa, chatting while waiting for the takeaway to arrive. It was 11 o'clock in the evening, inside a private room at Quanqing Bar. Yi, why are you drunk?
Xianfeng's face flushed, and he called Yi Yu with drunken eyes, his voice unclear.
It's all your fault. You let him drink all the time.
Do you leaned on the sofa and spoke to Qianfeng weakly?
He felt a little dizzy and obviously had drunk a lot of wine. That's because he's drunk. I forgot he can't drink too much.
Qianfeng scratched his head and gave an awkward smile.
So what should we do now? I know where Brother Chui lives, but what about Yi? Do you frown and asked? Why not bring him to my place?
Qianfeng suggested after thinking for a while.
Well, that's the only way. Do you thought for a while and nodded helplessly? They did it right away.
They stood up unsteadily and prepared to help Yi Yu and Lu Tietue up. However, at this moment, a sudden cell phone ringtone suddenly rang, which was particularly harsh in the noisy bar.
Whose phone is ringing? Is it yours? Yu was startled by the sudden ringing of the bell. He looked at Qianfeng and asked. It's not mine. Qianfeng quickly waved his hands and shook his head. The two looked at each other and both felt it was a little strange, so they pricked up their ears and listened carefully to the source of the sound. Finally, they discovered that the ringing sound actually came from Yi Yu. Yu quickly took out the cell phone from Yi Yu. The moment the phone screen lit up, Yu's attention was attracted by the phone number marked sister on the screen. He pressed the answer button without hesitation and put the phone close to his ear. Hello. A clear female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, who are you? Where is Yi Yu? Yu quickly explained, oh, I'm his friend, he was drunk today. Hearing the word drunk, the person on the other end of the phone was obviously a little surprised, and his voice was slightly raised. What? He is drunk? Where are you now? Yu could hear the other party's concern and quickly replied, we are at the Quanshang bar. Okay, I'll go pick him up now. Please take care of him first. Shu Yunshu's tone was a little anxious, and he hung up the phone in a hurry after he finished speaking. Yu put down his phone and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Yi Yu lying unconscious on the sofa and shook his head helplessly. At the same time, Shu Yunshu quickly sat up from the bed, lifted the quilt, and put on his clothes with neat movements. While she was putting on her clothes, she silently prayed in her heart that nothing would happen to Yi Yu. After changing clothes, Shu Yunshu quickly walked to the door, put on his shoes, picked up the car keys on the shoe cabinet, and then rushed out of the house like a gust of wind. Chapter 21. Thank you for your hard work. More than 10 minutes later, Shu Yunshu drove the car and sped all the way, and finally arrived at the Quanqing bar. She parked the car skillfully, her movements were quick and decisive, as if she knew the environment here very well. After parking the car, she opened the door without hesitation and walked briskly towards the door of the bar. A few minutes later, she stood at the door of the bar, took a deep breath, and gently pushed the door open. The moment the door opened, she was greeted by a burst of loud music and noise, but she didn't hesitate at all and walked straight into the bar. The lights in the bar were dim, the air was filled with smoke, and it was crowded with people. Shu Yunshu walked through the crowd, his eyes quickly scanning every corner, and finally landed on the door of the box where Yi Yu and others were. She walked quickly to the door of the box, reached out and pushed it gently, and the door opened. Qianfeng and Yu in the box heard the sound of the door opening and looked towards the door at the same time. When they saw who came in, they were all stunned. I saw a slender woman walking in slowly, her steps were light, like an elegant white swan. Her long hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, gently brushing against her fair skin and exuding a faint fragrance. Seeing this, Qianfeng quickly stood up, walked towards Shu Yunshu, and asked, are you the one who called Yi Yu just now? Shu Yunshu nodded quickly and replied with a smile, yes, I will take him home. Her voice is clear and pleasant, like the sound of nature. Qianfeng stared at Shu Yunshu, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He couldn't help but speak again and asked softly, are you his girlfriend? Shu Yunshu raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and she nodded slightly again to show her affirmation. However, she didn't reveal the fact that the two were actually married, simply replying, well, yes. Qianfeng seemed a little surprised by this answer. He muttered quietly, is this true? Yi Zi didn't even tell us that he had a girlfriend. So she asked again, can I take him back now? Qianfeng nodded quickly and said, sure, of course. After getting permission, Shu Yunshu walked up to Yi Yu and carefully helped him up.
Yi Yu's body was shaking a little, so Chu Yunshu gently held his waist with his hand and slowly walked towards the door of the box.
Xianfeng and Yi Yu stood there quietly, watching Chu Yunshu and Yi Yu slowly leave.
They didn't come to their senses until the two figures disappeared out the door.
Let's go too.
Do you broke the silence and said to Xianfeng? Xianfeng nodded, then walked to Brother Cui with Du Yu. The two worked together to help the unconscious Thor up, and walked out of the box step by step. Chu Yunshu drove the car smoothly on the way home. From time to time, her eyes shifted away from the road ahead, and she turned her head to observe Yi Yu sitting in the passenger seat with concern. At this moment, Yi Yu's eyes slowly opened. His vision was a little blurry, as if he had not yet fully sobered up from his drunken state.
His eyes scanned the surroundings aimlessly and finally fell on Chu Yunshu.
Chu Yunshu noticed Yi Yu's movements and turned to look at him.
When their eyes met, Yi Yu showed a hint of surprise and confusion on his face. He murmured, "Sister, is that you?" I am not dreaming, am I?" Chu Yunshu smiled slightly and replied softly, "Why are you awake?"
Her voice was gentle and kind, like a spring breeze, gently brushing past Yi Yu's ears. Yi Yu heard Chu Yunshu's voice, and the gentle tone gradually brought him back to his senses from his confusion. He blinked, and after confirming that the person in front of him was indeed Chu Yunshu, a warm feeling surged in his heart.
"Sister, why are you here? Shouldn't you be asleep at home at this time?"
Yi Yu asked. Chu Yunshu patiently explained, "I found that you haven't come back yet, and I was a little worried, so I didn't sleep.
Later I called you and found out you were drunk, so I rushed over to pick you up."
Her tone was full of care and consideration, which made Yi Yu feel extremely relieved.
"Really? Thank you for your hard work, sister. I made you worry. I won't do that again next time."
Yi Yu quickly spoke to Chu Yunshu.
"That's good to know." Chu Yunshu nodded.
"You should rest for a while.
I'll be home soon."
Chu Yunshu continued. Yi Yu nodded, then continued to close his eyes and rest. Finally, Chu Yunshu drove slowly into the residential area beside Tianshui Lake, and the friction between the wheels and the ground made a slight rustling sound. After the car stopped, Chu Yunshu got out, walked around to the passenger seat, opened the door, and took a lot of effort to pull the unconscious Yi Yu out of the car. Yi Yu's body was like a puddle of mud, completely without any strength. Chu Yunshu almost half dragged and half carried him back to the room, and then carefully placed him on the bed in the bedroom.
"Just lie down on the bed for a while. I'll make you some hangover soup."
Chu Yunshu looked at Yi Yu lying on the bed and said softly. Yi Yu seemed to have heard what Chu Yunshu said. His eyelids trembled slightly, then slowly opened a crack, looked at Chu Yunshu with a dazed look, and then nodded slowly to indicate that he heard it. Seeing this, Chu Yunshu turned around and walked out of the bedroom and went straight to the kitchen.
She opened the refrigerator, took out some ingredients, and skillfully began to cook a hangover soup. Before long, a faint fragrance filled the kitchen.
Chu Yunshu poured the cooked hangover relief soup into a bowl and quickly walked back to the bedroom with the bowl.
"Come, drink this bowl of hangover soup."
Chu Yunshu sat on the edge of the bed and whispered to Yi Yu. When Yi Yu heard Chu Yunshu's voice, he tried to open his eyes, looked at the bowl in Chu Yunshu's hand, and then slowly sat up.
Chu Yunshu quickly handed the bowl to his mouth. Yi Yu took the bowl and drank it slowly. After drinking the hangover relieving soup, Yi Yu's complexion looked a little better and his eyes gradually became clearer. After a while, Yi Yu suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Chu Yunshu, and gave a weak smile. "Sister, you've worked really hard tonight." Yi Yu's voice was a little hoarse. He slowly sat up from the bed, leaned against the headboard, looked at Chu Yunshu and said. Chu Yunshu saw that Yi Yu finally woke up, and a big stone in her heart fell to the ground. She quickly said, "It's okay, how do you feel? Are you feeling better?" "Well, much better. Thank you, sister." Yi Yu looked at Chu Yunshu gratefully. "But you are not allowed to drink like this again in the future. If you continue to do this, I will really not care about you." Chu Yunshu looked at Yi Yu seriously and said earnestly. Yi Yu nodded obediently and said, "Well, I understand." "Well, then you should go to the bathroom and take a shower. You smell like alcohol." Chu Yunshu said to Yi Yu. "Oh, okay." Then Yi Yu quickly got out of bed, put on his slippers, took his clothes and went into the bathroom. Chapter 22 Bringing Meals to You. The next morning, early in the morning, the sunlight shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Yi Yu did not get up early like before, but overslept. Chu Yunshu woke up early and came to the bed, calling softly to Yi Yu who was still sleeping. Yi, it's getting late, it's time to get up. Yi's consciousness gradually withdrew from the dream, and he turned over in a daze. However, Shu Yunshu's voice was like a gentle breeze, constantly lingering in his ears. Finally, Yi slowly opened his eyes and looked at Shu Yunshu sleepily. Sister, why are you awake? Yi rubbed his eyes and made a hoarse sound. Obviously he was not fully awake yet. Shu Yunshu smiled slightly and said softly, well, it's getting late, it's already 7 o'clock. When Yi heard the time 7 o'clock, his body trembled violently, and then he sat up quickly. Yi said to Shu Yunshu with an apologetic look on his face, oh, I almost forgot, I haven't made breakfast for you yet, I'm so sorry, I'll make it now. As he said that, Yi threw back the quilt and prepared to get out of bed and go to the kitchen. However, Shu Yunshu saw this and quickly stopped him, saying, no need, I've already done it. Yi suddenly stopped moving. He turned back to look at Shu Yunshu in surprise, with an expression of disbelief on his face. You got up to make breakfast? Shu Yunshu nodded and said gently, well, when I got up, I saw that you were not awake, so I went to the kitchen to do it. But I don't know how to cook anything else, so I just cooked a bowl of noodles for each of us. Yi stared at Shu Yunshu and said softly, you should have woken me up. I'll make breakfast. Shu Yunshu smiled slightly and responded softly, it's okay, I can make breakfast occasionally. Yi nodded, and then suggested, then let's go out and eat noodles quickly, otherwise the noodles will clump together and the taste will be bad. Shu Yunshu agreed, then followed Yi out of the bedroom and into the dining room. After the two of them took their seats, Yi's eyes fell on the bowl in front of him. It looks good, but I don't know how it tastes. He muttered to himself thoughtfully. After saying that, Yi picked up the chopsticks, carefully picked up a noodle and put it into his mouth. Shu Yunshu stared at Yi nervously, carefully observing the changes in his facial expressions. A minute later, Yi showed a satisfied look on his face and praised, well, this noodle tastes quite good, delicious. When Shu Yunshu heard this, the tension in his heart instantly disappeared. Since it tastes good, I will make it for you often in the future. Shu Yunshu said to Yi with a smile. Yi also smiled happily and nodded. Afterwards, the two of them ate and chatted, happily enjoying this simple and delicious meal of noodles. Suddenly, Xiaoyu seemed to have discovered something. He slowly put down the chopsticks in his hand and turned his gaze to Shu Yunshu. Shu Yunshu obviously noticed Xiaoyu's actions. She twisted her body uncomfortably, and the originally relaxed atmosphere instantly became a little tense. What happened? Shu Yunshu's voice trembled slightly, and she asked uncertainly, is there something dirty on my face? Xiaoyu did not answer immediately. His eyes were still on Shu Yunshu's face, as if he was observing something carefully. After a while, he slowly said, sister, why do I feel like you've lost weight recently? Shu Yunshu's heart tightened when she heard this. She subconsciously touched her cheek and said doubtfully, really? I don't think there's any change. Xiaoyu frowned slightly, and his tone became a little serious. Did you not have a good meal at noon? Shu Yunshu's face turned slightly red. She lowered her head a little embarrassedly and said softly, well, no, I just felt that it was not very delicious, so I ate a little less. You are pregnant now, so you can't eat too little, otherwise the baby will be malnourished. Yi said to Shu Yunshu with concern. How about I bring you meals in the future, so I can supervise you while you eat and make sure you get enough nutrition? Shu Yunshu looked at Yi with some surprise, as if he was a little surprised by his proposal. I think. However, before she could finish her words, Yi interrupted her without hesitation. Then it's decided. Let's start from today. His tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Seeing Yi was so determined, Shu Yunshu knew that no matter how much he tried to refuse, it would be useless, so he nodded to show his agreement. Suddenly, the system screen appeared in front of Yi. Ding, it is detected that the host delivers lunch to Shu Yunshu every day, and 100 happiness points are rewarded. Host, please confirm receipt. Yi looked carefully and saw a system screen appear in front of him, with the reward information clearly displayed on it. He was delighted and quickly clicked the confirm button. Okay, continue eating. Shu Yunshu said to Yi with a smile, and then continued to enjoy his lunch. Yi also nodded, picked up the chopsticks, and continued to eat happily. Sister, please send me the address of your company so I can go there at noon. Yi smiled and spoke to Shu Yunshu in a gentle tone. Shu Yunshu nodded slightly to show his agreement after hearing Yi's words, and then replied, well, I'll send it to you later. Seeing Shu Yunshu agreed, Yi was delighted, and then said with a smile, sister, what do you want to eat for lunch today? I can cook it for you.
Shu Yunshu thought for a moment and said, let's have some asparagus and shrimp, and stir-fry some broccoli. For the soup, just have some corn and pork ribs soup. As for the rest, you can decide for yourself. Yi Yu listened carefully to Chu Yunshu's request, nodded from time to time to show that he understood, and finally said, well, okay, I'll go to the supermarket to buy vegetables in a while. Chu Yunshu looked at Yi Yu's well-behaved appearance and couldn't help but laugh. He said gently, then go to work first. Yi Yu nodded quickly, then walked quickly to the door, opened the door for Chu Yunshu, and sent her to the door. Standing at the door, Yi Yu did not forget to remind Chu Yunshu, sister, drive slowly and carefully. Chu Yunshu raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a sweet smile, and responded, okay, I will pay attention. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the elevator. After entering the elevator door slowly closed, and Chu Yunshu took the elevator and went downstairs quickly. Yi Yu closed the door and walked back to the kitchen to clean up. Chapter 23 You Have a Girlfriend. At noon, the sunlight shone into the kitchen through the window, and Yi Yu had already prepared lunch for Chu Yunshu. When the meals were ready, Yi Yu began to pack them into take-out boxes. He carefully arranges each dish neatly to ensure that they will not be knocked over or damaged during transportation. Just as he was concentrating on loading the dishes, the cell phone beside him suddenly rang. The sudden ringing startled Yi Yu. He quickly stopped what he was doing and took out his cell phone from his pocket to check. Chen Feng's name was displayed on the screen. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. He wondered why Chen Feng called him at this time. Yi Yu pressed the answer button, put the phone to his ear, and said, hello. Chen Feng's voice came from the other end of the phone, hello, Yi Zi. Old Chen, what are you calling for? As Yi Yu spoke, he turned on the hands-free function, then put his phone on the table and continued packing the food. Xian Feng's voice came from the phone, Yi Zi, do you remember what happened last night? When Yi Yu heard this question, he paused for a moment and tried hard to recall what happened last night. Oh, I can't remember what happened after I drank too much. Yi Yu thought for a moment and answered truthfully. Then I'm going to ask you something, and you have to answer me truthfully. Xian Feng's tone became serious and his voice became deeper, as if the next question he was going to ask was very important. Seeing this, Yi Yu's heart skipped a beat, but he still pretended to be calm and replied, don't build up the situation, just ask if you have any questions. Shen Feng took a deep breath and asked in a questioning tone, the girl who came to the bar to pick you up last night, is she your girlfriend? When Yi Yu heard this question, he stopped what he was doing. He felt a little flustered, but he quickly calmed down. He hesitated for a moment, then replied, no. Because he suddenly realized that he and Chu Yunshu had already obtained their marriage certificate, and their relationship could not be considered an ordinary boyfriend and girlfriend. Screw you. Xian Feng was obviously very dissatisfied with Yi Yu's answer, and he said unhappily. I asked her face to face yesterday, and she clearly said that you two were boyfriend and girlfriend. How dare you lie to me? It seems that our brotherhood is becoming weaker and weaker. Yi Yu was even more surprised when he heard this. He widened his eyes and asked in disbelief, what? You asked her yesterday? And she said yes? That's right, Yi Zi, you're so mean. You hid such a big thing as having a girlfriend from even us good friends. If you hadn't been drunk last night and she came to pick you up, we would probably still be kept in the dark. Tell me, what do you really think? Do you really not take us seriously? Xian Feng became more and more excited as he spoke, his face full of anger, and he was about to explode with rage. Oh, I just didn't know how to tell you, so I kept putting it off until now. Yi Yu explained anxiously, as if he was afraid that the other party would not believe him. However, Xian Feng remained silent, which made Yi Yu feel even more uncertain. Hey, brother Qian, this is really all my fault, please don't be angry. Seeing that Xian Feng had no reaction, Yi Yu hurriedly continued to apologize, his tone full of earnestness and regret. Perhaps moved by Yi Yu's attitude, Xian Feng's voice finally came from the other end of the phone, it's good that you know. Although his tone was still somewhat cold, it was somewhat milder than his previous silence. Yeah. Yi Yu responded with a sense of relief and secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Okay, I'm a little busy here, so I'll hang up first. Xian Feng said immediately. Well, okay, I won't waste your time. Bye. Yi Yu replied quickly. Before he finished speaking, Yi Yu quickly put down what he was busy with, picked up the phone and hung up. Then he put his phone aside and continued packing the food. A few minutes later, Yi Yu finally finished packing all the food. He checked carefully and made sure nothing was missing, then he clapped his hands in satisfaction.
After a short rest, Yi Yu quickly walked into the bedroom and spent a few minutes changing into clean and tidy clothes. After changing clothes, Yi Yu returned to the kitchen again, picked up the packed food, and walked straight to the shoe cabinet at the door. After changing his shoes, Yi Yu opened the door and walked out. More than 20 minutes later, Yi Yu drove the car along the wide road. Finally arriving at the address given by Chu Yunshu, the first thing I saw was a towering office building. Yi Yu slowly drove the car into the parking lot and looked around for a suitable parking space. Finally, he stopped the car in front of an empty space and quickly backed it into the parking space. After parking the car, Yi Yu opened the passenger door and carefully picked up the packing box on the seat. Yi Yu closed the car door, picked up his lunchbox, and walked towards the office building. As he walked, he took out his cell phone from his pocket, ready to send a message to Chu Yunshu to tell her that he had arrived. Yi Yu tapped his fingers quickly on the screen and sent a message, "Sister, I'm here, which floor are you on?" At the same time, Chu Yunshu, who was sitting in the office, was concentrating on reading an important document. Suddenly, she felt her phone vibrate slightly on the table. She picked up her phone, unlocked the screen, and saw the message from Yi Yu. The corners of Chu Yunshu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Then she quickly replied, "I'll ask my assistant to bring you up now, you wait downstairs for a while." After sending the message, Chu Yunshu pressed the pager on the desk and said into the receiver, "Assistant Lee, come in for a moment." Special Assistant Lee, who was sitting outside, heard Mr. Chu's voice coming from the pager and hurried towards the office. "Boss Chu, are you looking for me?" Special Assistant Lee walked up to Chu Yunshu with a smile on his face and spoke softly. Chu Yunshu glanced at Assistant Lee, then said, "Go downstairs now and pick up Yi Yu." Upon hearing this, Special Assistant Lee immediately responded, "Okay, Mr. Chu." "But is he downstairs now?" Chu Yunshu nodded slightly to express his affirmation, "Yes." After getting the confirmation, Special Assistant Lee did not ask any more questions, turned around and walked quickly out the door. A few minutes later, Special Assistant Lee took the president's special elevator and quickly arrived at the first floor. The elevator door slowly opened, and Assistant Lee stepped out and walked straight towards the lobby. Along the way, many employees passed by him and took the initiative to greet him. Special Assistant Lee just smiled and nodded without stopping. His eyes were always searching for Yi Yu's figure in the crowd. Finally, in a corner of the hall, Assistant Lee saw Yi Yu sitting on the sofa. He quickly quickened his pace, walked up to Yi Yu, and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Mr. Chu's special assistant, my last name is Lee." Yi Yu heard the voice, looked up, and when he saw Assistant Lee, he quickly stood up and responded a little stiffly, "Oh, hello." Upon seeing this, Special Assistant Lee hurriedly explained with a smile, "Boss Chu is waiting for you upstairs, please follow me." Yi Yu nodded slightly to show that he understood. Then Yi Yu followed Assistant Lee's footsteps slowly and walked towards the president's special elevator. After entering the elevator, Yi Yu was silent for a moment, as if thinking about something. Finally, he couldn't help but ask Assistant Lee, "Assistant Lee, I want to know if your president often doesn't eat at noon, or just eats a little bit?" Assistant Lee obviously did not expect Yi Yu to suddenly ask this question. He was stunned for a moment, but soon came to his senses and quickly answered. Generally speaking, the president does eat very little. If he is particularly busy at work, he may even skip lunch altogether. Yi Yu nodded thoughtfully and said softly, "Oh, I understand, thank you." His tone was very polite, revealing a sense of humility and politeness. "You're welcome. This is what I should do." Assistant Lee responded with a smile. Before he finished speaking, the elevator had already reached the top floor. "Mr. Yi, please follow me." Special Assistant Lee politely gestured for invitation and walked out of the elevator first. Yi Yu followed closely behind, and the two walked side by side, passing through a wide corridor and passing by an office area. The people in the office area seemed to notice their arrival and raised their heads, looking at Yi Yu curiously. Some people were whispering to each other, as if they were guessing Yi Yu's identity and purpose. Facing everyone's gaze, Yi Yu behaved very calmly. With a smile on his face, he continued to move forward with Assistant Lee. After a while, they came to a closed door. "Mr. Yi, we're here. The president is inside," Special Assistant Lee said, pointing at the door. "Okay, thank you," Yi Yu said with a polite smile. "It's okay. I'll get busy first," Assistant Lee said. Yi Yu nodded at him, and then Assistant Lee left. Chapter 24. Who is that person? Yi Yu gently pushed open the door of Chu Yunshu's office, holding an exquisite packing box in his hand. Chu Yunshu, who was sitting at the desk, heard the sound of the door opening, quickly raised his head and his eyes met Yi Yu's.
You're here. Xu Yunshu said with a smile, a hint of surprise in his voice.
Yi Yu also smiled and responded, well, sister, your lunch is here.
As he spoke, he walked quickly to the table and placed the takeaway box on it.
Xu Yunshu nodded, then stood up from his seat and walked towards the sofa.
A few minutes later, Yi Yu had taken out the food from the takeaway boxes one by one and placed them neatly on the table. Then, he picked up a pair of chopsticks, handed them to Xu Yunshu, and said gently, Sister, come and eat, otherwise the food will get cold in a while.
Xu Yunshu took the chopsticks with a smile and said softly, well, thank you.
Then she began to slowly enjoy the hearty lunch.
Just as Xu Yunshu was eating with gusto, he suddenly seemed to think of something, put down his chopsticks, looked up at Yi Yu, and asked with concern, have you eaten? Do you want to eat some together?
Yi Yu quickly shook his head, a smile appeared on his face, and he replied softly, Sister, I have already eaten at home, you can eat without worrying about me.
Xu Yunshu looked at Yi Yu, and seeing his firm attitude, he no longer insisted, nodded and said, okay.
Afterwards, Xu Yunshu continued to eat. Her movements were graceful and swift, and she was obviously very hungry.
Yi Yu sat aside, watching Xu Yunshu eat quietly.
His eyes were gentle and concerned, and he reminded Xu Yunshu from time to time to eat slowly and not to choke. After a while, Yi Yu suddenly said, Sister, you must eat well in the future.
I just asked your assistant, and he said that you often don't eat well, which is not good for your health, do you know?
Xu Yunshu was chewing his food. When he heard Yi Yu's words, his cheeks puffed up like a little squirrel.
He said incoherently, why did he tell you everything? Seeing this, Yi Yu quickly explained, Sister, don't blame him. I asked him when I came up just now. He also meant well.
Xu Yunshu swallowed the food in his mouth, then he came to his senses, smiled and said, I know, I will pay attention to it next time. Then the two chatted about some other things. At this moment, Assistant Lee had just returned to his workstation and hadn't even sat down yet when several people approached him.
Brother Lee, who was that man just now? Why did he enter the president's office? One of them asked curiously.
I think that guy is quite handsome.
Could he be the president's relative? Or the president's boyfriend?
The other person was speculating with a gossipy look on his face. When Li Ming heard what these people said, he suddenly became impatient. He said to them with a stern face, Stop asking about the president's affairs.
Have you finished your work? How can you have time to chat here? After hearing what Li Ming said, those people felt a little embarrassed.
They looked at each other, and then, as if guilty, they hurriedly left Assistant Lee's workstation, returned to their own seats, and pretended to be busy with their own work. Special Assistant Lee watched these people leave in disgrace, and then heaved a sigh of relief. He muttered to himself, These guys, what a joke, they just keep asking around all day long, without even realizing their own worth. However, he didn't have time to worry about these things because he still had a lot of work to do. So he quickly calmed himself down and started to focus on his work. At the same time, in the president's office, Yi Yu was looking at Xu Yunshu tenderly, and asked with concern, Sister, are you full?
Xu Yunshu smiled and nodded, and said softly, well, I'm full.
Yi Yu quickly said, It's okay, if you are tired, take a rest first, I will clean up the table. After hearing this, Xu Yunshu did not refuse. She smiled and nodded, then leaned back on the sofa, closed her eyes, and rested quietly. A few minutes later, after Yi Yu finished cleaning the table, he looked at Xu Yunshu.
Sister, you should take a rest. I won't disturb you anymore.
I'll go back first.
Well, then drive slowly on the road. Xu Yunshu reminded.
Okay. I'll leave first.
Don't work too hard.
Yi Yu said to Xu Yunshu.
Xu Yunshu smiled and nodded.
Then Yi Yu stood up, picked up the lunchbox and walked towards the door. In the evening, Yi Yu, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, received a call from his mother.
Mom, what's the matter with you calling me?
Yi Yu asked. Li Lan, the mother on the other end of the phone, said gently and kindly, Son, I just want to tell you that I will come over tomorrow morning.
Remember to pick me up at the station.
Yi Yu replied, Yes, I understand.
Then, Yi Yu suddenly remembered something and asked quickly, By the way, Mom, does Dad want to come over?
Mother Li Lan smiled and replied, Your father won't come over. There are still many things at home that need him to take care of. Yi Yu said to show his understanding, and then said, Okay then. Then Mother Li Lan said to Yi Yu, That's it, I'm going to bed, you and Xiao Shu should also rest early.
Well, good night.
Yi Yu also spoke. Then Yi Yu put away his phone, turned off the TV, and walked towards the bedroom. I pushed the door open and walked in, just in time to see Chu Yunshu walking out of the bathroom. Yi Yu saw Chu Yunshu's wet hair and quickly said, "Sister, why is your hair still wet? Let me blow it dry for you." Then Yi Yu walked to the cabinet beside him and took out a hairdryer. Yi Yu turned around and looked at Chu Yunshu, who was standing still, and quickly shouted, "Sister, come here quickly." Chu Yunshu, who had just been distracted, heard Yi Yu's call and quickly came to his senses and walked towards Yi Yu. Then Chu Yunshu sat in front of her dressing table, and Yi Yu picked up the hairdryer and started to blow her hair. While blowing her hair, Yi Yu said, "Sister, remember to blow dry your hair after taking a shower, otherwise you will catch a cold easily. If you don't want to blow dry your hair yourself, tell me and I will help you." When Chu Yunshu heard Yi Yu's words, he smiled and nodded. After a few minutes, Yi Yu finally dried his hair. Then Yi Yu put the hairdryer back and said to Chu Yunshu, "Sister, my mother is coming tomorrow. She asked me to pick her up at the station tomorrow morning." Chapter 25. I'll make some soup. After Chu Yunshu heard Yi Yu's words, a happy smile appeared on her face. She nodded slightly and said, "Well, that's great. But you must remember to pick up Mom on time, and don't let her wait too long." Yi Yu nodded quickly and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely not forget it." His tone was firm and confident, as if this was an easy task for him. Seeing this, Chu Yunshu felt relieved. She said softly, "That's good. It's getting late. Let's go to bed early. We are really exhausted today." As she spoke, she yawned and seemed a little sleepy. Yi Yu nodded in understanding and replied, "Yeah, I feel a little tired too." Then he climbed onto the bed with swift movements and lay down comfortably on one side of the bed. After Chu Yunshu watched Yi Yu lie down, he slowly lay down too. She reached out her hand, fumbled for the switch of the desk lamp, pressed it lightly, and the room suddenly fell into darkness. In this quiet atmosphere, both of them closed their eyes quietly, adjusted their breathing, and prepared to fall asleep. "Mom, I'll be at the station soon, please wait a moment." Yi Yu held the steering wheel steadily and spoke into the phone, a hint of urgency in his voice. Lilan, the mother on the other end of the phone, heard her son's words and quickly responded, "Yes, I know, son, I'm not in a hurry. You must drive safely and drive slowly." Her tone was full of concern and worry. Yi Yu responded, then hung up the phone and continued driving with full concentration. He drove carefully through the busy streets and finally arrived at the station 10 minutes later. Yi Yu slowly parked the car, pulled the handbrake, then pushed open the door and walked into the station. He looked around, searching for his mother. The station was bustling with people. Yi Yu moved among the crowd, his eyes constantly scanning. Finally, he found his mother Lilan in a corner. "Mom, I'm here." Yi Yu walked quickly towards his mother with a happy smile on his face. When Mother Lilan saw her son, she also smiled with relief and said, "Well, son, you are here. Well, let's go home first," Yi Yu said with a smile. Mother Lilan nodded in agreement. Then Yi Yu picked up the two bags next to his mother and walked towards the exit. His mother Lilan followed closely behind him. The two came to the car. Yi Yu opened the trunk and said to his mother, "Mom, put the things here." Mother Lilan smiled and nodded, then walked briskly to the trunk of the car, gently opened the trunk lid, and carefully put the items in her hand in. After everything was settled, Yi Yu leaned out of the driver's seat and said gently to his mother, "Mom, get in the car." Mother Lilan turned around and responded with a smile, "Okay, son." Then she slowly opened the passenger door and got in gracefully. Seeing that his mother was seated firmly, Yi Yu quickly got into the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, started the car skillfully, and slowly drove away from the station. The car was driving smoothly on the road, the scenery outside the window was picturesque, and Mother Lilan was in a particularly good mood. She turned to look at her son who was concentrating on driving, and suddenly asked, "Xiaoyu, when did you buy this car?" Yi Yu was a little surprised that his mother would suddenly ask this question, but he quickly answered, "Oh, I bought it a few days ago." Mother Lilan nodded and continued to ask, "This car looks quite expensive, right?" Yi Yu hesitated for a moment, thought for a moment and replied, "Well, it's okay, not particularly expensive." Mother Lilan seemed dissatisfied with the answer. She frowned and asked worriedly, "Did Xiaoshu buy it for you?" When Yi Yu heard this, he quickly explained, "Of course not, Mom. I bought this with my own money, so don't worry." Hearing her son's words, Lilan's mother finally felt relieved. She breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "That's good, that's good." Yi Yu suddenly remembered something important and asked quickly, "Mom, what are in those two bags I just carried?" When Mother Lilan heard her son's question, she immediately replied, "Oh, those are the chickens and ducks that your father just slaughtered this morning. I brought them here to make soup for Xiao Shu to nourish her body." Yi Yu nodded in sudden realization and said with a smile, "So that's how it is, that's great." At this moment, Mother Lilan seemed to suddenly remember something and asked quickly, "By the way, where is Xiao Shu? Did she go to work again?" Yi Yu also nodded, and then explained, "Well, she is the boss of the company after all, so she must go to the company to handle some affairs." After hearing this, Mother Lilan showed a trace of worry on her face and said distressfully, "But she is pregnant now, won't this be too tiring?" Yi Yu quickly comforted his mother, "Don't worry, Yun Shu must know what's going on. She won't let herself get too tired." Mother Lilan was still a little worried, but when she saw her son say this, she had no choice but to nod helplessly. "Yeah, well, I hope she can take care of herself." More than 10 minutes later, Yi Yu drove slowly into the driveway of the residential complex. The sound of the wheels rubbing against the ground was particularly clear in the quiet street. After the car stopped, Yi Yu opened the door skillfully and got out lightly. He walked to the trunk and pressed it lightly. The trunk lid slowly rose up, revealing the items piled inside. Yi Yu reached out and picked up the things in the trunk. He carried these things carefully and turned to walk towards his mother who was standing beside him. "Mom, let's go upstairs," Yi Yu said to his mother with a smile. Mother Lilan smiled and nodded. Her eyes fell on the items in Yi Yu's hand, and a hint of relief flashed in her eyes. Then, she walked towards home. Her steps seemed a little slow, but each step was steady. Yi Yu also followed behind her mother. As soon as she entered the door, her mother Lilan said, "Take the bags into the kitchen. I'll simply pack them and put them in the refrigerator." Yi Yu nodded, carrying a few bags, and walked straight into the kitchen. Mother Lilan followed in. "Put your things here, and then you go and take a rest. I will clean up these things." Mother Lilan looked at her son and said softly. Yi Yu shook his head and said with a smile, "It's okay, Mom, I'll go with you, it will be faster this way." Mother Lilan looked at her son's determined eyes, smiled helplessly, and said, "Well, okay then." So, Yi Yu and his mother Lilan started packing these items together. Yi Yu opened the bag, took out the things inside one by one and put them in the refrigerator. Mother Lilan was sorting out other items and placing them in order. Half an hour later, the two finally put everything into the refrigerator. Yi Yu looked at the neatly arranged ingredients in the refrigerator, clapped his hands in satisfaction, then looked at the time, turned to his mother and said, "Mom, it's getting late. I have to start cooking. I have to send food to Yunshu later." When Mother Lilan heard her son's words, she nodded quickly and said, "Oh, okay, go and cook. I'll make some soup now, and you can bring it over to Yunshu later." Yi Yu smiled and replied, "Yes, sure." Mother Lilan smiled, then turned and walked into the kitchen and started to make chicken soup for Chu Yunshu. Yi Yu was busy preparing other dishes. He cut, washed, and cooked the vegetables skillfully. Soon, the kitchen was filled with fragrance. After a while, Yi Yu's dishes were almost ready. He stopped what he was doing, looked at his mother who was making soup, and asked, "Mom, is your soup ready?" Mother Lilan lifted the lid of the pot, looked at the soup in the pot, nodded, and said, "Well, it's almost done, just cook it for a while longer." After hearing this, Yi Yu said, "Then I'll start packing." After saying that, he picked up the thermos bucket, put the fried dishes into it, and then served the rice and put it into the thermos bucket as well. A few minutes later, Yi Yu packed the soup. He looked at the food in the thermos with satisfaction, then picked up the thermos and prepared to go out. At this moment, his mother Lilan called him, "Xiaoyu, don't leave in a hurry, eat your meal first and then go to give Yunshu a meal." "There's no time. I'll eat with Yunshu later." Yi Yu looked at the time and replied, "Oh, okay, then drive slowly on the road." Mother Lilan nodded and reminded him, "Yes, I know." After saying that, Yi Yu changed his shoes and left home. Chapter 26. Who is my brother-in-law? Today, Yi Yu did not ask Special Assistant Li to come downstairs to pick him up like he did yesterday. Instead, he chose to go upstairs alone in the president's special elevator. The elevator slowly rose, and Yi Yu stood in the elevator, feeling a little relaxed. When the elevator reached the floor, Yi Yu stepped out and walked straight through the work area. As he walked, Yi Yu suddenly noticed that sitting at a workstation near the president's office was Special Assistant Li. He quickly called out and said, "Hello, Assistant Li, why haven't you gone to eat yet?" When Assistant Li heard Yi Yu's voice, he quickly looked up with a hint of surprise on his face. He quickly responded, "Mr. Yi, you're here.
I'll go after I finish the work on hand. Yi Yu smiled and nodded, and said, "Oh, then you go ahead and get busy." Then he continued walking towards the president's office.
Arriving at the door of the president's office, Yi Yu knocked gently. After hearing Chu Yunshu's response from inside, he pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he entered the room, Yi Yu saw Chu Yunshu sitting at his desk, concentrating on processing documents.
He walked quickly to Chu Yunshu and said with a smile, "Sister, I'm here."
Chu Yunshu raised his head and looked at Yi Yu, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a gentle smile, and responded, "Yeah." Yi Yu walked to the table and placed the food on the table while saying to Chu Yunshu, "It's a little late today.
Come over and eat. Don't be hungry."
"Well, wait until I finish reading this document in my hand." Chu Yunshu responded out loud, but his hands did not stop at all, and he continued to flip through the documents quickly. Seeing this, Yi Yu did not delay and quickly placed the food neatly on the table one by one.
2 minutes later, Chu Yunshu finally finished reading the document.
She let out a long sigh, closed the folder, then stood up and walked towards the table. As soon as he got close, a strong fragrance hit his nose.
Chu Yunshu couldn't help but take a deep breath, with a satisfied smile on his face.
It smells so good. What smells so good?" As she spoke, she looked at Yi Yu with a hint of curiosity in her eyes.
Yi Yu quickly explained with a smile, "Oh, didn't Mom come over today? She brought a few chickens and made you a soup at noon."
"Oh, so that's how it is." Chu Yunshu nodded in sudden realization. "No wonder it smells so good, I can smell it."
"Well, then sit down and eat,"
Yi Yu said to Chu Yunshu with a smile.
Chu Yunshu nodded, walked quickly to the sofa and sat down. Then Yi Yu picked up the bowl of soup and handed it to Chu Yunshu carefully, saying softly, "Sister, try this soup and see if it tastes good."
"Yeah." Chu Yunshu nodded, then took the bowl and took a sip. "It tastes good, very delicious."
Chu Yunshu exclaimed. "Really? If it tastes good, drink more. These are all yours,"
Yi Yu said to Chu Yunshu with a smile.
"Yeah, okay." Chu Yunshu nodded with a smile. "Sister, I'll go back first. You should have a good rest,"
Yi Yu said gently, his voice revealing his concern for Chu Yunshu.
"Well, then drive slowly on the road and be careful."
Chu Yunshu responded with a smile, his eyes revealing his reluctance to part with Yi Yu.
"I know. Don't worry." Yi Yu smiled and nodded, then turned around and walked towards the door with brisk steps.
Chu Yunshu quietly looked at Yi Yu's back until he disappeared from his sight, then the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a happy smile. However, at this moment, a crisp cell phone ring suddenly broke the silence in the room. Chu Yunshu came back to his senses, stood up, walked quickly to the desk, picked up his mobile phone, and a familiar name appeared on the screen: Chu Yunjiang.
"Hello." Chu Yunshu answered the phone with a hint of doubt in his tone.
"Sister."
Chu Yunjiang's hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone. "Why are you calling me, kid?"
Chu Yunshu said angrily, but the smile on his face did not diminish in the slightest.
"Can't I call you to check on you?"
Chu Yunjiang answered with a smile, his tone full of intimacy.
"If you have something to say it now. If you have to fart now."
Although Chu Yunshu said this, she knew in her heart that Chu Yunjiang must have something to ask her.
Okay, just tell me straight then."
Chu Yunjiang seemed a little hesitant, his brows were slightly wrinkled, his lips slightly parted, as if he was having a fierce ideological struggle in his heart. However, he finally made up his mind and decided to stop beating around the bush and get things straight.
"Hurry up, I have work to do." Chu Yunshu was obviously a little impatient with Chu Yunjiang's hesitation, and there was a hint of anxiety and dissatisfaction in her voice. "I heard that I have a brother-in-law."
Chu Yunjiang smiled and said in a relaxed tone.
"How did you know?"
Chu Yunshu asked in surprise.
"Don't worry about how I know." "Who is he? How do you know him?"
Chu Yunjiang was not affected by Chu Yunshu's surprise. He continued to ask questions, wanting to know more about this brother-in-law.
"I won't tell you. Besides, when did I ever need you to take care of my affairs?" Chu Yunshu's attitude suddenly became indifferent.
She answered nonchalantly, seeming to have no interest in Chu Yunjiang's question.
"Okay, very good. You won't tell me, right?"
"Then I can only tell our dad and see what he says." Chu Yunjiang felt helpless when he saw Chu Yunshu was so uncooperative, but he did not give up. Instead, he used his last trump card, using his father to threaten Chu Yunshu.
"Okay, Chu Yunjiang, you've become more capable now.
You dare to use our dad to pressure me."
When Xu Yunshu heard what Xu Yunjiang said, she immediately became furious.
She spoke unhappily, her tone full of anger and dissatisfaction. Then tell me, my dear sister. There was a hint of urgency in Xu Yunjiang's voice, and he quickly softened his tone and spoke gently, as if this would allow his sister to tell him what she wanted to know more quickly. Xu Yunshu's heart softened when she saw her brother's earnest attitude. She hesitated for a moment, but finally sighed helplessly and compromised.
Okay, but you must not tell our dad, okay?
Yes, of course.
Xu Yunjiang nodded quickly and promised solemnly.
After getting her brother's promise, Xu Yunshu felt a little relieved. She took a deep breath and began to tell what happened between her and Yi Yu. This lecture lasted for more than 10 minutes, during which Xu Yunjiang would occasionally exclaim or ask questions, and it was obvious that he was very curious about his sister's experience. Finally, Xu Yunshu finished telling the whole story. She stopped and looked at her brother, with a trace of confusion and helplessness in her eyes.
Sister, what are you going to do next? You can't keep it a secret from our parents forever.
Xu Yunjiang frowned and asked worriedly. Xu Yunshu smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, I don't know either.
I can only take it one step at a time.
Her tone was full of helplessness and bitterness, and she was obviously very confused about her future. Seeing this, Xu Yunjiang quickly spoke out to comfort her. It's okay, sister.
No matter what happens, I will always support you and be your strongest backing.
Hearing her brother's words, Xu Yunshu smiled and said gratefully, Well, thank you, brother.
Then you go ahead and do your work. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll hang up first.
Xu Yunjiang knew that his sister might have other things to deal with, so he took the initiative to end the call.
Yeah, okay. Xu Yunshu responded.
After saying that, Xu Yunshu hung up the phone. There was a busy tone on the phone, and she sat there quietly, thinking about how to deal with this complicated situation next.
Chapter 27 Going on a blind date tomorrow.
At 5:30 in the afternoon, the sun had begun to set, and its afterglow sprinkled on the earth, giving the city a light golden hue.
Xu Yunshu finished a day's work and returned home early.
When she opened the door, there was a slight noise coming from inside the house. It turned out that Yi Yu heard the door opening, so he hurriedly ran out of the room and walked quickly towards the door.
Sister, you're back.
There was a hint of surprise in Yi Yu's voice. He quickly stepped forward and took the bag from Xu Yunshu's hand. Why did you get off work so early today? Xu Yunshu smiled and replied, Well, there's nothing to do at the company today, so I came back early. She said as she changed into her slippers and walked into the living room.
Oh, I see. Yi Yu followed Xu Yunshu and walked into the living room. In the living room, Li Lan was sitting on the sofa watching TV.
Seeing Xu Yunshu coming back, she quickly stood up and greeted him warmly. Xiaoshu, are you tired?
Come and sit down and take a rest.
Xu Yunshu nodded quickly, walked quickly to the sofa and sat down, feeling that all the fatigue of the day was relieved at this moment.
Xiaoshu, is the soup I made for you this afternoon delicious?
Li Lan looked at Xu Yunshu lovingly, her eyes revealing her concern for Xu Yunshu.
Xu Yunshu quickly responded, Yeah, it's delicious, very delicious.
Mom, your cooking skills are really good.
A happy smile bloomed on her face, and that smile was like a flower blooming in spring, making people feel extremely warm. Mother Li Lan looked at Xu Yunshu's thin face and said distressfully, It's fine as long as it tastes good. Look at you, you are still so thin even though you are pregnant. You need to eat more.
Her voice was full of worry, as if Xu Yunshu's health was her biggest concern.
Xu Yunshu nodded and said obediently, Yes, that's what Mom said.
She was fully aware of her mother's care and love, and her heart was deeply moved. Yi Yu, who was sitting next to him, looked at the time, then said to his mother and Xu Yunshu, You two can chat. I'll go cook first. His tone was calm and gentle, revealing a sense of responsibility towards his family.
Well, go ahead.
Mother Li Lan nodded with a smile, expressing her satisfaction with Yi Yu's performance. Yi Yu smiled, then slowly stood up and walked towards the kitchen. His steps were steady and light, as if every step carried his love for his family. After Yi Yu left, Li Lan turned around and asked Xu Yunshu softly, Xiaoshu, how has Yi Yu behaved these days?
Are you dissatisfied with anything?
Tell your mother now, and I will teach him a lesson later.
Xu Yunshu quickly waved her hands and said with a smile, No, Mom, he did everything well.
Her tone was firm and affirmative, and she seemed very satisfied with Yi Yu's performance.
That's good, I'm sorry you've been wronged.
Li Lan nodded and said guiltily.
No, you're exaggerating. It's my blessing to be with Yi Yu. I don't feel wronged at all. Shu Yunshu quickly shook his head and said. If you think so, that's great. Mother Lilan nodded with a smile. Yeah. Shu Yunshu also smiled and nodded. Then the two talked about other things. At night, the master bedroom is quiet, and the moonlight shines through the gaps in the curtains into a corner of the room, creating a soft and peaceful atmosphere. Shu Yunshu was lying on the bed, preparing to rest, when her cell phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen and found that it was a call from her mother Tanglian. Mom, it's so late, what's the matter with calling me? Shu Yunshu picked up the phone with a smile and asked gently. The slightly dissatisfied voice of Mother Tanglian came from the other end of the phone. Why, can't I call you if nothing happens? Shu Yunshu immediately realized that her mother might be a little unhappy, so she quickly explained, No, of course you can, Mom, don't be angry. Tanglian's tone softened a little, and then asked with concern, How have you been recently? Shu Yunshu smiled and replied, Of course I'm doing well, don't worry. However, his mother's next question made Shu Yunshu feel helpless. Tanglian continued to ask, Do you have a boyfriend? You are almost 30 years old, how come you still don't have a boyfriend? My best friend's grandchildren are old enough to help with cooking, but I haven't even seen the shadow of one. Shu Yunshu sighed, knowing that her mother had always been worried about her relationship problems. She quickly comforted him, Oh, Mom, I know my limits. Don't worry. You can't rush this kind of thing. It will happen naturally when the time comes. Don't tell me these useless things. Mother Tanglian's voice suddenly rose an octave, with a hint of dissatisfaction. I have arranged a blind date for you tomorrow, remember to go and see it tomorrow, understand? Shu Yunshu was obviously not satisfied with this arrangement. She frowned and said to her mother on the other end of the phone, Oh, Mom, I'm not going. Don't arrange these blind dates for me. There was a hint of helplessness and resistance in her tone. However, Mother Tanglian was not shaken by Shu Yunshu's refusal. She was very firm and responded without hesitation, No, you must go tomorrow. I found a very good person for you. Shu Yunshu couldn't help but feel a little annoyed when she saw this, but she still suppressed her emotions and said firmly, I can go, but no matter if I am interested this time, don't arrange blind dates for me anymore in the future. Mother Tanglian was silent for a moment, as if thinking about Shu Yunshu's request. After a while, she finally said, Okay. Shu Yunshu felt relieved and quickly asked, You've already said it, don't go back on your word. Mother Tanglian quickly replied, Well, I won't regret it. I'll send you the address later, you have to remember to go. I know. Shu Yunshu responded helplessly. Then I'll hang up first and go to bed early. Mother Tanglian gave her final instructions. Well, you and Dad should go to bed early. Good night. After saying that, Shu Yunshu quickly hung up the phone. At this moment, Yiyu, holding a cup of steaming milk, gently pushed open the bedroom door and walked in slowly. Yunshu, come, drink this glass of milk. Yiyu said to Shu Yunshu gently with a smile on his face. Shu Yunshu raised his head, looked at the milk in Yiyu's hand, nodded with a smile, then stretched out his hands, carefully took the cup of milk, and took a sip gently. After Shu Yunshu finished drinking the milk, she put down the cup, took a deep breath, and seemed a little hesitant, but finally plucked up the courage and said to Yiyu, there is something I want to tell you. Seeing this, Yiyu immediately realized that Shu Yunshu might have something important to tell him, so he hurriedly walked to Shu Yunshu, sat down, looked at her with concern, and said softly, Well, I'm listening, go ahead. Shu Yunshu paused for a moment, then slowly said, I have a younger brother. After he learned about our marriage today, I told him everything that happened to us. Yiyu did not show too much surprise after hearing this. He just smiled slightly, shook his head and said, Oh, it's okay. Just tell him. He will know it sooner or later anyway. Seeing Yiyu so calm, Shu Yunshu felt a little relieved, but she was still a little nervous. So Shu Yunshu continued, Also, my mother called me just now. When Yiyu heard this, the smile on his face remained unchanged. He still asked very gently, Well, then? What did your mother say? She asked me to go on a blind date. Shu Yunshu's voice trembled slightly, and he seemed to be very nervous about this matter. Yiyu couldn't help but feel puzzled, and asked quickly, What do you mean? Shu Yunshu took a deep breath and explained, That's right, I haven't told my parents about us yet, so she took the initiative to arrange a blind date for me. After hearing this, Yiyu nodded thoughtfully to show his understanding. Seeing this, Shu Yunshu quickly added, But don't worry, I will tell the blind date tomorrow that we are not suitable, and then end this blind date as soon as possible. Yiyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and said, Well, okay. Chu Yunshu was still a little worried, and asked carefully, "You won't be angry, right?" Yi Yu shook his head gently and replied with a smile, "Why should I be angry? Didn't you say that it was your mother who arranged it for you? This was not your original intention, so it doesn't matter." A big stone in Chu Yunshu's heart finally fell to the ground, but she still wanted to confirm it again. So Chu Yunshu continued to test carefully, "Then I didn't tell my parents about you, are you really not angry at all?" Her voice was a little low, as if she was worried that Yi Yu would be unhappy about this. Yi Yu quickly replied, "Of course not, you didn't tell them, you must have your considerations and plans. How could I be angry with you for this?" His tone was very gentle, full of understanding and tolerance. After hearing what Yi Yu said, Chu Yunshu said gratefully, "Thank you for understanding me so much." Before he finished speaking, Chu Yunshu, as if unable to control himself, suddenly threw himself into Yi Yu's arms. Seeing this, Yi Yu did not resist at all, but instead hugged her tightly. The two of them hugged each other quietly, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. After a long while, Yi Yu said softly, "Okay." At the same time, he gently stroked Chu Yunshu's back with his hand, as if to comfort her. After a few more minutes, Chu Yunshu slowly broke free from Yi Yu's arms. A faint blush appeared on her face, and she looked a little shy. Then, Chu Yunshu quickly handed the cup to Yi Yu. Seeing Chu Yunshu blushing, Yi Yu couldn't help but smile, then took the cup and said softly to Chu Yunshu, "Sister, you take a rest first, I'll go put the cup back in the kitchen." After saying that, he turned and left the bedroom, and Chu Yunshu quickly lay down and covered his head with the quilt. Chapter 28 Pregnancy Test. Tang Lian sent a message to Chu Yunshu. "Tang Lian, daughter, are you there? They are already waiting in the coffee shop." When Chu Yunshu saw the message from her mother Tang Lian, she quickly typed a reply, "Got it, Mom, I'll be there soon." After receiving her daughter's reply, Tang Lian breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Oh, okay." At this time, Chu Yunshu had just walked out of the elevator and arrived at the underground parking lot. She walked quickly to her car, opened the door, and got into the driver's seat. Chu Yunshu started the car, drove out of the parking lot, and sped towards his destination. More than 10 minutes later, Chu Yunshu finally arrived at the coffee shop. She found a parking space nearby and parked her car. After Chu Yunshu got off the car, he took a deep breath and walked into the coffee shop. She looked around and soon found the location her mother had told her. Chu Yunshu walked straight to the table, sat down gracefully, and then smiled and said to the man sitting opposite, "Hello, are you Li Mingyuan?" However, Li Mingyuan, who was sitting opposite, seemed to have suddenly lost his ability to react. He stared straight at Chu Yunshu and did not hear what she said at all. Chu Yunshu couldn't help feeling a little surprised when she saw that Li Mingyuan didn't respond. She repeated what she had just said, her voice slightly raised, "Hello, are you Li Mingyuan?" However, Li Mingyuan still did not react. His eyes were still on Chu Yunshu, as if he was attracted by her beauty and could not extricate himself. Chu Yunshu felt unhappy when she saw Li Mingyuan losing his composure. She felt very uncomfortable with Li Mingyuan staring at her like this. "You're good." Chu Yunshu smiled, raised his voice, and spoke in a clear and loud voice. Hearing the sudden voice, Li Mingyuan was stunned at first, then he came to his senses and quickly responded, "Hello, you must be Chu Yunshu." There was a hint of joy and anticipation in his tone. Chu Yunshu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a polite smile, and then nodded gently as a response to Li Mingyuan. "You should know the purpose of my visit today, so I won't beat around the bush. I am very satisfied with you." Li Mingyuan's face was filled with smiles, and he expressed his thoughts without any concealment. Chu Yunshu looked at Li Mingyuan quietly, with a barely perceptible hint of indifference in his eyes. She was not moved by Li Mingyuan's enthusiasm, and just said indifferently, "Well, thank you for your affirmation, but I don't think we are suitable, so forget it." Li Mingyuan obviously did not expect Chu Yunshu to refuse so directly. His smile froze on his face in an instant, replaced by a look of astonishment and confusion. "Why? We haven't even gotten to know each other yet, why do you think we're not suitable?" Li Mingyuan frowned and asked in confusion. Chu Yunshu took a deep breath, as if she was choosing her words carefully. After a while, she slowly said, "To be honest with you, I have no plans to get married yet, so I'm sorry." Before Li Mingyuan could recover from Chu Yunshu's answer, Chu Yunshu had already stood up quickly. Her movement seemed a little hurried, as if she wanted to end the conversation as soon as possible. "I'll buy you coffee, I'll be leaving now." Chu Yunshu's voice was still calm, but it revealed an irreversible determination. After saying that, Chu Yunshu walked out of the coffee shop.
Li Mingyuan was very angry when he saw Chu Yunshu leaving, and he threw the cup on the table. Chu Yunshu, who had just stepped into the company's gate, had no time to catch his breath when his cell phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen and found that it was a call from her mother Tanglian, so she picked up the phone.
Mom, what's wrong?
Chu Yunshu's tone was calm and didn't sound unusual.
However, Tang Lian on the other end of the phone was obviously a little angry. Her voice suddenly rose 8 degrees. What's wrong with you? Why did you leave before we even said a few words?
Chu Yunshu sighed helplessly and explained, I don't like it, so it's useless to say more.
Tang Lian was obviously not satisfied with this answer.
She continued, I think Li Mingyuan is a good person.
How about you get in touch with him again?
Chu Yunshu replied impatiently, I don't have time, Mom.
Besides, didn't you promise me that you wouldn't force me to go on blind dates?
Tang Lian seemed to want to say something, but Chu Yunshu didn't give her a chance and said, Mom, there are still a lot of things to do in the company.
I have to deal with them quickly. Then I'll hang up first.
After saying that, Chu Yunshu quickly hung up the phone without caring about his mother's reaction on the other end of the line. She put her cell phone away, put it in her pocket, then strode towards the office, as if to leave all the unpleasantness behind her. More than 10 days passed like this. That night, Chu Yunshu said to Yiyu, I have to go for a pregnancy test tomorrow morning, so I won't go to the company. Ding mission released, accompany Chu Yunshu to the pregnancy checkup, and be rewarded with 300 happiness points.
Host, please confirm whether the task is completed.
Yiyu pressed the confirm button without saying anything.
Then Yiyu quickly said, Really? Then I'll go with you tomorrow. When Chu Yunshu heard that Yiyu wanted to accompany him, he nodded happily and said, Yeah, okay. Then let's take a rest. We have to get up early tomorrow.
Yiyu said to Chu Yunshu.
Well, okay. Chu Yunshu nodded and walked towards the bed.
Then Yiyu also lay down on the bed to rest.
Sister, hurry up and get up. Don't you still need to go for a pregnancy test?
Yiyu stood beside the bed, calling softly to Chu Yunshu who was still sleeping.
Chu Yunshu responded lazily, as if he had not yet fully woken up.
After a while, she slowly opened her eyes and said drowsily, Okay, I understand. Chu Yunshu slowly sat up from the bed, his body a little weak, as if he had not yet completely woken up from his sleep.
What time is it now?
She asked casually while rubbing her eyes. Yiyu looked at the time and answered, It's almost 7:30, sister, you have to get up quickly.
After hearing the time, Chu Yunshu finally woke up a little. She quickly threw back the quilt and started to get dressed.
After getting dressed, she got out of bed, put on her slippers, and walked unsteadily towards the bathroom.
Sister, I have prepared breakfast. Come out and eat after you finish washing up.
Yiyu shouted at Chu Yunshu's back.
Yeah, okay.
Chu Yunshu responded without turning his head and continued walking towards the bathroom.
Yiyu also turned around and left the bedroom.
A few minutes later, Chu Yunshu walked out of the bedroom. Her hair was a little messy and there was a hint of tiredness on her face, but she looked much better than before.
Sister, come and have dinner.
Yiyu greeted Chu Yunshu warmly as soon as he saw her. Chu Yunshu smiled and nodded, then walked towards the restaurant. After Chu Yunshu sat at the dining table, Yiyu handed a bowl of porridge to Chu Yunshu.
Thanks.
Then Chu Yunshu quickly took the bowl, picked up the spoon and started eating. Sister, don't just drink the porridge, have a bun. As he said that, Yiyu picked up a bun and handed it to Chu Yunshu's bowl.
Yeah, okay.
Chu Yunshu nodded, then picked up the bun and started eating.
Chapter 29 I want to meet my brother-in-law.
In the underground parking lot, Yiyu said to Chu Yunshu, Sister, you sit in the passenger seat.
I will drive today.
Yeah, okay. Then Chu Yunshu handed the car keys to Yiyu. Yiyu took the key and opened the passenger door for Chu Yunshu. Sister, please get in the car.
Chu Yunshu nodded and sat in the passenger seat.
Yiyu quickly closed the car door, then he walked quickly to the driver's seat, opened the door, and sat down. After sitting firmly, Yiyu turned his head and looked at Chu Yunshu sitting in the passenger seat, and asked softly, Sister, are you fastened your seatbelt?
Chu Yunshu smiled and replied, It's tied, we can go now.
After receiving a positive answer, Yiyu nodded, then reached out to turn the key and started the car. With the roar of the engine, the car slowly drove out of the underground parking lot and sped towards the hospital. While driving, Yiyu drove attentively, turning his head to look at Chu Yunshu from time to time, and asked with concern, Sister, have you brought all the necessary documents? Shu Yunshu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a gentle smile, and replied, "Don't worry, I checked everything before leaving, and I brought all the necessary documents." After hearing this, Yi Yu felt relieved and nodded, saying, "Well, that's good. Otherwise, when we get to the hospital, we will find that we didn't bring our ID and have to go home to get it. How troublesome it is." Then, Yi Yu seemed to remember something and continued to ask, "If you don't go to the company today, what about your work? Will it delay things?" Shu Yunshu quickly waved his hands and explained, "No, I finished all the work for this morning yesterday, and the morning meeting was also postponed, so there is nothing particularly important this morning." "Oh, that's good." Yi Yu nodded in understanding. Then the two chatted about some other things, and before they knew it, the car had arrived at the hospital entrance. Yi Yu skillfully drove the car into the parking lot and found an empty space to park. Shu Yunshu also opened the car door and got out lightly. She stood beside the car, straightened her clothes a little, and then walked towards the hospital gate with Yi Yu. As soon as he entered the hospital, Yi Yu said to Shu Yunshu, "Sister, please sit here for a while. I'll go and make an appointment." His voice was gentle and kind, reassuring. Shu Yunshu smiled and nodded, then walked to a chair nearby and sat down, waiting quietly for Yi Yu. 10 minutes later, Yi Yu hurried back with the registration form in his hand. There were beads of sweat on his forehead, and it was obvious that he was in a hurry. "Sister, let's go," Yi Yu said breathlessly, and at the same time stretched out his hand to support Shu Yunshu. Shu Yunshu stood up, and the two continued to walk side by side towards the examination room. For the next hour or so, they shuttled around the hospital, busy completing various examinations. Yi Yu always took good care of Shu Yunshu, helping her get things, queue up, ask the doctor for precautions, etc. Finally, all the inspections were completed and they successfully received the inspection forms. "Let's go, let's take the test results to the doctor." Yi Yu looked at Shu Yunshu with a smile and said softly. Shu Yunshu nodded slightly to show his agreement, and then the two of them picked up the examination form together and walked carefully towards the doctor's office. As soon as he entered the office, Shu Yunshu took the initiative to hand the examination form to the doctor and said politely, "Doctor, please take a look and see if there is any problem." The doctor took the examination form with a smile and read it carefully. His eyes lingered on each line for a moment, fearing that he would miss any important information. Time passed minute by minute. Shu Yunshu and Yi Yu stood quietly by, anxiously waiting for the doctor's diagnosis results. A few minutes later, the doctor finally looked up and said to the two of them, "I looked carefully at your checkup list, and basically there is nothing major wrong." Hearing this, Yi Yu laughed with relief, and said quickly, "That's great, thank you, doctor." The doctor waved his hand and continued, "However, you still need to pay attention to some things. For example, you need to maintain good living habits, eat a balanced diet, avoid overwork, etc." "Okay, we will definitely pay attention to it." Yi Yu nodded in response. The doctor smiled and nodded, then reminded, "If there is no problem, you can go home. Remember to take the next pregnancy test according to the appointment time." "Okay, thank you, doctor." Yi Yu thanked him again, then put away the checkup sheet, carefully helped Shu Yunshu up, and slowly left the clinic. After walking out of the clinic, Shu Yunshu breathed a sigh of relief and said with emotion, "Fortunately, there were no problems. It really makes me feel relieved." Yi Yu nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, I hope everything goes well during the rest of the pregnancy." Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 happiness points. In the afternoon, Shu Yunjiang came to Shu Yunshu's company. He walked in without knocking. "Why didn't you knock when you came in?" There was a hint of displeasure in Shu Yunshu's voice. She raised her head, her eyes fell on the door, and watched Shu Yunjiang slowly walk in. "Sister, it's me." Shu Yunjiang showed a flattering smile and said softly, "What are you doing here?" Shu Yunshu frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "I came to see you and to show some concern for you." As Shu Yunjiang spoke, he quickly walked to the sofa and sat down, as if this was his own home. "You still care about me. The sun rises from the west." A mocking smile appeared on Shu Yunshu's lips, and it was obvious that he did not buy into Shu Yunjiang's words. "Oh, sister, don't say that," Shu Yunjiang hurriedly explained, with a more flattering smile on his face. "Don't give me that. Tell me, what are you doing here?" Shu Yunshu waved his hand impatiently and got straight to the point. "Well, I actually wanted to go see my brother-in-law." Shu Yunjiang hesitated for a moment, but finally told the truth. Then he chuckled and looked curious. "Why are you going to see him?" When Shu Yunshu heard Shu Yunjiang's words, he couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in his heart. She put down the documents in her hand and looked straight at Chu Yunjiang, as if trying to see through his true thoughts.
I want to see what he looks like. The man who can take you down must be very powerful.
Chu Yunjiang said with a smile, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes.
What's so good about him?
Xu Yunshu replied unhappily, but he couldn't help but think of Yi Yu's appearance in his heart.
Oh, I'll just go and take a look.
Xu Yunjiang said with curiosity.
Okay, let's go together after I get off work.
Xu Yunshu responded helplessly.
Okay, go ahead and do your thing.
I'll wait for you here. Xu Yunjiang agreed readily, then sat down on the sofa and played with his mobile phone leisurely. Time passed minute by minute, and after a few minutes, there was a slight knock on the door.
Please come in.
Xu Yunshu shouted without raising his head. The door was slowly pushed open, and Special Assistant Li walked in. He said to Chu Yunshu with a smile, Boss Chu, the meeting is ready.
You can go to the meeting. Oh, okay, let's go over there then.
Xu Yunshu put down the documents in his hand, stood up, straightened his clothes, and walked towards the door. When she reached the door, Xu Yunshu seemed to suddenly remember something. She stopped abruptly, turned around, and said to Chu Yunjiang, wait here for a while.
I can go home directly after the meeting. Okay, I know. Go ahead.
Xu Yunjiang raised his head and waved at Chu Yunshu, signaling her to go quickly. Xu Yunshu nodded, then turned around and walked out of the office quickly. Assistant Li followed closely behind him and left the office together.
Chapter 30 I'll treat her well.
An hour later, Chu Yunshu slowly pushed open the office door. With the creaking sound of the door hinges, the scene inside the office gradually appeared before his eyes. Xu Yunjiang was sitting on the sofa at this time. When he saw Chu Yunshu coming in, he immediately stood up with a happy smile on his face and said quickly, Are you done?
Can I go home now?
Chu Yunshu nodded and replied softly, Well, it's okay, let's go. Her voice was calm and gentle, revealing a hint of weariness. Hearing Chu Yunshu's answer, Chu Yunjiang's excitement was beyond words. He said excitedly, Great, let's go, I can't wait. However, just as they were about to leave, Chu Yunshu suddenly remembered something. He stopped and said to Chu Yunjiang, Wait a minute, I'll send a message to Luo Qingxue and ask her to come home so we can have dinner together. Chu Yunjiang's eyes flashed with surprise after hearing this. He smiled and said to Chu Yunshu, Sister Qingxue is coming too, that's even better. Then you should send it quickly. Chu Yunshu took out his cell phone and quickly edited a message and sent it to Luo Qingxue. A few minutes later, he received a reply from Luo Qingxue, then put down his phone and said to Chu Yunjiang, Okay, let's go. Chu Yunjiang nodded and said, Okay. Then Chu Yunjiang followed Chu Yunshu and left the office. In the car, Chu Yunshu reminded him, When you get there, don't tell Yi Yu too much.
Go home quickly after dinner.
Oh, I know.
Don't worry.
Chu Yunjiang replied. 10 minutes later, Chu Yunshu drove back to the community.
Get out of the car.
Chu Yunjiang nodded and quickly got out of the car.
Then the two of them took the elevator upstairs.
Chu Yunshu took out the key and opened the door, and Chu Yunjiang followed in.
Yi Yu heard the sound of the door opening and walked out of the kitchen.
Yunshu, you're back. Yi Yu walked forward with a smile on his face, a hint of joy in his voice.
Chu Yunshu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and nodded gently in response, Yeah.
Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, she turned to look at Chu Yunjiang beside her and introduced him with a smile. Oh, by the way, this is my brother, Chu Yunjiang. Upon seeing this, Chu Yunjiang hurriedly stepped forward, with a warm smile on his face, and said in a loud voice, Brother-in-law, hello.
My name is Chu Yunjiang, and I am her younger brother. I am so happy to finally meet you today. Faced with Chu Yunjiang's enthusiastic greeting, Yi Yu was a little unprepared. He responded a little stiffly, Oh, you, hello. Chu Yunshu noticed Yi Yu's discomfort and quickly reminded Chu Yunjiang, Chu Yunjiang, don't be so excited. Be more restrained. Look, you scared your brother-in-law.
Chu Yunjiang then realized that his behavior might have gone too far. He scratched his head embarrassedly and explained, Oh, I was just too happy to see my brother-in-law.
Sorry, brother-in-law. After hearing Chu Yunjiang's explanation, Yi Yu's tension eased a little.
He waved his hand and said, It's okay, it's okay. Seeing this, Chu Yunshu smiled and said, Okay, don't stand here, come sit in the living room.
Oh, yes, brother-in-law, let's go to the living room and talk. Chu Yunjiang quickly agreed, then enthusiastically pulled Yi Yu towards the living room. Shu Yinshu looked at the backs of the two people, shook his head helplessly, and followed them. After the two of them sat on the sofa, Chu Yunjiang's attention seemed to be attracted by Yi Yu. He stared at Yi Yu for a long time. Then, Chu Yunjiang suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, brother-in-law, you look so handsome. It's a pity to be with my sister." Yi Yu was a little embarrassed by Chu Yunjiang's straightforward praise. He scratched his head and said modestly, "No, I actually think I am marrying up to your sister." However, at this moment, Chu Yunshu, who had just sat down, heard Chu Yunjiang's words, and her face instantly became gloomy. She glared at Chu Yunjiang and said sternly, "Chu Yunjiang, are you itching again?" Chu Yunjiang didn't seem to take Chu Yunshu's warning seriously at all. Instead, he pointed at Chu Yunshu's angry expression and said to Yi Yu, "Brother-in-law, look at her. She is so fierce. How do you tolerate it?" Yi Yu couldn't help laughing as he watched the interaction between Chu Yunjiang and Chu Yunshu. He quickly spoke to comfort Chu Yunjiang, she has never been so mean to me." Just then, a crisp doorbell suddenly rang. When Chu Yunshu heard the sound, he quickly stood up and walked quickly to the door to open it. After Chu Yunshu left the living room, Chu Yunjiang took the opportunity to get close to Yi Yu and said in a low voice, "Brother-in-law, I advise you to leave my sister as soon as possible. Although she is pretty, she has a really bad temper. If you stay with her, you will definitely suffer in the future. It's okay. Besides, your sister is pregnant now. I'm a man and I can't leave her behind," Yi Yu said seriously. Chu Yunjiang looked at Yi Yu's serious expression and laughed happily. "What's wrong?" Yi Yu looked at Chu Yunjiang in confusion. "It's okay, I'm just happy for my sister. It's her blessing to find a good man like you," Chu Yunjiang explained with a smile. "Well, I will treat her well, don't worry," Yi Yu said to Chu Yunjiang seriously. "Brother-in-law, I believe you," Chu Yunjiang said with a smile. Chapter 31 Go help him. Chu Yunshu came to the door and quickly opened it. "Qingxue, you are finally here, come in." Chu Yunshu walked over with a smile on his face and greeted him warmly. Luo Qingxue raised the corner of her mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, nodded gently, and then walked quickly into the house. While changing her shoes, she casually said, "I heard your brother is here too." Chu Yunshu smiled and replied, "Yes, he insisted on coming to meet his brother-in-law and even came directly to the company to find me. I really had no choice but to let him come." Luo Qingxue smiled knowingly, then walked towards the living room with Chu Yunshu. As soon as I walked into the living room, I saw Chu Yunjiang talking to Yi Yu with a smile on his face. The two of them were talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. "What are you guys talking about? You're laughing so happily. Are you saying bad things about me?" Chu Yunshu asked Chu Yunjiang jokingly with a teasing smile on his face. Chu Yunjiang waved his hands quickly and explained with a smile, "No, we were just chatting casually, there was nothing special." "You really didn't say that?" Chu Yunshu obviously didn't quite believe it and continued to ask. At this time, Yi Yu also said, "I really didn't say anything, don't worry about it." Seeing Yi Yu said this, Chu Yunshu stopped pestering Chu Yunjiang and turned to look at Luo Qingxue, smiling and saying, "Qingxue, please sit down." Luo Qingxue nodded, then sat on the sofa, and Chu Yunshu followed suit. "Sister Qingxue, we haven't seen each other for a long time," Chu Yunjiang said to Luo Qingxue with a smile on his face, a hint of joy in his eyes. Luo Qingxue smiled slightly and responded, "Yes, it has been a while since we last met." Her voice was soft and gentle, like a spring breeze. Yi Yu looked at the time, stood up, and said to the three of them, "Then you guys chat first, I'll go prepare lunch." His tone was calm, revealing a sense of composure and confidence. "Well, okay, thank you for your hard work," Chu Yunshu said with concern, his eyes full of gratitude towards Yi Yu. "Brother-in-law, thank you," Chu Yunjiang also hurriedly said with a sincere smile on his face. Yi Yu smiled and nodded, then turned and walked towards the kitchen. His steps were light and steady, as if everything was under his control. After Yi Yu walked into the kitchen, Chu Yunshu looked at Chu Yunjiang and said with a half smile, "You are just sitting here with a clear conscience, don't you feel embarrassed at all?" Chu Yunjiang looked confused and asked, "What's wrong with me?" His tone sounded somewhat innocent, as if he had no idea what Chu Yunshu was talking about. "Look, your brother-in-law is busy in the kitchen alone, and you are sitting here like a boss. Don't you think you should go and help him?" Chu Yunshu continued with a hint of blame in his tone. Chu Yunjiang suddenly realized it. He scratched his head and said awkwardly, "I really didn't realize it, hee hee." Then Xu Yunjiang slowly got up from the sofa and walked towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Yi Yu was taking ingredients out of the refrigerator. When I turned around, I saw Xu Yunjiang standing at the kitchen door. "Why are you here?" Yi Yu asked curiously. "Oh, my sister asked me to come over and help you," Xu Yunjiang explained. "No need, I can do it alone," Yi Yu said with a smile. "It doesn't matter. I'm here anyway, so I'll help her a little. If I go out and talk now, she will definitely talk about me." Xu Yunjiang shook his head and said, "Okay then, please help me wash these vegetables." Yi Yu nodded helplessly. "Okay." Then Xu Yunjiang went to the sink and started washing the vegetables. In the spacious and bright living room, Xu Yunjiang's figure disappeared behind the kitchen door, leaving Xu Yunshu and Luo Qingxue sitting opposite each other. Xu Yunshu's eyes fell on Luo Qingxue, revealing a trace of concern, and asked softly, "How is it? How are you getting along with that person?" Luo Qingxue thought for a moment, then replied, "Well, it's okay. We meet about every 1 or 2 days now. Through this period of contact, I have also got to know him a little bit." Xu Yunshu nodded to show that he was relieved, and then said, "That's good, it seems that the progress between you two is going well." Changing the topic, Luo Qingxue shifted her attention to Xu Yunshu and asked with concern, "Don't just talk about me, how are you doing now?" Xu Yunshu smiled slightly and replied, "It's no big deal. I just went for a pregnancy test today and the doctor said everything is normal." After hearing this, Luo Qingxue showed a gratified smile on her face and continued to ask, "Oh, what about you and Yi Yu? Is there any new progress?" Xu Yunshu hesitated for a moment, then said slowly, "Well, a little bit." Luo Qingxue was obviously very confused by this answer. She widened her eyes and looked at Xu Yunshu suspiciously, as if trying to find some clues from her expression. She couldn't wait to ask, "What do you mean? Tell me quickly." Xu Yunshu's face was a little shy, his voice was a little low, and he said slowly, "Even now, every night, I will subconsciously lie in his arms. I used to be very resistant to this, but now I am not so resistant anymore, and sometimes I even feel warm about it." As Xu Yunshu spoke, a faint blush gradually appeared on her cheeks, like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. Her voice became smaller and smaller, as if she was embarrassed to continue. Luo Qingxue keenly captured the changes in Xu Yunshu. She looked at Xu Yunshu's shy appearance and couldn't help but raise a playful smile at the corner of her mouth. She deliberately teased, "No way, why is your face red?" Xu Yunshu felt a little embarrassed when Luo Qingxue said this. She unconsciously touched her cheek, trying to hide the blush. He said in a somewhat annoyed tone, "Hey, stop making fun of me." After saying that, Xu Yunshu seemed to suddenly remember something. She quickly reached out her hand and wanted to cover Luo Qingxue's mouth to stop her from continuing. However, Luo Qingxue was quick-witted and quickly grabbed Xu Yunshu's hand and pulled it down. Luo Qingxue found Xu Yunshu's flustered look very interesting. She smiled and said to Xu Yunshu, "Okay, is it okay if I don't say anything?" Xu Yunshu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. He muttered, "That's more like it." Then he slowly withdrew his hand, as if the scene just now had never happened. "Yunshu, it's time for dinner." Yi Yu's voice came from the kitchen, and as he walked out of the kitchen carrying the dishes, the voice echoed in the living room. Xu Yunshu in the living room heard Yi Yu's call and responded quickly, "I know, I'll be right there." There was a hint of eagerness in her voice, and she seemed to be looking forward to this delicious meal. Then, Xu Yunshu turned to Luo Qingxue who was sitting next to him and said, let's go eat." Luo Qingxue smiled and nodded, then stood up gracefully and walked towards the restaurant with Xu Yunshu. Chapter 32 I'll Take You Back. When the two walked into the restaurant, an enticing aroma hit their noses. The table was filled with all kinds of delicious dishes, which made people salivate. "Please take a seat." Yi Yu greeted with a warm smile, his face filled with satisfaction and pride. After the four of them sat down, Xu Yunjiang finally had the opportunity to carefully look at the sumptuous meal on the table. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, you are so amazing. You can make so many delicious dishes." His words were full of praise for Yi Yu's cooking skills. Yi Yu was a little embarrassed by Xu Yunjiang's compliments. He scratched his head, smiled modestly and said, "Ah, it's okay." Seeing that no one had started eating yet, Yi Yu quickly said, "What are you all standing there for? Start eating." His voice broke the brief silence, and everyone came back to their senses and began to enjoy this delicious dinner. Xu Yunshu smiled and said to Luo Qingxue gently, "Qingxue, come and eat it. Try this dish and see how it tastes."
Luo Qingxue nodded quickly, then carefully picked up the chopsticks, gently picked up a piece of meat and put it into her mouth. Seeing this, Xu Yunjiang picked up the chopsticks without hesitation, picked up a piece of meat, put it in his mouth and started chewing.
This tastes amazing.
Xu Yunjiang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, with a satisfied expression on his face.
Yi Yu looked at Xu Yunjiang's reaction and was delighted.
He smiled and said to him, "If it tastes good, eat more.
Don't be polite to me."
Xu Yunjiang nodded repeatedly, chewing non-stop in his mouth, and eating faster, as if he wanted to put all the delicious food into his stomach. The meal went on happily with everyone laughing and chatting, and everyone enjoyed the food with gusto. After the meal, Xu Yunshu turned to Xu Yunjiang and said, "Brother, go help your brother-in-law clean up the table." When Xu Yunjiang heard his sister's words, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face, but he quickly agreed, "Oh, okay." Then, Xu Yunshu and Luo Qingxue got up and left the restaurant, returning to the living room to rest. Yi Yu looked at Xu Yunjiang with a smile on his face, and said softly, "Get moving." When Xu Yunjiang heard Yi Yu's words, he knew he couldn't escape, so he nodded and started to clean up the dishes and leftovers on the table. Seeing that Xu Yunjiang had already started to act, Yi Yu was not willing to be outdone and quickly joined the ranks of cleaning up. Then Xu Yunjiang put all the plates and bowls into the sink.
"Go and wipe the table, and I'll wash the dishes,"
Yi Yu said to Xu Yunjiang with a smile.
"Yeah, okay." Then Xu Yunjiang walked out of the kitchen with a rag. "Brother, it's time for you to go."
Xu Yunshu lowered his voice to a very low level, fearing to disturb others, and at the same time did not forget to signal Xu Yunjiang with his eyes. Xu Yunjiang didn't seem to understand what Xu Yunshu meant. He looked at Xu Yunshu blankly, muttering, "But I haven't had enough fun chatting with my brother-in-law yet." Seeing this, Xu Yunshu couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He quickly said softly, "Hey, there will be opportunities in the future.
You don't care about this time, right?"
Xu Yunjiang hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded, "Okay then." Then, Xu Yunjiang turned around and said to Yi Yu, "Brother-in-law, it's getting late, so I'll go back first." When Yi Yu heard Xu Yunjiang's words, he quickly tried to persuade him to stay. "Won't you stay a little longer?" Seeing this, Xu Yunshu quickly interrupted and said, "Let him go back early, otherwise he will be criticized again when he goes back."
Xu Yunjiang also quickly agreed, "Well, my mother will be worried."
Seeing this, Yi Yu couldn't force it anymore, so he could only remind her, "Okay, then be careful on the road."
Xu Yunjiang responded, then stood up and prepared to leave.
However, the moment he turned around, he seemed to suddenly remember something important, and turned his head abruptly, his eyes falling directly on Xu Yunshu.
"What?"
Xu Yunshu saw Xu Yunjiang suddenly turned his head to look at him, and couldn't help feeling puzzled, so he asked. Seeing this, Xu Yunjiang quickly explained, "I don't have a car.
How can I get home at this late hour?"
There was a hint of helplessness and anxiety in his tone. When Luo Qingxue heard Xu Yunjiang's words, she quickly stood up from her seat and took the initiative to say, "How about I take you home?
I'm also going to go home."
When Xu Yunjiang heard this, a delighted smile immediately appeared on his face.
He said to Luo Qingxue gratefully, "Really? Thank you so much, Sister Qingxue." Seeing that Luo Qingxue was about to leave, Xu Yunshu asked casually, "Qingxue, are you going home too?" Luo Qingxue nodded and replied, "Well, it's really getting late, I should go back."
Xu Yunshu thought for a moment, then said to Luo Qingxue, "Okay, then I'll trouble you to send him back." Her words were filled with gratitude towards Luo Qingxue.
Luo Qingxue smiled and waved her hand, saying, "Don't be so polite, it's just a piece of cake. Let's go." Luo Qingxue turned and said to Xu Yunjiang. Xu Yunjiang nodded quickly, then followed Luo Qingxue's footsteps and left Xu Yunshu's house together.
After the two figures completely disappeared at the door, Xu Yunshu breathed a sigh of relief and said to himself, "I'm a little tired. I'd better go to bed first."
"Well, let's go back to the room,"
Yi Yu said to Xu Yunshu. Then Yi Yu got up and accompanied Xu Yunshu back to the bedroom.
"Yunshu, do you want to take a bath?
I'll run the water for you,"
Yi Yu asked. "Can I take a bath when I'm pregnant?"
Xu Yunshu asked doubtfully.
"Sure, I've checked," Yi Yu replied with a smile. "That's fine. I haven't taken a bath in a long time," Xu Yunshu replied.
"Then sit on the bed for a while, I'll go get you some water," Yi Yu said to Xu Yunshu with a smile.
"Yeah."
Xu Yunshu nodded, then sat on the bed to rest.
Yi Yu walked into the bathroom and started running water for her bath. Chapter 33 I have something to ask you.
The next day at noon, the sun was shining brightly, and Yi Yu, as usual, came downstairs to Chu Yunshu's company, carrying a carefully prepared lunch. Yi Yu walked into the elevator with ease and pressed the button for Chu Yunshu's floor, silently looking forward to spending a short time with her. After delivering lunch, Yi Yu said goodbye to Chu Yunshu with a smile, then turned and left. However, when he walked out of the company building, his steps suddenly became hurried. He looked through his phone address book quickly as if he had something urgent to do, and finally stopped at Qianfeng's name. Yi Yu pressed the call button without hesitation, and the ringing tone from the other end of the phone made his heart beat faster involuntarily. After a few waits, the call was answered. "Hello, who is this?" The voice coming from the other side was a little confused, as if the person had not yet fully woken up from sleep. "It's me, Yi Yu." Yi Yu spoke quickly, a hint of urgency in his voice. Qianfeng woke up instantly when he heard Yi Yu's voice. "Yi? There was surprise in his tone. "Yes, it's me." Yi Yu responded softly, his voice slightly low and hesitant. Qianfeng on the other end of the phone was clearly not fully awake yet. He rubbed his eyes and muttered, "Why are you calling me?" There was a hint of doubt in his tone. Yi Yu was silent for a moment, then said unnaturally, "Well, I want to trouble you with something." His voice was very soft, as if it was difficult to speak. When Qianfeng heard this, his sleepiness instantly disappeared. He immediately perked up and asked with concern, "Just tell me." "As long as I can help you, I will definitely do my best." His words revealed his concern for Yi Yu and his willingness to help. Yi Yu hesitated for a moment, and finally made up his mind and said, "Well, things are a bit complicated, how about we meet and talk about it?" There was a hint of helplessness in his voice, as if this matter was indeed a bit tricky. "Oh, okay, then come to my house and I'll send you the address." Qianfeng answered readily without any hesitation. "Okay, I'll be there in a minute." Yi Yu also responded quickly, with a hint of urgency in his voice. "Well, I'll hang up now. We'll talk when we meet later." After Qianfeng finished speaking, he hung up the phone and continued to sleep. More than 10 minutes later, Yi Yu drove the car slowly into the community where Qianfeng lived, Tianhu District. The architectural style of this community is unique. At first glance, it is basically single-family villas, each of which looks particularly luxurious, demonstrating the wealth and status of the owner. When Yi Yu drove the car to the gate of the community, the security guard at the gate immediately noticed the strange vehicle. He walked quickly forward and blocked Yi Yu's way. "Hello, sir. I don't think you are a resident of this community?" Although the security guard's tone was polite, his eyes were full of vigilance. Yi Yu nodded and explained, "It's true. I'm here to see my friend. He lives in this neighborhood. Can you make an exception and let me in?" The security guard shook his head and said seriously, "No, sir. This is the rule. If you want to go in, please ask your friend to come out and pick you up in person, or ask him to call us to explain the situation. Otherwise, I can't let you in." Yi Yu sighed helplessly, thinking that this security guard was really conscientious. He had no choice but to say, "Okay, then I'll give him a call." As he spoke, Yi Yu took out his cell phone from his pocket and called Qianfeng again. Qianfeng had just fallen asleep when he was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. He picked up the phone impatiently and asked unhappily, "Hello, who is this again?" "Old Qian, it's me." Yi Yu replied quickly. "Oh. Are you here? How come you're here so soon?" Qianfeng said as he sat up and yawned. "Not yet. Mainly because I was stopped by the security guard at the door. He said he wouldn't let me in." Yi Yu explained the reason to Qianfeng. "Oh, how could I have forgotten about this? Wait for me, I'll be there soon." When Qianfeng heard Yi Yu's words, he finally reacted and spoke quickly. "Oh, it's okay. I'll wait for you at the gate of the community." Yi Yu said to Qianfeng. "Yeah, okay." After saying that, Qianfeng quickly hung up the phone, then got out of bed and put on his shoes. A few minutes later, Qianfeng finally appeared at the entrance of the community. His steps were a little unsteady, obviously he had been jogging all the way here. He was breathing heavily, and there were a few beads of sweat on his forehead. "Yi Zi, I'm here." Qianfeng shouted loudly while panting, his voice trembling slightly. Yi Yu heard the voice and hurried forward, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" As he spoke, he reached out to hold Qianfeng's arm, fearing that he would lose his balance and fall to the ground. "Nothing, just a little tired." Qianfeng took a deep breath and answered slowly. At this time, the security guard on the side saw Qianfeng and hurriedly came over. He said to Yi Yu with a smile on his face, "So you are Master Qian's friend. If you had told me earlier, I would definitely not have stopped you." When Qianfeng heard what the security guard said, he noticed the person standing next to him. He looked closely and found that it was the community security guard Lao Zhao. He frowned and said in a somewhat stiff tone, "Old Zhao, it turned out that you were the one who stopped my friend." Seeing this, security guard Lao Zhao hurriedly explained, "Master Qian, I am also following the rules and regulations. This community has regulations, and I am also doing my duty." Qianfeng wanted to say something else, but Yi Yu stopped him. Yi Yu quickly consoled him, "Old Qian, he is also fair in his work, so don't make it difficult for him. Let's go in first, I still have something to talk to you about." Qianfeng listened to Yi Yu's words, thought about it for a while, and felt that what Yi Yu said did make some sense, so he nodded to show his agreement and responded, "Okay." Seeing this, Yi Yu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, then he reached out to open the car door, turned sideways, and said, "Then get in the car, we'll go in first." Seeing this, Qianfeng did not hesitate too much. He quickly walked to the car door, opened it, and sat down in the passenger seat. After Qianfeng sat firmly, Yi Yu gently stepped on the accelerator, and the car started slowly and drove forward steadily. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat quiet. Yi Yu drove attentively while casually asking, "Where is your home?" Qianfeng came back to his senses and quickly replied, "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, just turn left in front." Yi Yu nodded to show that he understood, and then followed Qianfeng's instructions and drove the car to the left turn intersection. Chapter 34 No problem, it's okay. After driving a short distance along the road, the car finally arrived at Qianfeng's house. "We're here, get out of the car." After Yi Yu parked the car, he turned and said to Qianfeng. Qianfeng responded, then pushed open the car door and got out. After getting off the car, Qianfeng stood beside the car, pointed to the empty space next to it, and said to Yi Yu, "Just park the car here." Upon hearing this, Yi Yu turned off the car, took out the key, and got out of the car. After closing the car door, the two walked side by side towards Qianfeng's house. "Wow, Lao Qian, your house is really big." As soon as Yi Yu walked into the yard, he was shocked by the spacious villa in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Ha, it's okay." Qianfeng smiled slightly, showing a humble expression. "Don't be modest, this house is much bigger than mine." Yi Yu said enviously. "Okay, come in and sit down first." Qianfeng led Yi Yu into the living room and asked him to sit on the sofa. "Come, drink some water first." Qianfeng poured 2 cups of tea, placed them on the coffee table, and then sat down next to Yi Yu. "Thank you." Yi Yu picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Well, this tea is good." "Okay, didn't you say you had something to talk to me about? Stop wasting time and tell me now." Qianfeng put down the teacup, looked at Yi Yu, and got straight to the point. "Oh, yes." Yi Yu came back to his senses. He scratched his head and sorted out his thoughts. "It's like this. You know I have a girlfriend, right?" "Yes, I know." "What's wrong?" Qianfeng asked with a puzzled look. "It's just that her family is relatively wealthy, and I'm just a college graduate now, I don't have much money." Yi Yu's voice was a little low, and he seemed a little dissatisfied with his current financial situation. He scratched his head and showed a shy smile. Qianfeng looked at Yi Yu with a puzzled look on his face, and asked, "Oh, then what?" He obviously didn't fully understand what Yi Yu wanted to express. Yi Yu took a deep breath and continued, "I am worried. If I go to meet her parents, they may think that I don't have a job and a stable income, and they may look down on me." His brows were tightly furrowed, his worry evident in his eyes. Qianfeng nodded thoughtfully, finally understanding Yi Yu's concerns. He asked tentatively, "So? How do you want me to help you?" Yi Yu's eyes became firm. He looked directly into Qianfeng's eyes and said seriously, "I was just wondering if you could help me make some investments so that I can have some confidence when I meet her parents." After hearing Yi Yu's words, Qianfeng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a relaxed smile. He answered readily, "If you hadn't told me about this earlier, of course there would be no problem. If there are any problems, it's okay." Yi Yu explained with a smile on his face and in a relaxed tone, seemingly unconcerned about any possible situation that might arise. Hearing this, Qianfeng waved his hand casually and said with a smile, Okay, I wonder how much money you have now." His eyes fell on Yi Yu, revealing a hint of curiosity. Yi Yu hesitated for a moment, then replied softly, probably more than 2 million. This number surprised Qianfeng.
He couldn't help but ask, how do you have so much money? Yi Yu quickly explained, hey, don't worry about it, it's not stolen anyway.
Seeing this, Xianfeng stopped asking questions and said with a smile, that's perfect.
I have a project on hand now. You can invest in it.
There was a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, and he was obviously very confident in the project. After hearing this, Yi Yu also showed a happy smile and said, that's great. Xianfeng nodded and continued, well, I'll go to the company tomorrow and draw up a contract for you, detailing the investment details and profit distribution.
Okay, then I'll wait for your call.
Yi Yu agreed readily, then nodded to show his agreement. Then I'll leave if there's nothing else. I have to set up the stall later.
Yi Yu looked at the time, stood up and said to Qianfeng, you have so much money, haven't you thought about renting a store to buy those things?
Qianfeng said in confusion.
I haven't thought about it, but you reminded me, I'll think about it when I get back. Then I'll leave first. Yi Yu continued to speak. Well, then drive slowly and be careful. Qianfeng reminded. Then
Yi Yu stood up and walked outside.
10 minutes later, Yi Yu returned home with brisk steps.
He sat down on the soft sofa and opened the system screen as usual, ready to check how many happiness points he currently had.
The numbers on the screen surprised Yi Yu a little. He found that he was almost accumulating 4,000 points.
This is a considerable number, which means he can redeem these points for some very nice things. Yi Yu excitedly flipped through the system pages, and finally his eyes fell on the option of exchanging points for cash. The exchange ratio was 1 to 1,000.
Yi Yu clicked the redemption button without hesitation and entered 3,000 points. Following the system's confirmation, he immediately received a bank text message on his mobile phone, informing him that 3 million in cash had been successfully deposited into his account. Yi Yu was secretly delighted in his heart. This unexpected fortune made him feel very satisfied.
However, when he continued to browse other items in the system, he found that the prices of those items were quite expensive, far exceeding the points he currently had. After some thought, Yi Yu decided to give up exchanging other items for the time being and save the money first for emergency use. So he turned off the system, stood up, and walked straight to the kitchen.
Opening the refrigerator, Yi Yu took out all the cakes.
He specially prepared these cakes last night and planned to sell them at a stall today. Yi Yu carefully put the cake into a particularly large box, then carried it out of the house, ready to set up the stall. However, when he arrived at the stall, he found that several customers were already waiting there.
The first customer in line was obviously a little impatient. When he saw Yi Yu, he immediately complained, "Boss, what's wrong with you? Why don't you set up the stall? We have been waiting for a long time."
"I'm so sorry, everyone. Sometimes there are urgent things at home that need to be dealt with, so I can't come here in time.
I'm really sorry.
Please bear with me."
"Thank you all,"
Yi Yu said to the guests with an apologetic look on his face.
"It's okay, boss. We all understand.
We just hope you can come out and set up the stall more often in the future." Most of the guests responded in a friendly manner.
"That's for sure, definitely." Yi Yu quickly smiled and nodded in response.
"Boss, give me a mango-flavored cake and a chocolate-flavored one."
At this time, the first guest spoke to Yi Yu. "Okay, please wait a moment." Yi Yu responded quickly after hearing the customer's request. Immediately afterwards, Yi Yu's hands moved as quickly as lightning, and he skillfully put pieces of exquisite cakes into the box. Then tie it with a beautiful ribbon. The whole process is done in one go without any delay. Surprisingly, after just 1 hour, all the cakes were sold out. Looking at the empty stall, Yi Yu was secretly happy. He quickly packed up his stall and drove quickly towards home. Chapter 35. Mom knows about you. Time flies and a few days have passed.
That afternoon, the sunlight shone through the window onto Chu Yunshu's desk as she was looking at documents intently. Suddenly, the cell phone on the table rang at an inopportune time, breaking the silence in the office. Chu Yunshu frowned, put down the documents in his hand, picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID. It was his younger brother Chu Yunjiang calling. She hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the phone.
"Hello."
Chu Yunshu's voice was calm and gentle.
"Hey, sister, something big has happened." Chu Yunjiang's voice sounded a little anxious. "What happened? Why are you so anxious?" Chu Yunshu's brows furrowed even more tightly.
She could feel that something big seemed to have gone wrong with her brother.
"I told you not to be angry."
Shu Yunjiang's tone was a little nervous, as if he was worried that Shu Yunshu would get angry.
Shu Yunshu's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly had a bad feeling and asked quickly, "What happened? Tell me quickly." That.
Shu Yunjiang was hesitating on the other end of the phone, as if he had something to hide.
"Hurry up and speak. Don't dilly-dally."
Shu Yunshu became a little impatient, and her voice unconsciously rose an octave.
"Mom knows about you and Yi. Shu Yunjiang finally mustered up the courage to say this. "What? How would they know?"
Shu Yunshu said doubtfully, "Wait a minute, it can't be you."
"Sister, I didn't mean to say that.
My parents were trying to trick me into saying it, and then I accidentally said it." When Shu Yunjiang heard Shu Yunshu's angry tone, he quickly explained.
"You, I really don't know what to say to you."
Shu Yunshu said to Shu Yunjiang speechlessly.
"How much do they know? Do they know everything?" Shu Yunshu became increasingly uneasy and asked anxiously.
Seeing this, Shu Yunjiang quickly waved his hands and comforted her. "Don't worry, she doesn't know everything. She just knows that you two are together and living together." Hearing this, Shu Yunshu breathed a sigh of relief. She nodded and said softly, "Oh, so that's good." However, Shu Yunjiang's next words were like a bolt from the blue, making Shu Yunshu nervous again.
"But my mother is already on her way to Tianshui Lake."
Shu Yunjiang's voice was not loud, but it seemed like a heavy burden, pressing heavily on Shu Yunshu's heart.
What? Mom went to Tianshui Lake?
Shu Yunshu screamed in disbelief. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?"
There was an obvious hint of anger in Shu Yunshu's tone.
While blaming Shu Yunjiang, she paced around the room anxiously, quickly thinking of a countermeasure in her mind.
"Oh, I just found out about this too,"
Shu Yunjiang explained somewhat helplessly.
Okay, let's not talk about it for now. I have to think of a solution quickly,"
Shu Yunshu said hurriedly, and then hung up the phone without hesitation. Then Shu Yunshu stood up and walked out of the office. Just then, Assistant Li Tae walked in hurriedly, holding several documents. Assistant Li saw Shu Yunshu walking out the door, and he hurriedly shouted, "President, here are some important documents that I need you to review." Shu Yunshu stopped walking when he heard the voice, turned to look at Assistant Li, and responded expressionlessly, "Put it on my desk first, I'll take a look at it tomorrow." After saying that, Shu Yunshu continued to walk towards the door without hesitation, as if these documents were insignificant to him.
Shu Yunshu walked briskly into the elevator and pressed the button leading to the underground parking lot. The elevator descended quickly and soon arrived at its destination.
After getting out of the elevator, Shu Yunshu walked straight to his car, quickly opened the door, sat in the driver's seat, started the car skillfully, and then stepped on the accelerator. The car rushed out like an arrow and sped towards home. At the same time, on the other side of Tianshui Lake, Shu Yunshu's mother Tang Lian was driving a car at lightning speed towards the community where Shu Yunshu lived. Tang Lian parked the car steadily downstairs, then quickly opened the door, got out of the car, picked up the bag on the passenger seat, and walked hurriedly upstairs.
Tang Lian came to the door of Shu Yunshu's house.
She stopped, took a deep breath, then raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. Tang Lian suppressed her anger and knocked on the door. Yi Yu in the room was concentrating on doing his own thing when he suddenly heard a slight knock on the door.
He was somewhat confused, wondering who would come to him at this time. So he put down what he was holding, walked quickly to the door, and gently opened it. As soon as the door opened, Yi Yu's eyes fell on the middle-aged woman standing at the door.
She looked to be in her 40s or 50s and was wearing expensive clothes. Yi Yu looked at the strange woman in front of him, and couldn't help but feel puzzled, and asked, "Who are you?"
The woman smiled slightly and said softly, "You are Yi Yu, right?" Yi Yu nodded and replied, "Yes, it's me, what's wrong?"
The woman continued, "I am Shu Yunshu's mother, my name is Tang Lian." When Yi Yu heard this, he was suddenly stunned. He never expected that the person standing in front of him was Shu Yunshu's mother. He suddenly became a little nervous. However, Yi Yu quickly came back to his senses and said to Tang Lian with a smile, "Auntie, hello, please come in."
Tang Lian nodded and walked into the room. Yi Yu quickly closed the door and followed Tang Lian into the living room.
After Tang Lian sat down on the sofa, Yi Yu said hurriedly, "Auntie, you take a rest for a while, I'll get you a glass of water." After that, he turned and walked towards the kitchen. A few minutes later, Yi Yu carefully carried a cup of steaming water and slowly walked out of the kitchen. He gently placed the cup on the table in front of Tang Lian, then stood quietly aside, waiting for Tang Lian's instructions. Tang Lian raised her head, her eyes fell on Yi Yu, she smiled and said to him, "Please sit down, let's talk." Yi Yu nodded slightly when he heard Tang Lian's words, then walked to the opposite side of her and slowly sat down.
"Auntie, is there anything you need from me?"
Yi Yu asked politely. His voice was clear and gentle, revealing sincerity and humility. Tang Lian stared at Yi Yu, a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. She smiled and asked, "You look very young.
"Are you a college graduate?" Yi Yu nodded and replied, "Well, I just graduated not long ago." Tang Lian then asked, "What kind of job do you do now?" Yi Yu thought for a moment, then replied, "Well, I don't have a specific job yet. Sometimes I go to the food court to set up a stall for a while." After hearing Yi Yu's answer, Tang Lian showed a trace of doubt on her face. She asked, "Is that all?" Yi Yu quickly added, "Oh, by the way, I also made some investments in my friend's company." After hearing this, Tang Lian said softly, "Oh, that's not bad. How did you get to know Yun Shu?" Tang Lian continued to ask.
When Yi Yu heard Tang Lian's question, she suddenly became nervous and didn't know whether to tell Chu Yunshu that she was pregnant.
"Well, we are."
Just at this moment, a voice was heard at the door and both of them looked towards it. Then I saw Chu Yunshu open the door and walk in.
"Sister, why are you back?"
Yi Yu said to Chu Yunshu as he stood up.
"You're back," Tang Lian said to Chu Yunshu in a serious voice. "Mom, you're here,"
Chu Yunshu said to his mother Tang Lian with a smile.
"You still remember that I am your mother," Mother Tang Lian said to Chu Yunshu. "Mom, what are you doing here?"
Chu Yunshu asked as he walked towards the living room.
"I can't come to see you and your boyfriend yet,"
Mother Tang Lian said to Chu Yunshu, then looked at Yi Yu beside her.
"No." Chu Yunshu shook his head and said.
Then Chu Yunshu quickly sat next to his mother Tang Lian, and Yi Yu also sat on the sofa.
Tang Lian smiled and said to Yi Yu in a kind tone, "Yi Yu, you haven't answered the question I asked you before. How did you two know each other?"
Seeing this, Chu Yunshu hurriedly interrupted and explained, "Mom, it's like this, we met by chance in the bar. The situation was quite dangerous at the time, and several men wanted to bully us.
Thanks to Yi Yu and his friends who showed up in time and helped us out."
Chu Yunshu paused for a moment and continued, "Later, we added each other's contact information, and as time went by, we became more and more familiar with each other."
Tang Lian nodded to show her understanding, and then asked, "So when did you start living together?" Chu Yunshu replied somewhat embarrassedly, "Well, not long actually, less than a month."
Yi Yu also quickly agreed, "Yes, Auntie, it is true." Tang Lian said oh, seeming to be satisfied with the answer. After a moment's silence, she suddenly winked at Chu Yunshu, indicating that she should find a way to get Yi Yu away.
Chu Yunshu understood what he meant and immediately turned to Yi Yu and said, "Yi Yu, my mother is here, why don't you go show her your cooking skills and let her taste the food you cook, okay?" "Sure, I'll go out and buy groceries now,"
Yi Yu said with a smile, a hint of excitement in his voice.
"Well, go ahead."
Chu Yunshu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a gentle smile, and nodded to Yi Yu to show his agreement.
"Then I'll excuse myself for a moment, Auntie. I'm going out to buy some food now."
Yi Yu turned to look at Tang Lian, a hint of apology in his eyes, and then spoke politely.
"It's okay, go ahead." Tang Lian smiled and waved her hand, indicating that Yi Yu didn't need to worry about it. Seeing this, Yi Yu stood up and walked quickly towards the door.
When Yi Yu's figure disappeared outside the door, Tang Lian's smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. She turned her gaze to her daughter, a hint of worry in her eyes.
"How far have you and him developed?" "Have you?"
Tang Lian's voice was low and serious, with a tone that left no room for doubt. Chu Yunshu's face flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She looked her mother straight in the eye and answered without flinching, "Of course not."
"Real?"
Tang Lian frowned slightly, obviously doubting her daughter's answer. "Of course." Chu Yunshu's tone was firm, and he seemed very confident in his answer. Seeing this, Tang Lian's doubts were slightly relieved. She sighed softly and said, "That's good." However, Tang Lian's worries were not completely eliminated. She was silent for a moment, then continued, "Do you know his family?" "I know a little bit. I know that her family is from the countryside. I have met her mother. She is a very good person to get along with." Chu Yunshu answered his mother's questions with a smile, his tone relaxed and natural. Hearing this, Tang Lian showed a curious look on her face and asked, "Oh? How did you see it?" Chu Yunshu recalled for a moment, then explained, "Oh, it's like this, she came to the city to visit Yi Yu, and then Yi Yu took me to meet her mother." After hearing what her daughter said, Tang Lian nodded and smiled to show her satisfaction.
However, her curiosity was not satisfied, and she immediately asked, "What do you like about him?"
Xu Yunshu thought for a moment, then slowly said, He is very good to me and dotes on me. He basically does all the housework at home, and he takes the trouble to bring me lunch every day." Xu Yunshu talked endlessly about Yi Yu's various advantages and seemed to have a high opinion of him.
Tang Lian listened to her daughter's description.
Although she had some doubts in her heart, she didn't say anything more when she saw Xu Yunshu was so happy and satisfied.
Finally, Tang Lian couldn't help but ask, "Is he really as good as you say?"
Xu Yunshu immediately smiled and replied, "Of course it's true, Mom, how could I lie to you?"
Her tone was firm and confident, as if she had full faith in Yi Yu's merits.
"That's good. As long as you are satisfied and happy, I will be relieved." Mother Tang Lian smiled and nodded, her eyes revealing her love and support for her daughter. However, before he finished speaking, a look of worry suddenly appeared on Tang Lian's face. She frowned slightly, as if something was bothering her.
"I think this guy is really good. He is handsome and has a good personality." Tang Lian said thoughtfully, "I just don't know what your father would think."
After hearing what his mother said, Xu Yunshu couldn't help but feel a little worried. She knew that her father had always hoped that she could find a partner of equal status, but Yi Yu's family background did not completely match theirs.
"Mom, you know what Dad thinks. He always hopes that I can find someone with similar conditions."
Xu Yunshu sighed helplessly, "But I really like Yi Yu, and we get along very well." Tang Lian looked at her daughter, patted her hands distressfully, and comforted her, "I understand how you feel, baby.
Mom also thinks Yi Yu is a good child, but there may be some resistance from your father. So, I have to trouble you, Mom, to say some good things about Yi Yu to Dad."
Xu Yunshu coquettishly took her mother's arm and said with a smile, "Please help me persuade Dad to accept Yi Yu." Tang Lian nodded and said gently, "I will try my best to fight for it, but you also know your father's temper. Once he makes a decision, it is difficult to change it."
"Well, I know Dad is stubborn, but I believe you can find a way, Mom."
Xu Yunshu was full of confidence in her mother. "No matter what, you are still the best to me, Mom."
Chapter 36 Xiaoyu, you are thoughtful.
Half an hour later, Yi Yu returned home panting, carrying several large bags full of food in his hands, which looked very heavy. When Xu Yunshu saw Yi Yu coming back, he quickly stood up from the sofa and walked towards him. She saw that Yi Yu was having a hard time carrying so many bags, so she quickly reached out and took over some of the bags so that Yi Yu could feel more relaxed.
"Why did you buy so many things?"
Xu Yunshu looked at the heavy bag in his hand and asked in confusion.
Yi Yu took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and quickly explained.
"I didn't quite know what my aunt liked to eat, so I bought some extra dishes, thinking that there would always be something that my aunt would like."
After hearing Yi Yu's words, Xu Yunshu couldn't help but feel a warm current in his heart.
She noticed that Yi Yu was sweating profusely and his hair on his forehead was soaked with sweat. So Xu Yunshu quickly took out a few tissues from the tissue box beside him and gently helped Yi Yu wipe the sweat. Yi Yu felt Xu Yunshu's concern, and his heart warmed.
He smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, Yunshu."
Xu Yunshu smiled and responded, "You're welcome, you've worked hard too." Then, the two of them carried the ingredients into the kitchen together. Yi Yu put the bag on the kitchen counter and began to organize the ingredients. While he was arranging the ingredients in an orderly manner, he smiled and said to Xu Yunshu, "Yunshu, go to the living room to accompany Auntie first.
Leave this to me."
"Don't worry, I will take care of it." Xu Yunshu stood quietly aside, his eyes fell on Yi Yu. Looking at his busy figure, a warm feeling surged in his heart. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a gentle smile, and then she said softly, "Okay, thank you for your hard work." After saying that, Xu Yunshu turned around and slowly walked out of the kitchen, returning to the living room with light steps. Then Xu Yunshu walked to his mother Tang Lian, sat down quickly, and continued to chat happily with his mother.
"Xiao Shu, I saw Yi Yu bought a lot of things." Mother Tang Lian asked curiously with a smile on her face.
Xu Yunshu nodded slightly and explained. "Yes, Mom, he said he didn't know what you like to eat, so he bought a little bit of everything so that you can have more choices." After hearing this, Mother Tang Lian's smile became even brighter, and she said with satisfaction, "Well, this child is really thoughtful." Xu Yunshu also smiled and agreed, "Yes, he has always been very careful." Then, the two chatted for a while, and the topic naturally turned to Xu Yunshu's work. Mother Tang Lian asked her daughter about her work with concern, and Xu Yunshu patiently answered her questions one by one. Time passed quietly without anyone noticing, and Yi Yu was busy in the kitchen. Finally, after some careful cooking, he completed a sumptuous dinner.
Then Yi Yu walked out of the kitchen and came to the living room and said to the two of them, Yunshu, Auntie, my meal is ready, you can eat now. Yunshu smiled and nodded, okay, I understand.
Then the two of them slowly stood up together, looked at each other, and walked towards the restaurant together.
However, at this seemingly ordinary moment, the doorbell rang suddenly.
The sudden sound startled Yi Yu and his steps came to a halt. However, he quickly came to his senses and said to Chu Yunshu and Tang Lian, you go in first, I'll go open the door.
Before he finished speaking, Yi Yu quickly walked towards the door.
When Yi Yu reached out to open the door, he was surprised to find that the person standing outside the door was his brother-in-law, Chu Yunjiang.
Brother-in-law, I'm here again. I hope I didn't disturb you?
Chu Yunjiang spoke with a smile on his face, a hint of teasing in his tone. Seeing this, Yi Yu quickly shook his head and responded with a smile, no, come in quickly.
Okay. Chu Yunjiang responded happily, then quickly slipped into the house.
However, just as Chu Yunjiang stepped into the living room, Chu Yunshu, who had not yet entered the restaurant, happened to catch a glimpse of his figure. Chu Yunshu's footsteps suddenly paused, and his originally relaxed expression instantly became solemn. Then, without hesitation, she turned around and walked straight towards the door. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yunshu arrived at the door and stood face to face with Chu Yunjiang. Without saying a word, she raised her hand and grabbed Chu Yunjiang's ear like a storm.
How dare you come here?
There was a hint of anger in Chu Yunshu's voice, and it was obvious that he was not welcome to Chu Yunjiang's arrival.
Oh, sister, my dear sister, I was wrong, please, let go, my ears are about to fall off. Chu Yunjiang was frightened by Chu Yunshu's sudden action.
He grimaced in pain and begged for mercy repeatedly.
You still feel the pain? Didn't you say you wouldn't tell Mom?
Chu Yunshu said unhappily.
Oops, I really didn't mean it.
Chu Yunjiang's face was filled with fear, and even a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. While begging for mercy, he clasped his hands together and kept bowing to Chu Yunshu. He looked like a child who had made a serious mistake. Seeing this, Yi Yu quickly spoke up to help Chu Yunjiang out and said, Yunshu, okay, I don't think my brother-in-law did it on purpose, just forgive him. When Chu Yunshu heard Yi Yu speaking for Chu Yunjiang, his originally tense expression relaxed a little, and then he loosened his hand that was grabbing Chu Yunjiang's ear.
Thank you, sis.
Chu Yunjiang breathed a sigh of relief as if he had been pardoned. While rubbing his ears that had been pulled red, he spoke to Chu Yunshu with a tone full of gratitude.
Don't thank me, thank your brother-in-law instead.
Chu Yunshu gave Chu Yunjiang a displeased look, then turned to look at Yi Yu, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible smile.
Thank you, brother-in-law.
Chu Yunjiang reacted quickly and immediately turned around to thank Yi Yu, his voice clear and loud.
It's okay, it's okay. Yi Yu smiled and waved his hand, appearing very generous. You came at the right time, just in time for dinner. Chu Yunshu then remembered the important matter.
She spoke to Chu Yunjiang and the expression on her face became much more relaxed. Let's go, Auntie is already waiting in the restaurant. Yi Yu continued, his eyes swept over Chu Yunshu and Chu Yunjiang, then he walked towards the restaurant. Chu Yunshu nodded and followed Yi Yu, while Chu Yunjiang followed closely behind them, and the three of them walked towards the restaurant together.
When they walked into the restaurant, Tang Lian saw Chu Yunjiang at a glance. She immediately showed a happy smile on her face and said, Son, why are you here too?
I'm here to see you, and I'll take you home later. Chu Yunjiang smiled and spoke softly to his mother, his tone revealing a hint of kindness and concern. Mother Tang Lian nodded slightly and responded, oh, okay. Her voice was soft, and she seemed a little surprised by her son's arrival, but at the same time she also revealed a hint of joy.
Okay, come sit down and eat.
Seeing this, Chu Yunshu, who was standing by, quickly spoke up to remind Chu Yunjiang. Chu Yunjiang smiled and nodded, then quickly walked to the dining table, pulled out a chair and sat down.
Mom, try the dishes Yi Yu made.
They are really delicious. Chu Yunshu raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a sweet smile, and enthusiastically recommended the dishes on the table to his mother. It's really delicious. I tried my brother-in-law's cooking a few days ago. The taste was really unforgettable. Chu Yunjiang also echoed, his words full of praise for Yi Yu's cooking skills.
Mother Tang Lian listened to the children's words and showed an interested look on her face.
She smiled and said, I see that you speak so highly of these dishes, so I must try them carefully. As she spoke, she picked up the chopsticks, carefully picked up a piece of meat, put it in her mouth and chewed slowly.
How's it, Mom? Doesn't it taste good?
Shu Yunshu looked at his mother with joy, and couldn't wait to hear her evaluation. Mother Tang Lian savored the food in her mouth, a smile gradually blooming on her face. She nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, it's really delicious. I knew you would like it, Mom." Shu Yunshu laughed happily, with joy shining in his eyes. "Auntie, these are just some home-cooked meals, just eat as long as you feel comfortable." Yi Yu smiled and spoke to Tang Lian in a friendly tone. Tang Lian smiled slightly and responded, "Well, Xiao Yu, thank you for your hard work. This meal tastes really good, I can see you put a lot of effort into it." Yi Yu waved his hands quickly and said modestly, "It's okay, it's not hard, as long as you enjoy your meal." Tang Lian nodded in agreement, and then said to everyone, "Okay, everyone, hurry up and eat, or the food will get cold soon." Everyone responded, picked up their chopsticks and began to enjoy this sumptuous dinner. At the dinner table, the four of them were enjoying the delicious food while chatting happily. Everyone was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Chapter 37. Going to see my sister. Before I knew it, a lot of time had passed and dinner was over. In the living room, Shu Yunjian looked at his watch and found that it was getting late, so he said to his mother Tang Lian, "Mom, I see it's getting late, let's go back early." Tang Lian looked at the time, then nodded in agreement, "Okay, let's go back then." Shu Yunshu, who was sitting next to him, suddenly heard the conversation between his mother and his younger brother, and quickly asked, "Mom, brother, are you going back?" Mother Tang Lian looked at Shu Yunshu, smiled and nodded, and said softly, "Well, go back and rest early, I'm afraid your father will worry." Shu Yunshu felt a little reluctant after hearing this, but still said to his mother and brother with concern, "Then drive slowly on the road and pay attention to safety." Tang Lian smiled and replied, "I know, then don't worry." At this time, Yi Yu, who had just walked out of the kitchen, heard that Tang Lian was leaving, and hurried forward to greet her. He said to Tang Lian enthusiastically, "Auntie, are you going back? Don't you want to stay and play for a while?" Tang Lian smiled and shook her head, saying, "No, it's time to go back." Seeing this, Yi Yu felt a little reluctant, but he also understood that Tang Lian was determined to leave, so he smiled and reminded her, "Oh, well, then you must be careful on the road and pay attention to safety." Tang Lian smiled and responded, "Well, okay, thank you for your concern." Afterwards, Tang Lian and Shu Yunjian turned around together and slowly walked towards the door. Shu Yunshu and Yi Yu followed closely behind and sent them to the door. When they reached the door, Tang Lian stopped and turned to face Shu Yunshu and Yi Yu. With a gentle smile on her face, she said softly, "You guys should also go to bed early. We'll be leaving soon." Yi Yu smiled and nodded in response, then stood quietly there, watching Tang Lian and Shu Yunjian walk into the elevator. The elevator door slowly closed, and Yi Yu withdrew his gaze. He turned to look at Shu Yunshu and said softly, "Yunshu, they've all left, let's go back too." Shu Yunshu nodded slightly to show his agreement, then stepped forward and gently closed the door. The two returned to the living room together and sat down on the sofa. After a short silence, Yi Yu finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked Shu Yunshu, "Yunshu, what do you think of my aunt's impression of me?" Shu Yunshu thought for a while after hearing this, then smiled and said to Yi Yu, "Well, I think it should be pretty good." Hearing Shu Yunshu say this, Yi Yu felt relieved. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. I feel much more relieved now. But my dad doesn't know you yet, and my dad is the hardest to talk to." Shu Yunshu looked at Yi Yu with worry on her face and said softly, as if a huge rock was pressing on her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Seeing this, Yi Yu quickly comforted him, "It's okay, Yunshu, I will definitely work hard to make my uncle recognize me. I will use my actual actions to prove myself and let him know that I am someone worthy of your lifelong trust." His voice was firm and gentle, giving Shu Yunshu a glimmer of hope. Shu Yunshu nodded slightly, with a touch of emotion in his eyes, "Well, I believe you can do it." Although her tone was a little hesitant, she still chose to believe Yi Yu. Inside the Nanshan No. 1 villa, in the spacious living room, a middle-aged man was sitting upright on the sofa, concentrating on reading the financial newspaper in his hand. His brows were slightly furrowed, and he seemed to be quite concerned about the contents of the newspaper. Suddenly, there was a slight sound of a door opening, and Shu Yunjiang and Tang Lian gently pushed the door open and walked in. Shu Yunjiang walked into the living room and saw the person sitting on the sofa at a glance. His heart tightened and his steps hesitated. Shu Yunjian walked quickly forward again and took a closer look, only to find that the person sitting on the sofa was actually his father Chu Xiong. "Dad, why are you sitting here?" Shu Yunjiang asked in surprise. Chu Xiong raised his head and looked at Shu Yunjiang and Shu Yunshu, his face still serious. He slowly put down the newspaper and asked in a somewhat stiff tone, "Where did you go? Why did you come back just now?"
So how is she doing lately? Shu Xiong continued to ask. Well, I'm living a good life,
Shu Yunjiang said with a smile.
Shu Xiong nodded. Then I'll go back to my room.
After saying that, Shu Yunjiang quickly left the living room and walked upstairs.
After Chu Yunjiang went upstairs, Tang Lian walked slowly to Chu Xiong's side and sat down.
Chapter 38 Stretch Marks. Why are you sitting here if you're not sleeping?
Tang Lian walked into the living room and saw Chu Xiong sitting on the sofa, and couldn't help but ask curiously.
Chu Xiong turned his head, glanced at Tang Lian, and replied unhappily, "Aren't I still waiting for you?
It's so late, why don't you come back?"
Tang Lian heard Chu Xiong's dissatisfaction and quickly explained, "Oh, isn't this at Yun Shu's place?
Didn't I forget about it for a moment? Don't do this next time. I thought something happened to you."
Chu Xiong's tone softened a little, but still contained some complaints.
"Okay, don't be angry. I'll tell you next time when I come back later."
Tang Lian moved closer to Chu Xiong, patted his shoulder gently, and comforted him softly. Chu Xiong looked at Tang Lian, the anger in his heart gradually dissipated, and he sighed helplessly.
"That's more like it."
Seeing that Chu Xiong's complexion had improved, Tang Lian smiled and said, "Then let's go back to the room and sleep."
"It's so late."
Chu Xiong nodded, and then the two of them stood up together and walked towards the bedroom hand in hand. Time passed by like a white horse, and Chu Yunshu's belly slowly grew bigger like a balloon. In the work area outside the president's office, several employees were sitting together, whispering about a hot topic.
"Have you noticed the president's belly? It seems to be much bigger than before."
One of them suddenly spoke in a low voice.
"Yeah, I noticed it too. It has indeed gotten bigger." Another person echoed, his tone very affirmative. "What do you think? Has the president gained weight recently, or is she pregnant?" Someone speculated curiously.
"It's hard to say, but I see that the president has a man who brings her food every day. Maybe she gained weight because she eats too well."
One of them expressed his opinion.
"I think the president must be pregnant, so someone specially delivers meals to her. Maybe she is worried that the food outside is not hygienic."
Another person expressed a different opinion.
Just when these people were chatting enthusiastically and having a great time, Special Assistant Lee appeared in front of them quietly. Assistant Lee had a smile on his face, but that smile made people feel a little unpredictable.
Assistant Lee asked softly, "What are you guys talking about? Why is it so lively?"
The sound was not loud, but it was like a thunder exploding in the ears of these people. This sudden question made those people feel like they were struck by lightning. They were so nervous that their bodies froze and they looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a moment.
We didn't say anything."
One of them finally stammered, his voice trembling slightly.
"No? You're so nervous, and you didn't say anything?" The smile on Special Assistant Lee's face widened, as if he was mocking this man's dishonesty. "You are so free. You are talking about the CEO during work hours. I think you don't want to do this job anymore."
Assistant Lee's voice suddenly rose in pitch, carrying obvious anger, and echoed in the quiet office, shocking everyone.
"Assistant Lee, we were wrong. We will never dare to do it again next time."
Those people seemed to have just woken up from their dreams, and they all bowed their heads to admit their mistakes with an extremely sincere attitude.
"You don't have a chance anymore, just pack up and leave."
Assistant Lee's tone left no room for negotiation, it was cold and resolute. However, those people seemed to be frozen and did not move.
Assistant Lee's face grew darker when he saw this.
He spoke again, a hint of impatience already showing in his voice. "If you don't move, I'll have to ask the security guards to ask you to leave." Seeing that there was no possibility of changing the situation, they just quietly packed up their things. In the spacious and bright president's office, Shu Yunshu was concentrating on his work. Suddenly, a noisy sound came from outside the door, interrupting her thoughts.
Shu Yunshu couldn't help but frown. It was working hours now, why was it so noisy outside?
Shu Yunshu put down the documents in his hand, stood up, walked quickly to the door, and gently opened it. As soon as the door opened, Shu Yunshu saw Assistant Lee standing outside the door with a hint of confusion on his face.
"Assistant Lee, why is it so noisy outside? What happened?"
There was a hint of displeasure in Shu Yunshu's voice. Lee, the special assistant, stepped forward and explained, "President, I'm sorry to bother you. Just now, when I passed by the staff office area, I found that several employees were absent during work hours.
Not only that, they were also talking about you.
I felt that this behavior seriously affected the company's working atmosphere and your image, so I fired them on my own initiative. After listening to Assistant Lee's explanation, Shu Yunshu's displeasure was slightly relieved. Shu Yunshu smiled and nodded, saying, "So that's how it is, you did the right thing. You should concentrate on your work during working hours. How can you be absent? You should not talk about your boss behind his back." Lee was delighted to see that the president approved of his handling of the matter, and he quickly said, "Thank you for the compliment, President. This is what I should do." Shu Yunshu smiled slightly and continued, "Well, this matter was handled very well. I'll give you a raise this month as an encouragement." When Assistant Lee heard that the president was going to give him a raise, his smile became even brighter. He said gratefully, "Thank you, President. I will continue to work hard." Shu Yunshu nodded with satisfaction, then turned and walked back to his office to continue dealing with the unfinished work. Special Assistant Lee sat back at his workstation in a good mood and threw himself into his work with great enthusiasm. At night, the moonlight is like water, shining through the window into the room, forming a silvery light and shadow. Shu Yunshu sat quietly on the edge of the bed, her eyes falling on her bulging belly, making her fall into deep thought. At the same time, Yi Yu was busy packing things in the living room. He moved quickly and efficiently, and soon he had everything in place. Then he walked quickly back to the bedroom and gently opened the door. As soon as he entered the room, Yi Yu's eyes fell on Shu Yunshu, who was sitting on the bed in a daze. She looked a little solemn, as if she was troubled by something. Yi Yu was puzzled, and hurried to her side, and asked softly, "Yunshu, what's wrong with you?" Shu Yunshu slowly raised his head, looked at Yi Yu with a confused look, and said softly, "Oh, I just saw that my belly has become so big now, and there seem to be stretch marks on it." There was a hint of worry and uneasiness in her voice. Ding detection point Shu Yunshu has stretch marks on her belly, apply pregnancy oil to her and reward her with 2,000 happiness points. Host, please confirm whether the task is completed. When Yi Yu saw this, he quickly clicked the confirm button. Yi Yu patted Shu Yunshu's shoulder comfortingly and said gently, "Don't worry too much, I bought you some pregnancy oil and will apply it on you later." His words were full of concern and love. However, Shu Yunshu didn't seem to believe Yi Yu's words very much. She asked doubtfully, "Is that thing useful?" Yi Yu nodded and said affirmatively, "I think so. I think it is very effective, so I bought it." His tone was firm, hoping to reassure Shu Yunshu. After saying that, Yi Yu turned and walked out of the bedroom, then sat down on the sofa in the living room. He opened the system screen and operated it skillfully, searching for relevant information about pregnancy oil in the system. After a long and careful search, Yi Yu finally found what he had been dreaming of among many products: pregnancy oil. At the bottom of the product introduction page, the functions and effects of this pregnancy oil are listed in detail, as if it was tailor-made for Yi Yu. Life Essence Pregnancy Oil Effects. It can effectively maintain the elasticity and moisture of the skin, significantly reduce the risk of dermis breaking due to excessive pulling, and thus eliminate annoying stretch marks. Comes with professional pregnancy oil massage techniques, so that you can get twice the result with half the effort. Host, please confirm whether to use 500 happiness points for redemption. Seeing that this pregnancy oil was so magical, Yi Yu couldn't help but feel excited and expectant, and he clicked the confirmation button without hesitation. Host confirms redemption. As the system prompt sounded, the pregnancy oil that Yi Yu exchanged appeared in his hands like magic. The exquisite packaging and faint fragrance made him full of confidence in the quality of this product. Yi Yu happily took the pregnancy oil and walked quickly into the bedroom, as if she was holding an extremely precious treasure in her hands. "Yunshu, I brought the pregnancy oil over here." Yi Yu called Shu Yunshu's name softly with joy, as if the small bottle of pregnancy oil carried his infinite expectations and joy for his future baby. Hearing Yi Yu's voice, Shu Yunshu slowly raised his head, and a gentle smile instantly bloomed on his slightly tired face. That smile is like a flower blooming in spring, warm and charming. "Bring that pregnancy oil here for me to see." Shu Yunshu's voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of curiosity and anticipation. Yi Yu nodded quickly, walked quickly to Shu Yunshu, and carefully handed over the pregnancy oil. Shu Yunshu quickly took the pregnancy oil and looked at it carefully. After a while, Shu Yunshu suddenly frowned, looked at Yi Yu with some confusion, and asked, "Why is there no word about this pregnancy oil you took? Is there any problem?" Seeing this, Yi Yu quickly explained, "This pregnancy oil is like this when I bought it, there shouldn't be any problem." There was a hint of confidence in his tone, but he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Shu Yunshu was silent for a moment, as if thinking about something. In the end, she chose to believe Yi Yu and said softly, "Then I will believe you." Having gained Chu Yunshu's trust, Yi Yu felt relieved and a happy smile appeared on his face. He gently picked up the pregnancy oil and prepared to apply it to Chu Yunshu.
Wait, please be gentler. I'm really afraid you'll hurt me.
There was a hint of worry in Chu Yunshu's voice. She frowned slightly and looked at Yi Yu and said. Yi Yu quickly comforted her, "Oh, don't worry, I have learned massage techniques specifically for you, I promise you won't feel any pain." His tone was full of confidence and he seemed to be very sure of his skills. Chu Yunshu was slightly relieved after hearing Yi Yu's words, but still a little worried and said, "Oh, well, I hope you can really do it gently." She took a deep breath and tried to relax herself. Then, Yi Yu began to carefully apply pregnancy oil to Chu Yunshu. His movements were gentle and careful, for fear of hurting Chu Yunshu by accident. More than 10 minutes later, Yi Yu finally finished applying pregnancy oil to Chu Yunshu and also gave her a massage.
He gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, stood up and walked into the bathroom.
In the bathroom, Yi Yu carefully washed the remaining pregnancy oil on her hands, making sure no trace was left. When Yi Yu walked out of the bathroom, Chu Yunshu smiled and said to him, "Thank you for your hard work, Yi Yu."
Yi Yu smiled and responded, "It's not hard, it's not hard. How can I feel that your work is hard?"
His eyes revealed his concern and love for Chu Yunshu. Chu Yunshu nodded and said gently, "Well, let's go to bed early, we have to get up early tomorrow."
"Okay."
Yi Yu agreed readily, then quickly walked to the bed and lay down. The next morning, the sunlight shone through the window onto Chu Yunshu's face. She slowly opened her eyes, stretched, got up, washed up, had a hearty breakfast, and then left home for the company. At the same time, Yi Yu, who was cleaning the kitchen, heard his cell phone ringing. He wiped his hands, picked up the phone and saw that it was Chen Feng calling.
"Hello, Yi Zi, what are you doing?" Qian Feng's voice came from the other end of the phone. Yi Yu asked in confusion, "Why are you calling me?"
Qian Feng smiled and said, "Come out for a moment.
I have something to ask you."
Yi Yu thought about it and agreed, "Okay, where shall we meet?"
Qian Feng thought for a moment and replied, "Well, I'll send you a location, come over now."
"Oh, okay, then send it to me." After Yi Yu finished speaking, he hung up the phone and turned back to his room to change clothes. A few minutes later, Yi Yu changed his clothes and picked up his phone again. Sure enough, he saw the location information sent by Qian Feng. He picked up the car keys, opened the door, and walked out. More than 10 minutes later, Yi Yu followed the navigation instructions and successfully arrived at the location designated by Qian Feng Luckin Coffee Shop. She found a parking lot nearby, parked her car, and walked towards the coffee shop. Yi Yu walked into the coffee shop, looked around, and found Qian Feng's location.
Qian Feng also saw Yi Yu and quickly called out, "Yi Zi, I'm here." Yi Yu nodded, then walked towards Qian Feng's position. Then Yi Yu quickly sat in front of Qian Feng. "You're finally here.
I've been taking care of you for a long time," Qian Feng said with a smile.
"I came very quickly. After I hung up the phone, I changed my clothes and came here. I didn't waste any time on the way," Yi Yu said to Qian Feng.
"Oh, okay, it's okay, as long as you're here," Qian Feng said with a smile.
Chapter 39, Give me some advice.
"Hey, if you have something to say, just say it." Yi Yu interrupted Qian Feng's chatter and wanted to get straight to the point. Seeing this, Qian Feng no longer hesitated and said quickly, "Oh, it's like this, the project I mentioned to you before has now officially entered the research and development stage. Judging from the current progress, it won't be long before we can go into production and start making profits."
After listening to Qian Feng's words, Yi Yu nodded, indicating that he understood.
Then he continued to stare at Qian Feng, as if waiting for him to continue speaking. However, Qian Feng suddenly stopped talking, which surprised Yi Yu. He complained unhappily.
"That's all?
I thought you had something very important to tell me, calling me here in such a hurry."
Qian Feng felt a little embarrassed when Yi Yu said that.
He scratched his head and then lowered his voice and said, "Actually,
I have something else I want to discuss with you."
Seeing this, Yi Yu quickly encouraged him, "Just tell me what's going on. What's there to be shy about between us brothers?" Qian Feng took a deep breath, as if he had made a great decision, and finally mustered up the courage to say to Yi Yu, "It's the girl I told you about last time who went on a blind date with me. Her birthday is in 2 days, but I still haven't decided what gift to give her." His voice was a little low, and he seemed a little embarrassed. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yi Yu awkwardly, waiting for the other party's response. When Yi Yu heard Qian Feng's words, his originally serious expression instantly became relaxed, and he laughed out loud in a teasing tone. I was wondering why you were so shy all of a sudden. It turns out it's because of this.
Qianfeng's face turned even redder after Yi Yu said that.
He scratched his head awkwardly, then explained, I just don't know what gift is appropriate, so I came to ask you. I thought since you have a girlfriend, you must have experience, so I wanted to refer to your experience in giving birthday gifts to your girlfriend. After hearing Qianfeng's words, Yi Yu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. He said unhappily, it's just this matter, you should have said no earlier, and I was worried that you might have encountered some big trouble.
Then, Yi Yu began to think seriously. After a while, he raised his head, looked at Qianfeng, and asked, You have been together for so long, and you don't even know what she likes? Qianfeng shook his head helplessly and said, I really don't know.
We have never talked about this topic in our normal conversations.
Yi Yu looked at Qianfeng suspiciously and asked, No way, then what did you two do together? Didn't you go shopping together? Didn't you accompany her to buy things? Qianfeng thought about it, and then replied, It seems not. We usually just have a meal together, watch a movie or something, nothing else.
Oh, Yu, I am really speechless. Yi Yu looked at Qianfeng helplessly and said with a look of disappointment.
Qianfeng didn't seem to be aware of Yi Yu's dissatisfaction.
He said to Yi Yu anxiously, Oh, okay, stop talking about me.
Give me some advice.
Yi Yu was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Well, you can give her some skincare products and cosmetics like lipstick, girls generally like these.
Or you can give her some jewelry or something. You have money anyway, so you don't care about that. And then you can go out for dinner, and that should be enough.
After listening to Yi Yu's suggestion, Qianfeng nodded thoughtfully, indicating that he agreed with Yi Yu's opinion. I think what you said does make some sense.
I will think about it seriously.
Seeing that Qianfeng seemed to be interested, Yi Yu quickly added, These are just my humble opinions, for your reference only. It is up to you to decide what gift to give. Qianfeng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and nodded at Yi Yu, indicating that he understood what he meant. Seeing this, Yi Yu responded with a smile, then picked up the coffee cup in front of him and took a sip carefully.
However, at this moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to Yi Yu's mind, as if he remembered something important.
Yi Yu suddenly raised his head, stared at Qianfeng with a sharp gaze, and asked suspiciously, That's not right. Didn't you say before that you had no interest in her? Why do you want to give her a gift on her birthday now? Facing Yi Yu's questioning, Qianfeng seemed a little hesitant. He stammered twice, as if he didn't know how to answer. Seeing this, Yi Yu couldn't help but smile teasingly, Could it be that you've fallen for her again? Qianfeng felt a little embarrassed when Yi Yu revealed his thoughts. After a moment of silence, he slowly nodded, agreeing with Yi Yu's guess.
Tell me exactly what happened.
Yi Yu smiled and asked Qianfeng in a relaxed tone, seeming to be full of curiosity about this matter. Qianfeng sighed and replied somewhat frustratedly, Well, after being together for such a long time, I think she is a really good person, gentle and kind-hearted.
But she still doesn't seem to have any special feelings for me.
Why do you think that is?
I think I look okay. Although I'm not super handsome, I'm definitely not ugly either.
As Qianfeng spoke, he touched his face with a puzzled expression. Yi Yu listened to Qianfeng's words, thought about it for a while, then smiled and said, Well, I think it may be because you are too fickle and too playful, giving people a feeling that you are not very reliable. Also, you may have some bad habits, which will affect your image in her mind.
After listening to Yi Yu's analysis, Qianfeng suddenly understood. He quickly said, So that's how it is. Then what should I do? Please give me some advice.
His eyes were full of anticipation, and he stared at Yi Yu closely, as if Yi Yu was his last straw. Seeing this, Yi Yu smiled and comforted her, Well, it's not a big problem. Try to change those bad habits first, let her see your changes and feel that you are trying to become better.
Maybe this way, she will have a new understanding of you, and you will have more opportunities.
After listening to Yi Yu's advice, Qianfeng nodded repeatedly as if he had been enlightened, and said, Oh, okay, I understand. I will definitely work hard to change those bad habits. Yi Yu patted Qianfeng on the shoulder and encouraged him, I believe you can do it. As long as you really like her and are willing to change for her, you will definitely be able to get her. After hearing what Yi Yu said, Qianfeng showed a confident smile on his face. He also smiled and said to Yi Yu, Well, I will try my best. Oh, by the way, what do you think about the store I told you about before? Qianfeng suddenly remembered what he had mentioned before, so he asked Yi Yu. Yi Yu heard this, thought about it for a while, then nodded and replied, Well, I think this is a good idea, we can try it.
After hearing Yi Yu's answer, Qian Feng was delighted and said quickly, "Really? That's great. In that case, I also want to join and open a shop with you." Yi Yu was not surprised by Qian Feng's proposal. He readily agreed, "Of course, no problem." After the two of them briefly discussed the matters of opening the store, Yi Yu looked at the time and felt that it was almost time to leave, so he said to Qian Feng, "That's it for now, I have to go back." However, Qian Feng didn't seem to want Yi Yu to leave so quickly. He asked curiously, "Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you sit for a while? What's the matter that makes you so anxious to go back? What do you care about me? Let's go," Yi Yu said to Qian Feng. After saying that, Yi Yu stood up and walked outside. Qian Feng looked at Yi Yu's leaving back and couldn't help shaking his head. Chapter 40. I won't say you're fat anymore. Yunshu, I have an idea. I want to open a dessert shop. Otherwise, it would be a bit boring to stay at home every day. Yi Yu's voice broke the silence in the office, and his eyes fell on Shu Yunshu with a hint of expectation. When Shu Yunshu heard Yi Yu's words, he put down the chopsticks in his hand, looked up at him, smiled and said to Yi Yu, "Really? Sure, do you have money? Do you want me to get it for you?" Yi Yu waved his hand quickly and said, "No need, I have it. And my friend has already invested in me." His tone was firm and he seemed confident in the plan to open a store. Shu Yunshu nodded and said with concern, "Okay, but if you don't have enough money, you must tell me, understand?" Her eyes were gentle, revealing her concern for Yi Yu. Yi Yu smiled and replied, "Yes, I know." After saying that, Shu Yunshu continued to eat the meal brought by Yi Yu, enjoying this moment of tranquility. Yi Yu sat quietly aside, watching Shu Yunshu eat. Shu Yunshu's movements were graceful and natural. She was so focused on the taste of the food that she didn't notice Yi Yu's gaze at all. However, after a while, she suddenly felt Yi Yu's gaze on her, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Shu Yunshu stopped using the chopsticks in his hand and asked shyly, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me?" There was a hint of curiosity and confusion in her voice. Yi Yu didn't seem to expect Shu Yunshu to ask this question suddenly. He was stunned for a moment, then smiled and answered, I suddenly found that you seem to have gained weight, and there seems to be flesh on your face." There was a hint of ridicule in his words, but more of it was his concern and love for Shu Yunshu. "Really? Very noticeably fat?" Shu Yunshu touched his cheek uncertainly, as if he wanted to confirm whether it was really as obvious as Yi Yu said. Yi Yu looked at Shu Yunshu's movements and quickly shook his head to explain, "It's okay. In fact, if you don't look closely, it's almost the same as before." Hearing Yi Yu say this, Shu Yunshu seemed to relax a little, and she sighed softly, "Oh, that's good." However, her mood had not fully recovered and she was still somewhat concerned about whether she had actually gained weight. Seeing this, Yi Yu smiled and comforted him, "Maybe your appetite has increased since you became pregnant, and you've eaten too much. After all, pregnant women need more nutrition to support the growth of their babies." Shu Yunshu suddenly said angrily when he heard this, "It's all your fault. The food you cook is so delicious that I can't help but eat a few more bites every day, and I end up eating more and more." There was a hint of anger in her words. Yi Yu nodded quickly and said, "Yeah, blame me, it's all my fault. Don't be angry, it's not good for the baby." As he spoke, he gently stroked Shu Yunshu's belly. However, Shu Yunshu's anger was not so easy to dissipate. She looked at the food on the table and suddenly lost her appetite. So, she said angrily, "I don't want to eat it anymore. You clean it up." After saying that, she turned around and sat on the sofa, no longer paying attention to Yi Yu. Seeing that Shu Yunshu was really angry, Yi Yu felt a little regretful. He quickly walked to Shu Yunshu and said softly, "Oh, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have said you were fat. Don't be angry. Come and eat. These are your favorite dishes. I promise I'll never call you fat again." After saying this, Yi Yu made a swearing gesture. If you say it again in the future, I will ignore you," Shu Yunshu said to Yi Yu angrily. "Okay, everything will be done as you say." Yi Yu nodded quickly. Seeing that Yi Yu was giving him this face, Shu Yunshu didn't say anything else and continued to eat the food on the table. Nanshan No. 1 Villa. Shu Xiong sat leisurely on the sofa in the living room, his eyes casually falling on Tang Lian beside him. Then Shu Xiong said to Tang Lian, "Where does Xiao Shu live now? I want to go see her and talk to her about her company." When Tang Lian heard Shu Xiong's words, her body suddenly stiffened, and her originally relaxed expression instantly became a little nervous. Tang Lian's hands clenched unconsciously and her eyes began to flicker. If you want to see her, why not just give her a call and ask her to go home? Why go to her place? Tang Lian's voice trembled slightly, and she hurriedly persuaded Chu Xiong.
Chu Xiong keenly noticed Tang Lian's strangeness.
He frowned slightly and looked at Tang Lian in confusion, asking, "Why don't you want me to go find her? Is there something between you two that you are hiding from me?"
Tang Lian's heartbeat became more and more rapid, and her face turned a little pale.
She waved her hands quickly, her voice slightly raised, and said hurriedly, "No, why would I hide something from you? I just think it's more troublesome. Don't think too much." However, Chu Xiong was not dispelled by Tang Lian's explanation.
He stared into Tang Lian's eyes, as if trying to see her true thoughts through her eyes. After a while, Chu Xiong slowly said, "No, you must be hiding something from me. I can feel it, don't hide it from me anymore, tell me quickly." A thin layer of sweat began to appear on Tang Lian's forehead, her lips trembled slightly, but she didn't know how to answer Chu Xiong's question.
Chapter 41 Dad, why are you here?
At this moment, Chu Xiong suddenly shouted loudly towards the second floor, "Xu Yunjiang, come down quickly, I have something to ask you." Xu Yunjiang, who was lying in the room, suddenly heard his father's call.
He quickly put away his phone and responded loudly, "Oh, okay, I'll be down right away." Xu Yunjiang quickly got up from the bed, put on his slippers, and walked quickly downstairs.
When he came to the living room, he immediately felt a strange atmosphere enveloping the entire room.
Xu Yunjiang couldn't help but feel suspicious, wondering what was going on. "Son, please sit down first. I have something to ask you."
Chu Xiong's voice broke the silence, and he looked at Xu Yunjiang seriously.
Xu Yunjiang felt a little nervous. He nodded and looked at his mother Tang Lian cautiously.
The mother just shook her head slightly, as if hinting at something to him. Before Xu Yunjiang had time to figure out what his mother meant, his father Chu Xiong's questions came one after another.
"Son, has your sister had any problems recently?"
Xu Yunjiang heard what his father Chu Xiong said, and this time he understood what his mother meant, and hurriedly shook his head to deny, "My sister, no." He tried to keep his voice calm so as not to arouse his father's suspicion.
"Really?" Chu Xiong was obviously not satisfied with Xu Yunjiang's answer, and his tone became more serious. "Don't hide anything from me. You must tell me if there is anything." "Of course it's true, Dad. How could I hide it from you?"
Xu Yunjiang quickly answered with a smile, secretly praying in his heart that his father would not ask any more questions. Seeing this, Chu Xiong could only nod and say, "Okay, maybe I'm overthinking it."
"That's okay, you can go back to your room." Chu Xiong continued to speak to Xu Yunjiang. Then Xu Yunjiang quickly got up and left the living room, walking towards the second floor.
After Xu Yunjiang left, Tang Lian breathed a sigh of relief, and then whispered to Chu Xiong, "I told you, it's no big deal."
Chu Xiong also nodded and agreed, "Yes, I am too sensitive."
At the same time, in Xu Yunjiang's room, as soon as he stepped into the door, he couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone from his pocket and quickly send a message to Chu Yunshu. "Xu Yunjiang, sister, Dad just asked me about you." At this moment, Chu Yunshu, who was in a meeting in the conference room, suddenly received a slight prompt tone from his mobile phone. She originally thought it was a message from Yiyu, and a sense of anticipation surged in her heart, so she quickly clicked to check. However, when she saw clearly on the screen that the sender was Chu Yunjiang, the expectation in her heart instantly dissipated, and was replaced by a hint of doubt. After Chu Yunshu finished reading Chu Yunjiang's message, he frowned and quickly typed a reply, "What's going on? Why did Dad suddenly ask about me?" Xu Yunjiang saw Chu Yunshu's reply, his fingers tapping quickly on the keyboard, and quickly replied, "I don't know either, he just asked about you suddenly." Chu Yunshu's fingers continued to slide across the phone screen, continuing to send messages to Chu Yunjiang. "Xu Yunshu, have you told him about me?" Xu Yunjiang saw Chu Yunshu's question and quickly replied, "Of course not. After the last lesson, I will definitely not make any mistakes this time." Xu Yunshu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the message from his younger brother. Xu Yunshu sent a message back to Chu Yunjiang, "That's good. I'm in a meeting now. Let's talk later." Then Xu Yunshu put away his phone and continued to listen to the work reports from managers of various departments of the company. In the living room, Tang Lian suddenly said to Chu Xiong, "My sister asked me to go shopping, I'm going out first." When Chu Xiong heard Tang Lian's words, he turned around, looked at her with a smile, and responded gently, "Well, okay, go ahead." His gaze fell on Tang Lian, with a hint of doting in his eyes. Tang Lian seemed to sense Chu Xiong's concern, and she quickly added, "I will be back soon, don't worry." Chu Xiong nodded and said with a smile, "I know, have fun." Seeing this, Tang Lian smiled with satisfaction, then stood up lightly and walked towards the door. Tang Lian walked to the door, stopped, put on a pair of beautiful high heels, then gently opened the door and walked out. Looking at Tang Lian's departing back, Xu Xiong always felt something was wrong. Xu Xiong sat on the sofa, pondered for a moment, and decided to pick up his phone to call his assistant. After the call was connected, Xu Xiong said directly to Assistant Wang, "Old Wang, I have something I need you to do." His tone was somewhat serious, which made Assistant Wang immediately realize the importance of the matter.
"Chairman, please speak." "I'm listening." Assistant Wang replied quickly.
Xu Xiong paused for a moment, then told Assistant Wang in detail what needed to be done. "Go and help me investigate. That's all, and you have to be quick." There was a sense of urgency in his voice. Assistant Wang listened carefully to Xu Xiong's instructions and replied without hesitation, "Okay, Chairman, I will find the relevant information as soon as possible." "Okay, thank you for your hard work. Tell me any news you have," Xu Xiong reminded. "Okay, Chairman, don't worry," Assistant Wang answered promptly. After Xu Xiong hung up the phone, he felt a little more relaxed. Xu Xiong leaned back on the sofa, quietly thinking about what might happen next. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. As today happened to be the weekend, Xu Yinshu thought to himself that after being busy for so long, it was time to give himself a break and rest. So, she decided not to go to the company today and let herself relax. "Yunshu, is it really okay for you not to go to the company today?" Yi Yu looked at Xu Yunshu with worry and asked with concern. Xu Yunshu quickly replied, "Don't worry, it's okay. There are other people in the company who can help with the affairs." After hearing this, Yi Yu nodded with a little relief and said, "That's good, come over and eat." Xu Yunshu responded, then walked to the dining table and slowly sat down. After Xu Yunshu finished his meal, Yi Yu stood up and started to clean the table. Xu Yunshu moved to the living room and sat on the sofa leisurely. After a short rest, Xu Yunshu picked up the remote control and pressed it lightly, and the TV screen lit up instantly. She switched channels at random, and finally selected a variety show, and watched it with relish. More than 10 minutes passed in a flash. When Yi Yu finished cleaning the kitchen and was about to walk into the living room, a crisp doorbell suddenly rang. The sudden doorbell not only startled Yi Yu, but also caught the attention of Xu Yunshu, who was sitting in the living room. Xu Yunshu moved upon hearing the voice and prepared to get up to answer the door. Seeing this, Yi Yu quickly said to Xu Yunshu, "Please sit down. I'll go open the door." Xu Yunshu nodded and returned to the sofa. Yi Yu walked to the door and quickly opened it. When Yi Yu slowly opened the door, a figure came into his sight. I saw a middle-aged man in a neat suit standing quietly in front of the door. He had an upright posture and a calm temperament, giving people a sense of majesty without even being angry. Yi Yu stared at the strange face, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. He hesitated for a moment, and finally asked politely, "Hello, who are you?" Xu Xiong smiled slightly and replied in a low voice, "I'm here to find Xu Yunshu, is she here?" Yi Yu nodded and responded, "Yes, she is here, please come in." After saying that, Yi Yu stepped aside and motioned Xu Xiong to enter the house. Xu Xiong walked into the house, and Yi Yu followed closely behind him, closing the door. The two walked into the living room together. Xu Yunshu was originally sitting on the sofa watching TV. After hearing the sound, she turned her head, and when her eyes met Xu Xiong, she was suddenly stunned. "Dad, why are you here?" There was obvious surprise and confusion in Xu Yunshu's voice. When Xu Xiong heard his daughter's voice, he said angrily, "You still know that I am your father." Yi Yu, who was standing aside, heard Xu Yunshu address Xu Xiong and immediately understood something. He turned to look at Xu Xiong and looked at him carefully. As expected, he found that Xu Xiong and Xu Yunshu looked quite similar in some ways, especially the high nose bridge and deep eyes. "Dad, please sit down." Xu Yunshu suddenly came to her senses and realized that Xu Xiong had come to her side. She hurriedly walked to Xu Xiong's side, held his hand tightly, and asked him to sit on the sofa. "Dad, why did you come to me suddenly?" Xu Yunshu looked at Xu Xiong with concern and asked softly. Xu Xiong raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and replied, "I just want to come and see you, is that not okay?" "Of course, Dad, you can come anytime." Xu Yunshu nodded quickly, a happy smile on his face. However, when Xu Xiong's eyes fell on Yi Yu, who was standing aside, his expression suddenly became a little gloomy, and he seemed a little unhappy. But he still suppressed his dissatisfaction, turned around and looked at Xu Yunshu, and asked, "Who is he?" Xu Yunshu noticed the change in her father's expression and her heart tightened. She was about to explain, but she heard Yi Yu say before her, "Uncle, hello, my name is Yi Yu." Chu Xiong's gaze stayed on Yi Yu for a moment, then turned back to Chu Yunshu and continued to ask, "What is your relationship with him?" Chu Yunshu took a deep breath, calmed himself down, looked at Chu Xiong, and answered seriously, "Well, Dad, we are actually together." Chu Xiong frowned slightly, obviously a little surprised by this answer, and then he asked, "When did it happen?" Chu Yunshu hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "It's been several months."
Then why didn't you tell me you had a boyfriend? Did your mother and brother already know about it?
Chu Xiong looked at Chu Yunshu with suspicion, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Chu Yunshu was startled by Chu Xiong's questioning.
Her face turned pale and she stammered, "Well, I was afraid that you would disagree."
Chu Xiong looked at Chu Yunshu's nervous expression and felt helpless.
He shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Am I that scary? Are you so scared to tell me?"
Chu Yunshu lowered his head, not daring to look into Chu Xiong's eyes, and just said softly. Chu Xiong sighed, then turned his gaze to Yi Yu who was standing next to him.
Chu Xiong smiled and said to Yi Yu, "Why are you standing there?
Don't be shy, come and sit down first."
Yi Yu nodded, walked quickly to the sofa and sat down.
His movements were a little stiff and he was obviously a little nervous. Chu Xiong then began to look at Yi Yu carefully. He found that Yi Yu looked very energetic, with regular features, thick eyebrows and big eyes, giving people a very sunny feeling. Then, Chu Xiong smiled and asked Yi Yu in a kind tone, "Young man, how old are you this year?
What job do you do now?"
Chu Yunshu, who was sitting nearby, heard his father's question and couldn't help but asked in a somewhat annoyed tone, "Dad, are you here to check the household registration?" Chu Xiong quickly explained, "Oh, I was just asking casually, I didn't mean anything else." As he said that, he turned around and looked at Chu Yunshu, with a hint of helplessness on his face. Seeing this, Yi Yu smiled and said to Chu Yunshu, "It's okay, Yunshu, uncle is just concerned." Then, he looked at Chu Xiong again and replied politely, "Uncle, I just graduated from college this year and haven't found a suitable job yet." After hearing Yi Yu's answer, Chu Xiong couldn't help feeling confused. So Chu Xiong continued to ask, "Then how did you and Yunshu know each other?" When Chu Yunshu heard his father's question, his heart skipped a beat, but he still gritted his teeth and answered his father using the same reason he had given his mother before. Chu Xiong seemed to understand something after hearing this. He nodded thoughtfully and said, "Oh, so that's how it is." Chu Yunshu looked at her father and suddenly felt a little strange. She couldn't help but frown and thought to herself, "How could my father be so calm?" According to common sense, shouldn't he be more excited or angry when he learned that his daughter had a boyfriend? The more Chu Yunshu thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. Finally, she couldn't hold back her inner doubts anymore, so she asked, "Dad, why aren't you very angry?" Chu Xiong looked at his daughter with a puzzled look, as if he didn't understand why she asked that. He asked back, "Why should I be angry? You have a boyfriend, that's a good thing, I should be happy." After hearing what her father said, Chu Yunshu finally felt relieved. She smiled happily and said, "Well, I know that Dad is the best." Chu Xiong also smiled. He looked at his daughter lovingly and said, "Of course, Dad definitely wants you to be happy." Then, Chu Xiong turned his gaze to Yi Yu. His expression became serious and he reminded her, "I agree that you and Yunshu can be together, but there is one thing you must remember. You must treat her well and not let her suffer any grievances, let alone make her unhappy. Do you understand?" Yi Yu felt Chu Xiong's seriousness, he nodded solemnly and said, "Well, I know, I will definitely treat her well and won't let her get hurt." Chu Xiong looked at Yi Yu's determined eyes, nodded with satisfaction and said, "That's good." Chapter 42. You've learned to act first and ask later. Chu Yunshu took a deep breath, then mustered up his courage, looked at his father Chu Xiong with a somewhat evasive gaze, and said in a slightly trembling voice, "Dad, I have something to tell you. Promise me first that you won't be angry no matter what, okay?" Chu Xiong looked at his daughter's solemn and nervous face, and a trace of doubt rose in his heart. He frowned and asked softly, "No, kid, what's the matter that's so serious? Tell me quickly." Chu Yunshu's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he was a little hesitant. Her hands clenched unconsciously and a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. At this moment, Yi Yu suddenly interrupted and said, "Uncle, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Don't blame Yunshu." Chu Xiong turned his gaze to Yi Yu, even more confused. With a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice, he asked, "What's going on between the two of you? One of you is hesitant, and the other one is apologizing suddenly. I'm confused by you two." Seeing this, Chu Yunshu knew that she couldn't delay any longer. She closed her eyes, as if she had made a great decision, and said to Chu Xiong in one go, "Dad, actually, I'm pregnant." As soon as the words fell, the room suddenly became extremely quiet, and time seemed to freeze. Shu Yunshu slowly opened his eyes and looked at Chu Xiong nervously, only to see his body tremble violently and he was stunned. Shu Yunshu's heart suddenly rose to her throat. She carefully observed Chu Xiong's reaction. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she asked softly, "Dad, are you okay?" After Chu Xiong took a breath, he looked at Chu Yunshu with suspicion, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked uncertainly, You just said you are pregnant?" Chu Yunshu seemed a little afraid to look Chu Xiong in the eye. She lowered her head and replied softly, "Well, yes." Chu Xiong's heart tightened when he heard Chu Yunshu's answer. He remembered what Yu had said just now, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. He said to Chu Yunshu with a suspicious look on his face, "The father of the child, could it be him?" As he spoke, Chu Xiong pointed his finger straight at Yu who was sitting next to him. Chu Yunshu was silent for a moment, and finally nodded slowly, acknowledging Chu Xiong's guess. Chu Yunshu raised her head and looked at Chu Xiong, whose face was gloomy. She felt a little uneasy. She said carefully, "Dad, don't be angry." Chu Xiong stared at Chu Yunshu. The words he wanted to blame were swirling in his throat, but he couldn't say them. Yu, who was standing by, also noticed the unusual atmosphere. He stood up quickly and said to Chu Xiong sincerely, "Uncle, I will definitely be responsible for Yunshu, please rest assured." However, Chu Xiong's expression did not soften because of Yu's words. He still looked at Yu with a hostile look, as if Yu was his sworn enemy. Yu was frightened by Chu Xiong's gaze and trembled all over. He lowered his head in fear and did not dare to look Chu Xiong in the eye again. Seeing this, Chu Yunshu quickly stood up and walked in front of Yu, blocking Chu Xiong's sight of Yu, as if he wanted to protect Yu from Chu Xiong's blame. "Dad, don't be like this. I have problems too. Don't treat Yu like this." Chu Yunshu looked at Chu Xiong anxiously and spoke hurriedly. Chu Xiong looked at Chu Yunshu unhappily and said dissatisfiedly, "Girl, you are really a traitor. I just looked at him twice, and you are protecting him like this. I don't care. You can't say anything about him." Chu Yunshu did not back down at all, but instead retorted with confidence. Seeing this, Chu Xiong couldn't continue talking, so he could only shake his head helplessly and sighed, Okay, can't I just do whatever you want?" Hearing his father's agreement, Chu Yunshu finally showed a satisfied smile, nodded happily and said, "That's about right." Chu Xiong felt a little uncomfortable watching his daughter defending Yu, but he couldn't say anything more, so he turned his gaze to Yu. His expression became serious, and he asked solemnly, "Boy, when are you going to marry my daughter?" When Yu heard Chu Xiong's words, he was suddenly stunned. He had never expected Chu Xiong to ask such a direct question, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. He was a little flustered and hesitated, not knowing how to start. Chu Xiong saw that Yu remained silent, and his dissatisfaction became stronger. He urged unhappily, "Speak up. You don't plan to marry her, do you?" Yu became even more nervous when Chu Xiong asked this. He shook his head quickly and wanted to explain, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to say it. Chu Yunshu saw that the atmosphere at the scene was a bit solemn, and he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Chu Yunshu gently scratched his hair, then lowered his voice and said carefully to his father Chu Xiong, "Well, actually, we have already obtained a marriage certificate." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiong's expression instantly became very ugly. He widened his eyes, his face full of astonishment and disbelief. After a long while, Chu Xiong finally came back to his senses and asked woodenly, "When did this happen?" Chu Yunshu looked at her father's frightened expression and felt a little guilty. She hesitated for a moment, but answered truthfully, "Well, when I just found out I was pregnant, we went to get the marriage certificate together." After hearing this, Chu Xiong frowned tightly. He was obviously very surprised by the news. After a moment of silence, Chu Xiong asked uncertainly, "Your mother and your brother don't know about these things yet, right?" Chu Yunshu lowered his head somewhat awkwardly and nodded slightly to indicate his agreement. Seeing this, Chu Xiong couldn't help but sigh and said helplessly, "You kid, now you really have learned to act first and ask for permission later." Seeing that his father was a little angry, Chu Yunshu quickly apologized, "Dad, I know I was wrong, please don't be angry." Chu Xiong's expression eased a little when he heard his daughter's apology, but he still said unhappily, "Forget it, now that things have come to this, I don't want to blame you anymore." Seeing that his father was no longer angry, Chu Yunshu immediately smiled brightly and said to Chu Xiong happily, "I knew that you are the best, Dad. So, how many months pregnant are you now?" Chu Xiong looked at Chu Yunshu with concern and asked softly. Shu Yunshu hesitated for a moment, as if he was counting the days in his mind, and then replied, well, it seems to have been more than 4 months.
It's been so long.
There was a hint of surprise in Chu Xiong's voice.
So what's the situation now? Is everything okay, baby?
Chu Yunshu quickly responded with a smile, the situation is not bad. I just went for a pregnancy test not long ago, and the doctor said that the baby is healthy. Hearing this good news, the worry on Chu Xiong's face eased a little. He nodded and said, oh, that's good, that's good. However, you still need to pay more attention to rest and don't tire yourself out. After all, you are pregnant now.
Yeah, I know, Dad.
Shu Yunshu nodded obediently, indicating that he would pay attention. Chu Xiong turned to look at Yiyu, who was standing beside him, and said earnestly, Yiyu, Yunshu is in a special period now, you have to take good care of her, understand? After hearing Chu Xiong's words, Yiyu immediately stood up from his seat as if he was wound up, straightened his back, and swore with a serious face.
Uncle, just put your mind at ease.
I will protect Yunshu as I would my own eyes, and will never let her suffer the slightest injustice. Chu Xiong looked at Yiyu and saw that his eyes were as sharp as torches and his gaze was firm, as if he was issuing a military order to him. Chu Xiong felt a little relieved, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He nodded and said slowly, well, okay, I feel much more relieved with your words. After that, Chu Xiong turned his gaze to Chu Yunshu, his eyes became softer, and he said softly, my daughter, put aside the things in the company for now. You are pregnant now, and the most important thing is to rest assured and take care of the baby. I will transfer someone from the head office to take over your job temporarily. Chu Yunshu frowned slightly when she heard this, and seemed a little unwilling. She quickly said, but Dad, I think I'm still healthy and can continue to work.
However, Chu Xiong was not moved at all.
His tone was extremely firm, and he said firmly, no, your current physical condition is not suitable for work. You must take good care of the baby.
This is non-negotiable. Facing his father's tough attitude, Chu Yunshu could not insist any longer. He could only sigh helplessly, nodded, and said, okay.
Seeing this, Chu Xiong knew that although his daughter agreed verbally, she was still somewhat reluctant in her heart. So Chu Xiong comforted her again, don't worry, after you give birth to the baby and recover, it won't be too late to come back to work.
Okay, I understand. Thank you, Dad.
Chu Yunshu said softly. Seeing that everything had been arranged, Chu Xiong stood up and prepared to leave. Chu Xiong slowly stood up from the sofa and said to Yiyu and Chu Yunshu with a smile, that's it for now, I'll leave first. Hearing Chu Xiong's words, Chu Yunshu quickly stood up, walked quickly to Chu Xiong's side, and said in a slightly reluctant tone, Dad, won't you sit for a while?
It's still early, we can chat for a while.
Chu Xiong smiled and shook his head, and said softly to the two of them, no, there are some urgent matters waiting for me to deal with in the company. Seeing this, Chu Yunshu knew that his father did have something important to attend to, so he stopped insisting on keeping him. Chu Yunshu stared at Chu Xiong with a worried look on his face, and whispered, okay, then you must be careful and drive slowly on the road, and pay attention to safety. Chu Xiong's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a gentle smile, he nodded and responded, well, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Before he finished speaking, Chu Xiong turned around and walked towards the door. Seeing this, Chu Yunshu hurriedly followed him, always keeping a few steps away from Chu Xiong, and walked into the elevator door. Watching the elevator door slowly close, Chu Yunshu turned around with a sense of relief and slowly walked back to the room. However, as soon as she stepped into the room, her eyes involuntarily fell on Yiyu, who was sitting on the sofa. Yiyu looked at Chu Yunshu with curiosity, and seemed to be quite interested in what had just happened.
When he saw Chu Yunshu coming back, he immediately asked, has Uncle left?
Chu Yunshu nodded slightly and replied, yes, he left.
He just got into the elevator.
Yiyu smiled slightly and continued, I think Uncle is a pretty good person. He doesn't look like what you described before. Chu Yunshu couldn't help but laugh. She shook her head and said, yeah, I also think Dad is very easy to talk to today.
I really don't know what's going on. But it's a good thing that he can accept you.
The smile on Chu Yunshu's face grew brighter, and she said happily,
yeah.
Yiyu also smiled and nodded. Downstairs, Chu Xiong stepped out of the elevator and walked outside. After walking out of the door, the driver who was waiting outside came forward and asked respectfully, Mr. Chu, where are we going next? The driver then quickly walked to the front of the car and opened the door. Chu Xiong walked briskly to the front of the car and sat down in the seat. Chu Xiong adjusted his sitting position to make himself feel more comfortable, and then said to the driver, let's go to the company now. When the driver heard Chu Xiong's instructions, he nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Chu." Then the driver gently closed the car door. His movements were quick and neat, as if he was used to such operations. Then he quickly walked to the driver's seat, started the car, and drove towards the company. Chu Xiong sat in the car, looking at the scenery receding outside the window, but his mind was thinking about other things. Then Chu Xiong took out his cell phone and called his wife Tang Lian. The call was quickly connected, and Tang Lian's gentle voice came from the receiver. "Hello, husband, what's the matter?" Chu Xiong took a deep breath, then slowly said, "Wife, let me tell you something."
Tang Lian seemed to sense Chu Xiong's seriousness, and her voice became slightly heavier. "Well, go ahead."
Chu Xiong took a deep breath and continued, "I went to see my daughter today and learned some things."
Tang Lian was silent for a moment, then asked cautiously, "You know everything?"
Chu Xiong's tone was somewhat helpless, even mixed with a hint of complaint. "You didn't tell me anything, so I can only come to her myself." Seeing this, Tang Lian hurriedly explained, "Oh, it was Xiao Shu who didn't let me say it, and I really had no choice." Chu Xiong sighed and said softly, "Well, I know, I don't mean to blame you." Tang Lian breathed a sigh of relief, but Chu Xiong immediately said, "I want to talk about something else."
"What is it?" Tang Lian asked with a puzzled look on her face. Chapter 43. Take care of yourself.
So Chu Xiong told his wife Tang Lian everything that had happened without reservation. Tang Lian, who was sitting on the sofa at the moment, stood up in shock after listening to Chu Xiong's story, as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue.
Tang Lian's face was filled with disbelief.
Her mouth opened so wide that an egg could fit in it. The voice in her throat became a little hoarse because of shock.
"Is what you said true?"
"Of course it's true." Chu Xiong raised his voice slightly, as if he wanted to emphasize the authenticity of the matter in this way and make Tang Lian believe that what he said was not fiction. "I just came out of Xiaoshu's place and am on my way to the company now."
Chu Xiong continued to speak to Tang Lian.
After listening to Chu Xiong's words, Tang Lian was silent for a long time, as if thinking about something.
After a while, Tang Lian asked softly, "What is your attitude towards this matter?"
Chu Xiong sighed deeply, then rubbed his eyebrows with his hands. A helpless look appeared on his face, and he answered in a low voice.
"Since they have already decided this, what else can I say? I can only agree with them." Tang Lian nodded, indicating that she understood Chu Xiong's position, and then said, "Well, since you said so, I can't say anything to them anymore.
Let it go, after all, this is their own choice."
Chu Xiong responded, "Yeah," and then added, "I just hope she won't regret it in the future." Tang Lian smiled and comforted Chu Xiong. "It's okay, I'm actually quite optimistic about Yu.
And I believe Xiao Shu must have made this decision after careful consideration."
After hearing what Tang Lian said, Chu Xiong felt a little more relaxed. "Well, you are right."
Tang Lian continued, "Okay, stop thinking about it and focus on your work. I'll call Xiao Shu later and ask about the situation in detail."
"Well, okay, that's it for now."
After saying that, Chu Xiong hung up the phone and leaned back in his chair to rest.
The car also drove smoothly all the way, with almost no bumps.
At night, the Tianshui lakeside community is quiet, with only the occasional chirping of insects. Xu Yunshu was lying alone on the bed in the bedroom, flipping through a magazine boredly. The dim light shone on her, reflecting her slightly lazy figure. Suddenly, the cell phone placed beside rang at an inopportune time, breaking the silence. Xu Yunshu was startled and quickly sat up. He hurriedly picked up the phone and pressed the answer button.
"Hello."
Her voice was a little hurried.
"Hey, Xiao Shu."
The voice of Mother Tang Lian came from the other end of the phone.
"Well, Mom, what's wrong?" Xu Yunshu calmed down and asked. "Did your dad come to see you today?"
Tang Lian said in a serious tone.
"Yes, I came in the morning." Xu Yunshu answered truthfully.
"He told me that you are pregnant, and you and Yi have already obtained the marriage certificate." Mother Tang Lian's voice rose slightly, and she seemed a little surprised by the news.
Xu Yunshu's heartbeat accelerated instantly.
She held the phone nervously, her voice trembling a little. "Well, you know everything."
"What else, Xiao Shu? You don't even tell Mom about these things now." Mother Tang Lian's words revealed a hint of dissatisfaction and disappointment.
Xu Yunshu heard his mother's emotions and suddenly felt a surge of guilt in his heart.
Xu Yunshu quickly apologized. "Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have told you nothing."
When her mother Tang Lian heard her daughter apologize, she quickly spoke to comfort her, saying, "It's okay.
Thank you for your understanding, Mom."
There was a hint of gratitude in Xu Yunshu's voice.
Mother Tang Lian smiled and responded, "Xiao Shu, I want to know your true thoughts now. have you decided to be with Yu?
Her tone was soft and concerned, as if she was waiting for her daughter's answer.
Shu Yunshu took a deep breath, and then answered solemnly, well, I've thought about it. I want to be with him.
Her voice was firm and clear, without the slightest hesitation. When Mother Tanglian heard her daughter's answer, a relieved smile appeared on her face.
Mother Tanglian nodded and said gently, that's good, as long as you think it through, don't regret it later.
There was a hint of worry in her words, but more of support and blessings for her daughter.
Yeah, I know, Mom.
Shu Yunshu quickly replied. She knew that her mother's worry came from her love for her. Mother Tanglian continued, I won't say much else, you have to take good care of yourself and the baby in your belly. When you think it's appropriate, bring him home and we'll have a meal together.
Shu Yunshu smiled and nodded, and said happily, well, we will go there in a few days.
Shu Yunshu felt particularly relaxed because her mother's understanding and support made her feel extremely warm.
Okay, that's it for now.
Mother Tanglian's voice came from the other end of the phone, and it sounded very gentle.
Yeah, okay.
Shu Yunshu responded softly and then hung up the phone.
After putting down his phone, Shu Yunshu felt particularly relaxed.
Shu Yunshu couldn't help but think of the conversation she had just had with her mother. Her mother's understanding and care made her feel very warm. Just then, Yu pushed the door open and walked in, holding a bottle of pregnancy oil in her hand.
Yu saw the smile on Shu Yunshu's face at a glance, and couldn't help but ask curiously, Yunshu, what are you laughing at?
When Shu Yunshu heard Yu's voice, he suddenly came to his senses and looked towards the door.
When Shu Yunshu saw Yu, the smile on his face became even brighter.
Oh, my mother called me just now and told me something. Shu Yunshu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and explained softly. When Yu heard Shu Yunshu's words, his originally casual pace suddenly became hurried.
Yu walked quickly towards Shu Yunshu and asked with concern, what did Auntie say to you?
Shu Yunshu sorted out his chaotic thoughts, took a deep breath, and slowly replied, she learned about our current situation from my dad, so she called to talk to me.
Yu couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He stared at Shu Yunshu and asked nervously, what is Auntie's attitude towards me? Shu Yunshu looked at Yu's nervous expression and couldn't help but find it a little funny.
She patted Yu's shoulder gently and comforted him, don't worry, she asked us to live well together.
She even asked me to take you home for dinner in a few days.
After hearing what Shu Yunshu said, Yu felt relieved.
Yu let out a long sigh and said with relief, that's good.
Then, Yu seemed to suddenly remember something, and quickly took out a bottle of pregnancy oil from his pocket, held it in front of Shu Yunshu, and said, then I will continue to apply pregnancy oil to you.
Shu Yunshu smiled and nodded to show his agreement.
Then, Shu Yunshu naturally lifted up her clothes, revealing her slightly bulging belly, waiting for Yu to apply pregnancy oil on her. Just after Shu Yunshu lifted up her clothes, something incredible happened. The originally ugly stretch marks disappeared all of a sudden.
Yunshu, look, those stretch marks are gone.
Yu shouted to Shu Yunshu with a smile on his face, his voice revealing excitement that was hard to conceal. Shu Yunshu, who had not paid much attention at first, suddenly lowered his head and carefully checked his abdomen after hearing Yu's words.
Sure enough, those stretch marks that once troubled her have now disappeared without a trace. Wow, really, they're all gone.
Shu Yunshu couldn't help but scream in surprise, her eyes widened and her face was full of disbelief.
Xiaoyu, your pregnancy oil is amazing.
Shu Yunshu turned around and praised Yu, his eyes full of gratitude and admiration. Yu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile, and responded, of course, I carefully selected this, of course it is amazing.
Shu Yunshu nodded repeatedly, expressing his agreement. Yeah, it's really amazing. It's my fault.
I didn't trust you before, but now I completely believe you. There was a hint of apology in her tone.
Yu waved his hand and said gently, it's okay, you are doing this for the baby's good.
Then, Yu continued to gently apply pregnancy oil on Shu Yunshu's belly, his movements skillful and meticulous. Time passed minute by minute, and after about 10 minutes, Yu finally finished applying the pregnancy oil. Then, Yu took out a bottle of folic acid from the drawer and handed it to Shu Yunshu.
Here, eat this and you can get ready for bed.
Shu Yunshu took the folic acid and swallowed it without hesitation. After all the bedtime work was done, the two of them lay down on their comfortable big beds, ready to fall asleep and greet the new day. For a moment, the bedroom was silent, with only the sound of two people's heartbeats.
Suddenly, Yu said to Shu Yunshu, Yunshu, do I have to wake you up early tomorrow?
Shu Yunshu heard Yu's words and replied, no, you don't have to get up so early to make breakfast.
You can make it after I wake up. Yi Yu replied aloud, oh, okay. Then Chu Yunshu slowly moved into Yi Yu's arms and said to Yi Yu, let's go to bed, good night. Yi Yu gently hugged Chu Yunshu and said, well, good night. The next day, Yi Yu got up early again. However, he did not wake up Chu Yunshu, who was sleeping soundly, but tiptoed out of bed, fearing that he would wake her up. He walked quietly to the closet and opened the door carefully, afraid of making any noise. Yi Yu first picked out a set of comfortable sportswear, then quickly changed into it and prepared to go for a morning run. Yi Yu walked out of the room quietly, closed the door, and tried not to make any noise. About an hour later, Yi Yu finished his morning run. He returned home briskly, ready to make a hearty breakfast for Chu Yunshu. Yi Yu quickly changed into slippers, walked into the bathroom, and took a quick shower to refresh himself. Then, Yi Yu quickly walked to the kitchen, put on an apron, and began to prepare breakfast for Chu Yunshu. Yi Yu skillfully opened the refrigerator, took out the ingredients, and busily moved around the kitchen. More than half an hour passed, and Chu Yunshu in the bedroom finally slowly opened his eyes. Chu Yunshu stretched, yawned, then picked up the phone beside him and checked the time. Suddenly, she realized it was getting late and jumped out of bed. Chu Yunshu touched his empty stomach. At this moment, a tempting aroma wafted over from the kitchen. Her saliva flowed out involuntarily. Chu Yunshu wiped it quickly with her hand, then hurriedly got out of bed and walked towards the kitchen impatiently. Chu Yunshu first went into the bathroom to wash up briefly, then couldn't wait to walk towards the kitchen. Yi Yu, who was busy in the kitchen, suddenly heard a slight noise. Then Yi Yu quickly turned his head and his eyes fell on the kitchen door, only to see Chu Yunshu standing there, looking inside with a somewhat confused look. Yunshu, you're awake. A gentle smile immediately broke out on Yi Yu's face, and his voice was as gentle as the spring breeze, making people feel extremely comfortable. Chu Yunshu seemed to have not yet fully woken up from her sleep. She blinked, looked at Yi Yu, and then nodded woodenly, yeah. Yi Yu noticed that Chu Yunshu's eyes were always on the breakfast in the pot, which was the breakfast he had carefully prepared. He couldn't help but smile and asked softly, Yunshu, are you hungry? Chu Yunshu nodded quickly as if his secrets were revealed, I am indeed hungry. Chu Yunshu's voice was a little low, as if he was a little embarrassed. Then why didn't you say so earlier? There was a hint of anger in Yi Yu's tone, but more of it was concern. I've already prepared it. Please go sit down at the dining table and I'll bring it to you right away. After hearing Yi Yu's words, Chu Yunshu felt as if she had been pardoned. She walked towards the restaurant with somewhat slow steps. Yi Yu quickly prepared breakfast, carried the dishes out of the kitchen, and carefully placed them on the dining table. Then he turned around, handed the spoon to Chu Yunshu, and said gently, eat it quickly. Chu Yunshu took the spoon, scooped a spoonful of porridge into his mouth. The warm porridge slid down my throat, bringing a sense of satisfaction. A happy smile gradually appeared on Chu Yunshu's face, as if this simple breakfast was the most delicious food in the world. This porridge is really delicious. It seems different from the previous one. Chu Yunshu said to Yi Yu with admiration. Yi Yu sat down and said to Chu Yunshu, it's different. This is what I just learned. Oh. Chu Yunshu nodded in understanding and continued drinking his porridge. Not long after, Chu Yunshu and Yi Yu finished their breakfast. Yunshu, go to the living room and rest for a while. I can take care of this. After saying that, Yi Yu quickly cleaned up the table. Seeing that Yi Yu had already started to clean up, Chu Yunshu didn't force him. He walked into the living room, sat on the sofa and started watching TV. Chapter 44 Why did you call me out? Yi Yu stood at the door, his eyes fell gently on Chu Yunshu, and he said softly, Yunshu, I have something to go out and deal with, so you just stay at home. If there is anything particularly important, remember to call me and I will come back immediately. Chu Yunshu nodded slightly, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and responded, well, I know, you can go with peace of mind. Drive slowly on the road and pay attention to safety. The smile on Yi Yu's lips became even brighter. He nodded, then turned and walked towards the door. Walking to the shoe cabinet, Yi Yu quickly changed his shoes, opened the door, and slowly walked out of the house. When Yi Yu came to his car, he stopped and stared at the black car quietly. The sunlight shines on the car body, reflecting a faint light. Yi Yu took a deep breath, then reached out to open the car door and sat in the driver's seat. However, Yi Yu did not rush to start the car. Instead, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and called Qian phone. After the call was connected, his voice came from the phone, hello, Lao Qian, are you busy now? Qianfeng's hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone. I just happened to be resting today, nothing to do. Then come out now, I have something to talk to you about. Yi Yu's voice was crisp and clear, revealing a sense of urgency. Qianfeng on the other end of the phone was obviously confused by this sudden request. He asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Yi Yu did not answer directly, but continued to urge, "Come out first, we will talk later." Qianfeng seemed to realize the importance of the matter and stopped asking questions. He answered readily, "Okay, send me the address and I'll come right over." After receiving a positive reply, Yi Yu quickly hung up the phone and sent the specific location information to Qianfeng. After Qianfeng received Yi Yu's message, he set off for his destination without hesitation. While driving, Qianfeng was wondering what Yi Yu wanted to talk to him about. At the same time, Yi Yu started the car and drove towards the agreed location. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the entrance of the food street almost at the same time. Yi Yu saw Qianfeng from a distance, and he hurried forward, saying with a hint of dissatisfaction, "You were so slow." Qianfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard Yi Yu's complaint. He retorted unhappily, "Hey, I drove here right after I hung up the phone. Is that slow?" Seeing this, Yi Yu stopped dwelling on this question. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let's go inside and talk while we walk." After that, the two of them walked into the food street together and started chatting as they walked. "Oh, okay." Qianfeng nodded. Then, Yi Yu and Qianfeng walked side by side and headed towards the depths of the food street. The dazzling array of food shops on both sides of the street were dazzling, and the various aromas filled the air, attracting Qianfeng to stop and watch frequently. "Tell me, what on earth did you call me over for?" Qianfeng finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, his eyes looking at Yi Yu. Yi Yu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a smile, and replied, "Didn't you say before that you wanted to invest in me to open a store? So I called you over today to see where it would be more suitable to open a store." Qianfeng suddenly realized what was going on. He slapped his head and complained, "Oh, so that's how it is. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Yi Yu smiled and explained, "I just want to give you a surprise." The two walked and talked, and the topic gradually turned to the specific matters of opening a store. "What kind of store do you plan to open?" Qianfeng asked curiously. Yi Yu thought for a moment and replied, "I think it would be nice to open a cake shop. Cakes are relatively simple to make and the market demand is relatively large, so we can develop it into a chain store in the future." After listening to this, Qianfeng nodded and expressed his agreement. "Well, this is indeed a good idea with great development prospects." Yi Yu smiled proudly and said, "Of course, I have thought it over carefully." At this moment, Yi Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a rental information in front of him. He quickly pulled Qianfeng and said excitedly, "Look, there is a store in front that is being transferred. Let's go and take a look." After hearing Yi Yu's words, Qianfeng nodded, then quickened his pace and walked forward. Yi Yu followed closely behind and walked straight to the door of the store. His steps seemed a little anxious, as if he was full of anticipation for this store. When they stood in front of the store, Qianfeng suddenly said, "This looks like a barbecue restaurant." There was a hint of surprise in his voice, as if he was somewhat surprised by this discovery. Upon hearing this, Yi Yu nodded, agreeing with Qianfeng's opinion. "Yeah, it seems so." His eyes fell on the store door, observing the surrounding environment thoughtfully. Then, Qianfeng raised a question, "This store doesn't have to be a cake shop." There was some confusion in his tone, as if he had a different opinion on the purpose of this store. Yi Yu shook his head and replied, "I don't know. I haven't seen what's going on inside yet. Wait for the boss to come and open the door, and let me go in and take a look." There was a sense of caution in his words, and it was obvious that he needed to understand the actual situation of the store in more detail before making a decision. After listening to Yi Yu's words, Qianfeng nodded to show his understanding. He knew that Yi Yu was a cautious person and would not jump to conclusions easily. Then, Yi Yu quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket and called the owner of the store. The call was quickly connected, and Yi Yu greeted politely, "Hello, boss, are you looking to transfer this store?" The voice of the barbecue restaurant owner came from the other end of the phone. "Well, yes, do you want to take over?" There was a hint of expectation in the boss' tone, and it was obvious that he hoped to find a suitable successor as soon as possible. Yi Yu hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Well, I want to take a look at the situation in this store first, and then decide whether to accept it or not." His voice was calm, showing his rationality and calmness in making decisions. When the barbecue restaurant owner heard Yi Yu's words, a smile appeared on his face, and his voice revealed a hint of relief and joy. It seems to be true. Then you wait for me for a moment, it will take me about 10 minutes, and I will be here soon. Yi Yu also responded with a smile. Okay, we'll be waiting for you at the door. Okay, sure. The barbecue restaurant owner responded and then hung up the phone. Shen Feng had been paying attention to the conversation between Yi Yu and the owner of the barbecue restaurant. When he saw Yi Yu hang up the phone, he hurriedly asked, "What did the boss say?" Yi Yu turned to look at Qian Feng and replied with a smile, "The boss said he will be here soon, let's wait for him here for a while." Qian Feng listened, nodded, showed his understanding, and said, "Oh, okay." Time passed minute by minute, and about 10 minutes later, Yi Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw a middle-aged man walking towards them quickly. Yi Yu quickly turned around and said to Qian Feng, "Look, there seems to be a man coming over there." When Qian Feng heard Yi Yu's words, he quickly turned his gaze in that direction. Sure enough, he saw a middle-aged man of average build walking towards them in a hurry. The two waited quietly for the man to get closer until he was in front of them. "Are you the ones who are going to take over the barbecue restaurant?" The owner of the barbecue restaurant looked at Yi Yu and Qian Feng with a puzzled expression on his face and asked. When Yi Yu heard the boss speak, he nodded quickly and said firmly, "Yes, it's us." "Then let's go in and take a look first." After saying that, the barbecue restaurant owner turned and walked towards the door, took out a bunch of keys from his pocket, and skillfully opened the door. "Come in." The owner of the barbecue restaurant quickly spoke to the two of them and gestured for them to come into the store. Yi Yu nodded and responded politely, "Thank you." Then he walked into the barbecue restaurant, and Qian Feng followed closely behind him. After entering the store, the barbecue restaurant owner began to introduce the situation to Yi Yu while taking him around the store. He introduced the layout of the store and other aspects in detail. Yi Yu listened carefully and asked some questions from time to time. The boss patiently answered them one by one. More than 10 minutes later, the barbecue restaurant owner finally introduced the basic situation to Yi Yu. The boss looked at Yi Yu with a smile, a hint of expectation in his eyes, and asked softly, "How is it, does it feel okay?" Yi Yu nodded slightly to show his agreement, and then went straight to the point. "Well, it's okay, then let's talk about the specific price." Upon hearing this, the boss quickly responded with a smile, "Okay, let's sit down over here and talk slowly." As he spoke, the boss stood up and led Yi Yu and Qian Feng to the seats next to them. After the three of them sat down, Yi Yu spoke first. "Boss, please give us a price first so that we can have a reference." The boss thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "Well, I think 6,000 yuan a month is more appropriate, what do you think?" Yi Yu was silent for a moment, as if he was thinking about something in his mind. After a while, he slowly said, "Well, 6,000 yuan is indeed a bit high. I think 5,000 yuan a month would be more reasonable." After hearing this, the boss' smile did not disappear. He explained, "Look, my store is in a good location and has a lot of traffic. If it's 5,000 yuan, it will be a bit stressful for me." Yi Yu nodded, indicating that he understood what the boss said, but he still insisted on his own point of view. "I know your costs are not low, but 5,000 yuan is the highest price we can accept. After all, we also need to consider our own operating costs and profit margins." The boss hesitated for a moment, then said, "How about this, 5,500 yuan a month, this is the lowest price I can offer. If it's any lower, I really won't make any profit." "Okay, then it's 5,500. We'll pay for 3 months first. How about that? If possible, we can sign the contract now." Yi Yu asked the boss for his opinion. After thinking for a long time, the owner of the barbecue restaurant finally made up his mind and said to Yi Yu, "Well, it's okay. I will go and draft the contract now. Please wait for a moment." Yi Yu smiled and responded, "Okay, boss, go get busy." The barbecue restaurant owner nodded, then turned and walked towards a room in the store. After the boss left, Qian Feng asked doubtfully, "Have you really thought it through? I think the price of this store should not be more than 5,500. Yi Yu quickly explained, "That's true, but I've observed carefully, the geographical location and spatial layout of this store are quite good." After listening to this, Qian Feng thought about it for a while, then smiled and said, "Okay, since you said so, then I believe you." Yi Yu also smiled and replied, "Of course, if you don't trust me, who else can you trust? If you don't listen to me, you will lose money." Qian Feng said helplessly, "It seems so." About half an hour later, the barbecue restaurant owner slowly walked out of the room. He held tightly in his hand a newly drafted contract.
Young man, the contract has been written, take a look and see if there are any problems. The boss smiled and spoke to Yi Yu in a friendly tone, while gently handing the contract to him. Yi Yu quickly took the contract, exchanged a glance with Qian Feng, and then the two of them carefully read the terms of the contract together.
How's it going? Is it okay? Seeing Yi Yu and Qian Feng watching seriously, the barbecue restaurant owner couldn't help but ask, with a hint of eagerness and anticipation in his voice. Yi Yu raised his head and met the boss's eyes. He smiled and nodded, and replied, okay, then let's sign it.
His tone was firm and decisive, without the slightest hesitation.
Good. A satisfied smile immediately appeared on the boss' face. He quickly took out a pen from his pocket and handed it to Yi Yu. Yi Yu took the pen and signed his name on the contract without hesitation.
Immediately afterwards, Qian Feng also completed the signing action just as quickly. After the two signed the contract, the boss spoke again, his voice a little deeper, and asked, when will you start the renovation?
I can pack up the things in the store.
Yi Yu thought for a moment, then replied with a smile, maybe in 2 days, there's no rush. His tone was relaxed and natural, and he seemed very satisfied with the schedule.
Okay, I'll try to pack everything up in the next 2 days.
After saying that, the boss took out a store key from his pocket and handed it to Yi Yu. Yi Yu carefully stretched out his hand and gently took it from the barbecue restaurant owner.
Then boss, we'll leave first.
Yi Yu had a smile on his face and spoke to the barbecue restaurant owner in a gentle voice.
The boss smiled and responded, well, take your time. Chapter 45. Hello, who are you?
Yi Yu nodded politely, then turned around with Qian Feng and slowly walked out of the store.
After the two of them walked a distance away, Qian Feng suddenly asked, what are we going to do next? Yi Yu did not stop and replied casually, nothing, let's go home.
Qian Feng cried out in surprise when he heard this, ah.
You asked me to accompany you to rent a store, and then nothing happened?
Yi Yu looked at Qian Feng suspiciously and asked puzzledly, what else?
What else do you want?
Qian Feng grumbled somewhat dissatisfiedly, I thought there were some special arrangements later.
Yi Yu smiled helplessly and explained, no, now we will go back to our respective homes and find our respective mothers, that's it, okay?
Although Qian Feng felt a little disappointed, he still nodded and said, okay. Then he walked towards the direction of the parking lot, and Yi Yu followed behind him.
As they walked, Qian Feng seemed to remember something, and suddenly turned to Yi Yu and said, what are you going to do next?
Well, let me find a designer to help me design the store first, and then we can start decorating it, and try to open it as soon as possible.
Yi Yu expressed his ideas as he walked. Well, do you want me to help you find a designer? Qian Feng asked. Do you have any connections? If so, can you introduce one to me?
Yi Yu said to Qian Feng with a smile. Of course, I have a wide network of contacts, so I can still do this.
Qian Feng said to Yi Yu with a smile. Really? Thank you for your help then. Yi Yu requested.
Oh, we are brothers, of course I have to help you. Qian Feng smiled and patted Yi Yu's shoulder.
The two of them just happened to arrive at the parking lot.
Before getting in the car, Yi Yu turned around and said to Qian Feng, old Qian, I'll wait for your news.
No problem, don't worry. Qian Feng replied with a smile.
Then Qian Feng drove away from the food street first. Yi Yu watched Qian Feng drive away from his sight before getting in the car and starting the car to go home.
Yunshu, I'm back.
With a shout, Yi Yu pushed open the door, changed his shoes, and shouted towards the living room. After changing his shoes, Yi Yu walked briskly towards the living room. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Chu Yunshu sitting on the sofa, looking at him with a smile.
You're back. Are things going well?
There was a hint of concern in Chu Yunshu's voice.
Of course it went smoothly.
Yi Yu replied with a smile on his face, seeming to be full of confidence in this matter. After saying that, Yi Yu walked to Chu Yunshu, sat down on the sofa without any hesitation, leaned back, and looked very relaxed.
That's good. I was worried that things wouldn't go well for you. It seems I was overthinking.
Chu Yunshu nodded, and the worry on his face eased a little. However, Yi Yu suddenly changed the subject, looked at Chu Yunshu with a puzzled expression, and asked, then why don't you ask me what I'm going to do?
Chu Yunshu couldn't help but become curious when he asked her this. She blinked and asked back with a smile, if I ask you, will you tell me?
Yi Yu seemed to have expected her to ask this question. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile, and replied, of course.
After hearing Yi Yu's answer, Chu Yunshu's curiosity grew stronger, and she couldn't wait to ask, then what are you doing? Seeing this, Yi Yu stopped keeping the secret and explained directly, "Didn't I say not long ago that I wanted to open a store? Today I am going to deal with matters related to opening a store." "Well, what's wrong?" "I just went to see if there was a suitable store and then rented it to open a store," Yi Yu explained with a smile on his face and a relaxed tone. Shu Yunshu's doubts were slightly alleviated after hearing this, but he was still a little curious, so he asked, "Have you found a good store?" Yi Yu raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile, and replied, "Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have come back so early." Seeing this, Shu Yunshu's worries completely disappeared. She smiled and nodded and said, "Well, as long as it's done." Seeing Shu Yunshu's expression return to normal, Yi Yu continued to ask, "I don't think you have anything to do at home." As he spoke, Yi Yu's gaze fell on Shu Yunshu, carefully observing her reaction. Shu Yunshu seemed to be a little uncomfortable with Yi Yu's gaze. She quickly shook her head and said, "It's okay." Seeing this, Yi Yu felt relieved and nodded, saying, "That's fine." Then, Yi Yu stood up and walked towards the kitchen. After a while, he came up with a plate of cut fruit and placed it in front of Shu Yunshu. "Yunshu, come and eat some fruit." Yi Yu smiled gently and pushed the fruit plate gently in front of Shu Yunshu. Shu Yunshu looked up at Yi Yu, a touch of emotion flashed in her eyes. She smiled and nodded in response, "Well, thank you." Then, Shu Yunshu picked up the fork and ate the fruit elegantly. Time passed quietly and night fell gradually. Shu Yunshu, sitting in the living room, was enjoying the tranquility. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone broke the silence. Shu Yunshu hurriedly checked and found that it was not her phone, so she continued looking and finally found that it was Yi Yu's phone that rang. Then Shu Yunshu quickly called out to Yi Yu in the kitchen, "Xiao Yu, your phone is ringing." Yi Yu, who was busy in the kitchen, suddenly heard Shu Yunshu's voice. He hurriedly responded loudly, "Please answer it for me. I haven't finished cleaning yet." When Shu Yunshu heard Yi Yu's call, he quickly stood up, walked quickly to the table, and picked up Yi Yu's cell phone. She gently pressed the answer button, put the phone close to her ear, and asked politely, "Hello, who is this?" On the other end of the phone, Xian Feng heard the voice of a strange woman and was stunned. Xian Feng had never expected this situation to happen. For a moment he didn't know how to respond. He opened his mouth wide but couldn't make any sound. Shu Yunshu waited for a while, and seeing that the other party didn't speak, he couldn't help feeling a little strange. So Shu Yunshu asked again, "Hello, is anyone listening?" Xian Feng finally came back to his senses. He realized his mistake and quickly lowered his voice and said, "I'm Xian Feng, I'm looking for Yi Yu." Shu Yunshu heard that the other party seemed a little nervous, so he smiled and said, "Oh, so you are Yi Yu's friend. He is busy with something right now and can't answer the phone for the time being." "Oh, okay." Xian Feng replied quickly, his voice a little low. "When he's done with his work, I'll tell him to call you back." Shu Yunshu continued, his tone very gentle. "Well, okay, thank you," Xian Feng said gratefully. After Shu Yunshu hung up the phone, he gently placed the phone on the table. Then she slowly sat down and continued watching TV. A few minutes later, Yi Yu finally finished cleaning up the kitchen. He walked out of the kitchen with light steps without making any sound. "Yunshu, who called just now?" Yi Yu's voice broke the silence in the room. He looked at Shu Yunshu curiously, with a hint of concern in his eyes. "Oh, it seems to be Qian Feng. He seems to have something to ask you." Shu Yunshu's voice was very calm, her eyes still on the TV, and she simply answered Yi Yu's question. "I just told him that I would ask you to call him back later." Shu Yunshu continued, without any hesitation in his tone. "Oh, okay, I'll call him back then." Yi Yu responded, then picked up the phone and skillfully dialed Qian Feng's number. "Hey, old Qian." Yi Yu took light steps and slowly walked towards the balcony. He was holding his cell phone in his hand, chatting happily with the person on the other end of the line. "Well, what did you do just now?" Qian Feng's voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of curiosity. Yi Yu smiled slightly and replied softly, "I'm cleaning the kitchen." Qian Feng seemed a little surprised by this answer. After a moment of silence, he continued to ask, "Oh, by the way, was it your girlfriend who answered your call just now?" This question made Yi Yu stunned for a moment, but he quickly came to his senses, and the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a faint smile. Yi Yu replied in the same gentle voice, "Yes, what's wrong?" Yi Yu's answer surprised Qian Feng even more. He couldn't help but raise his voice, "You are living together." Yi Yu smiled, his tone still relaxed, "Yes, what's wrong?"
Xianfeng was obviously shocked by the speed of progress of Yi Yu and his girlfriend. He continued, "You are progressing so fast."
Yi Yu smiled disapprovingly and responded, "It's okay."
Seeing that Xianfeng was still asking questions, he suddenly had an idea and decided to change the subject to divert Xianfeng's attention away from what had just happened. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile, and he asked softly, "Hurry up and tell me what you want to see me about."
Xianfeng seemed to be awakened by Yi Yu's words.
He suddenly came to his senses and slapped his head and said, "Oh, look at my memory.
I almost forgot the important matter. I have found the designer for you."
Yi Yu was delighted when he heard this, and the smile on his face became even brighter.
He nodded repeatedly and said, "Really? That's great."
Xianfeng continued, "I will send you his contact information later, and you two can communicate with each other later."
Yi Yu happily responded, "Okay, no problem." The two chatted for a few more words, and then Yi Yu hung up the phone.
Holding his cell phone, he walked into the living room happily and saw Chu Yunshu sitting on the sofa at a glance. Chu Yunshu saw Yi Yu coming back, and quickly stood up, walked forward, and asked with concern, "Have you finished talking?"
Yi Yu smiled and nodded, and replied, "Well, we're done talking." Chu Yunshu breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask with concern, "Is there anything serious?" "It's okay, it's that cake shop. I asked Xianfeng to help me find a designer to design it, and he just told me that he found one."
Yi Yu explained with a smile.
"Oh." Chu Yunshu nodded in understanding.
Then Yi Yu looked around and found that it was already late, so he quickly said to Chu Yunshu, "It's getting late, let's go back to the room and sleep."
Chu Yunshu nodded and said, "Okay."
Then Yi Yu helped Chu Yunshu up and walked towards the bedroom.
A few more days passed.
Chu Yunshu, who was sitting on the sofa, received a call from her mother Tang Lian.
"Hello, Mom."
"Hey, Xiao Shu."
"Well, Mom, what's wrong? Why do you want to talk to me?"
Chu Yunshu asked curiously.
"Didn't I tell you a few days ago to bring Yi Yu home for dinner? Have you forgotten?" Mother Tang Lian said unhappily.
"Oh, I think I forgot." "It's only been a few days, how could you forget all these things?"
"Oh, forget it, just come over tomorrow, otherwise you will forget again and I will have to call you to remind you."
"Oh, okay. But I have to ask him if it's okay, mainly because he has something to do these days." Chu Yunshu explained to his mother Tang Lian.
"Well, ask him if he has time, and then message me back and let me know." Mother Tang Lian instructed Chu Yunshu. "Okay, I know. Okay then, if there's nothing else, I'll leave it at that for now. I'm hanging up."
Then Chu Yunshu hung up the phone, and at this moment Yi Yu walked towards the living room.
After Yi Yu sat down, Chu Yunshu asked, "Yi Yu, is it okay for us to go to my parents' house tomorrow?"
Yi Yu raised his head, looked at Chu Yunshu, smiled and nodded, "Of course, no problem. I am looking forward to meeting your parents."
A relieved smile appeared on Chu Yunshu's face. Yi Yu asked, "What do your parents like? I can prepare some gifts for them." Chu Yunshu thought for a moment and replied, "They don't need expensive gifts. They don't lack anything."
However, Chu Yunshu's words did not satisfy Yi Yu. He insisted, "No, I still have to give you something when I go to your house.
This is basic courtesy. Just tell me so I can prepare."
Seeing Yi Yu was so persistent, Chu Yunshu could only smile helplessly, and then said, "Okay, since you insist so much, I will tell you. My mom usually pays attention to skincare, so you can give her some skincare products. As for my dad, he usually has a hobby of collecting antiques, so you can give him a small antique. Oh, by the way, he also likes to drink tea, so you can also give him some tea leaves." After listening to Chu Yunshu's words, Yi Yu had a rough idea in his mind and knew what to give. Then Yi Yu jumped up from the sofa as if there was a spring under his buttocks. After Yi Yu stood still, his eyes fell directly on Chu Yunshu and he said quickly, "Yunshu, I'm going to go out for a while and will be back soon."
Chu Yunshu leaned on the sofa. After hearing Yi Yu's words, he looked up at Yi Yu and asked in confusion, "Well, what are you going out for?"